Song about the mermaids, the sirens. There's some debate about whether or not that actually is the Watchers, the wives of the Watchers. Some say that they became these harpy creatures, and some people say that they became the sirens. I've heard it both ways. Depends on who's telling the story. So, right. Oh, so I'm wearing my El Jefe shirt. See, El Jefe. You see, that right there means the boss in Spanish. Now you know who the boss is. You ever heard them talk about the boss? You've heard it, right, Anthony?
The boss of all the ghosts and the werewolves and all the paranormal.
Yeah. So now you know when they talk about the boss, you know who they're referring to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you have the shirt. It's
the shirt tells you right there.
It's official now.
It is.
Can't deny it.
They can't be lying now.
Mm-mm. I mean, surely only one person has that shirt, because there can't be more than one Jefe. There's only one Jefe.
Look at this. It's crazy. I'm reading I'm having some health problems, folks. I'm not going to get into specifics right now, but I'm dealing with some stuff. I have gout in my arm real bad. I started taking a new medication that's supposed to prevent it. And of course, one of the first things it does is cause you to have a flare up. So my elbow is just couldn't work out last night. It's very uncomfortable. I have to sleep with a pillow. This elbow is just damaged. So this is saying these are just pecans, just raw pecans. There's nothing to them. You know, they're cut in half.
Yeah.
And it says it's 210 calories.
I mean, what's the serving size?
Read it. It's just 28 grams. But I mean, you can eat 28 grams of pecans real quick. I mean, like what? You'd think pecans. Yeah, I take turmeric. I do. I take it. I put it in a drink.
Turmeric, beet juice.
It's that red drink. It has turmeric in it. We put it. Yeah. But there's a tea that Nellie makes too that has it in there too. The inflammation. Mm-hmm. But I'm having some other issues too, folks. We're going through absolute hell right now. I mean, it is. But you just, what they say when you're going through hell.
Keep going.
Keep going. There's no sense in stopping and being upset about it. It ain't going to help the situation any. So nobody's jumped in yet, but there's only 152 people in here. Who wants to tell their story? Anybody got a story to tell? I haven't really pre-planned this or talked to anybody other than Breezy and Abe. So if anybody wants to come on and talk, they're more than welcome to. In the meantime, we can talk about some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I want to clarify a couple things. Somebody asked me what I thought about, and they used the Q word. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word on here without getting some kind of.
Josh Holbrook, you said you have a story. If you want to tell it, you can just click the link that's pinned at the top of the chat, and you can join the join the show as a guest.
He says, "Boy, do I have a story." Anyway, somebody asked me what I thought of the Q folks, and I guess that's the LGBTQ. I don't have an opinion, honestly, as long as they don't push it on me or kids. I don't care. I give a crap what you do. I even forgive people for being, just stupid life decisions that people make.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I forgive people. Here's the thing. Somebody asked a question, and I believe it was in one of the comments. It was brought to my attention by somebody from our team. And I say our team because we really do have a group of people who work together. There's 8 of us, nine of us. 9? There's 9 now, right?
Yeah.
So somebody had, hey, Wolf. And then we have a lot of other people that just help out, periodically. And somebody asked me what I thought about forgiveness and what was the other thing? Forgiveness and the exact question, does that mean that I should trust them? Absolutely not. I forgive the people every day, the people that do and say the bad things about me and my family. The most horrific. I mean, if you see the garbage that they say and do, it'd make your stomach turn. You'll be like, how can people say these kind of things? It's disgusting. And it's done more to make them look like what they are. Really, it is not. It's irrelevant at this point. It doesn't even hurt us. It hasn't slowed our growth. It hasn't done anything. They've just, it's sort of a nuisance, because we always have to answer to YouTube because they're constantly, and then they'll check us and say everything's fine. And then they'll have to check us again. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
Now we've been talking to them but that's opened up a dialogue for us between them now. And explain to them, like, we don't use anything fake. You can check us upside down and sideways, and you're not going to find anything fake. Okay. And they have. Because those people mass report us on a daily basis. And they have a campaign going. But here's the thing. I forgive them. I forgive them for the things that they do and say. They're awful in the way that they operate. And the ones that are being deceived, I don't blame them. Because there are some being deceived. But the ones that are implicit involved in helping these people, especially there's 2 of them in particular that are helping. That they're the people that are doing it, and other people are helping them. In particular, there's 2 that are behind the whole thing. But you got to think, man, come on, dude. Like,
yeah,
a couple of them, they absolutely know the whole story, and you still go along with it. Now, I forgive you, but I don't trust you. So there's your answer right there. Forgiveness is not the same as trust. You don't have to trust them. I forgive certain people in my family. I love them. My cousin, I'm not going to say which one or say the name of the person. I forgive them, but I don't trust them. I will never, ever go around them or be alone with them because I believe that they have an addiction. They have a problem. And I will not trust them, but I love them and I forgive them for the horrible things that they've said and done to people I care about and to me. More so people I care about, but things that they said to me when I tried to stop them and say, hey, look, this isn't correct behavior. But there's a difference, though. You don't have to. You got to love and you got to forgive, but you don't have to trust these people. I don't trust these people as far as I can throw them.
I mean, I think forgiveness is mainly letting go of like the resentment or the anger.
Mm-hmm.
but that doesn't have anything to do with whether or not you trust this person, because I mean, it's your own well-being that you're gambling with, you know, by trusting someone who's
there's a song that I used to listen to by Iron Maiden. I used to love Iron Maiden. I still like some, not the new stuff. I don't Bruce Dickinson's stuff, really, in particular.
Yeah.
And then the first singer, he was pretty good. I think Bruce was just unbelievable. But it's that song about, it's Mother Russia. How are you sleeping? You know, and he says, can you release the anger, the grief? Can you be happy now your people are free?
Yeah.
You know, and I've talked to a couple of my friends who are actually Russian from, you know, one of them is a kickboxer. I've talked about him before. And we've talked, and, you know, and I've spoken to, I have probably about I have half a dozen friends that are Russian, probably about 12 to 15 that are just acquaintances. One runs a supplement company. But and I see you guys in the chat now. I see you, Josh and Andres. So here's the thing, you know, I look at this and I've talked to them about it. You know, a couple of them are my age, you know, or most of them are about my age, or maybe a little younger, maybe a little older, who lived under, you know, communism. And one of them, he, I call him Stalin. His name is Stali because I call him Stalin. But he is like, he doesn't want to forgive because someone from the KGB shot and killed one of his family members. They took him into an alley, pulled him out of a car when he was a child. He was like 4 years old. He's 52 now. And that's hard. Like he doesn't have, he's like, I know the guy who did it, like one of them that did it. And he's running around free. He knows where the city the guy lives in and everything. And that guy, I was following orders. You know, everybody at Nuremberg said the same thing. That didn't save them.
Yeah.
The difference is that this regime has never really been held accountable for what they've done. You know, the Red Army, Red China, all of them, the communist regimes, you know, some of them still operate in different countries like Cuba. The deeds that they've done to the Cuban citizens, I have a lot of Cuban friends too. Talking to one of them the other day, and she was giving me a story. And it was horrific. It was a scary story to begin with. Terrible. But she escaped communism, and she's married to a Caucasian guy here. Well, I guess she's Caucasian too. She's Boricua. They call her Boricua. You know, but she's Cuban, and her best friend is Haitian. And both of them escaped horrible regimes, you know. But Rudy, thank you for that. Thank you for that donation. We appreciate it, Rudy, greatly. Rudy. So we're letting a few people join here, Josh, and we'll get you on. So here's the thing. You know, she told me, I mean, this was just like last week when we were talking, and we had a conversation. We haven't gotten to her story yet. It was just her and her husband telling me, hey, that we got this stuff that happened, blah, blah, blah. Or her and her brother, I'm sorry. And we got on the conversation of, you know, communism, Cuba, and what, you know, and of course they're extremely right wing, which most Cubans are. And people are like, the left is like, well, I don't understand. Well, you don't understand because they lived under communism, dude. You know, that's why you don't understand it.
Yeah,
what is there to understand?
Come over here and vote for you.
Like they act like they can't figure it out. Like it's just, you know, I don't know why people hate this particular gang. All they did was murder their family, and they're mad at them. I don't get it. And now they just don't want to hang out with that set of gang members.
Just can't figure it out.
Can't figure it out. What is what am I missing here? What am I don't know. I can't get it. You know, like when you try to tell somebody how to work out, if you put your hands like this and you go on the ground and you go up and down, you'll feel better. You'll get in shape and your chest will get bigger.
Sounds complicated.
They're like, I don't know. Sounds complicated. I've tried these crazy tricks before, and nothing's ever really worked.
Diets don't work either.
Yeah, none of it really seems to fit for me and my schedule. My schedule's too busy for push-ups.
Plus my genetics and my thyroid and my this, my that, my neck and my back.
I think there's a song about it. It was like, yeah, my neck, my back, my... Never mind.
Yeah.
But the point is that the people will come up with an excuse for anything to do whatever it is that they're going to do. I mean, like, I sat there, literally, I had a roommate years ago. He's, God rest his soul, John Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
Great guy. And I said, look, man, you shouldn't clean your gun that way. You know?
Mm-hmm.
And sure enough, one day it went through the wall. I wouldn't live with him anymore. He was living with Joe, you know.
Yeah.
And I was like, thank God. Joe's like, dude, this guy's crazy. I said, yeah, he just doesn't listen. I told him for years about how he did things, about how you should take it apart and do how you should exercise certain types of gun safety, you know. And he passed away, you know, with a heart attack. Smoked like a train, like 2 packs a day minimum from the time I met him in the early to mid 90s. Until he passed away in 2000, was it 19? He died in 19, and then in May.
Yeah, because it was right before the scam.
Yeah, it was. He died in 19 in May, and then Willie died in 20 in May, and then my mother died in 21 in May.
Mm-hmm.
I've lost a lot of people in May. My grandmother died, you know, same thing. And then my Thea Hova died technically June 1st, but it would have been the night of May 31st, but I still consider it May. May has taken a lot of people from me, like several of my close associates and family and friends. But May's coming up, and we'll see what happens. So let's bring Josh on now. We got some people here. Josh, how you doing, man?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm just, well, could be better.
Appreciate you having me.
Yeah. So what do you got?
I just appreciate you having me, and I was on. Madeline can tell you their names. Abe.
Oh yeah.
C.S. is that his name?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I was on theirs one night, and they gave me some answers. I don't know if it's accurate answers or not. I mean, I was okay with some of them, but I don't know. I don't know if what they told me was right or not, you know. Okay. I don't even know where to start. Okay, I'll just start from. Okay, go ahead.
Well, let's do this. Whenever somebody says they don't know where to start, instead of trying to put it together in a timeline, okay, which usually typically when somebody gives me the stories, I can put it together for you, but you're going to have to tell it because you're here live. So let's do this. Let's start with your earliest paranormal experience because it could pertain to this or not.
Okay. Back when my dad, my earliest was the sleep paralysis. Mm-hmm. Nobody can tell me that that's not spiritual.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
That's for sure spiritual. It's happened my whole life, even when I was from as young as I remember, like 5, 6, 7 years old. I would have it all the way up until I was like 30, and then I brought it in front of my church, and they all laid hands on me and prayed, and it hadn't happened since. So I haven't had it in 20 years, but it was really bad at one time. The sleep paralysis was. So that's the earliest of anything happening was when I was in elementary school. Mm-hmm. I would have sleep paralysis. So, and like 14 or 15, I would go hunting with Dad. He would take me hunting, and then we would go back to the house, and I would want to go back. I remember this one day, like I wanted to go back to where we were hunting. So as soon as I got there, it's like I've never felt it before. It's like just this impending doom, like just frightening. Just I don't know how to explain it. I was just scared out of my mind. I couldn't move. You know, I was just like frozen. I was just so scared. I was just terrified, and I was the only one there. So I backed out and went to my truck and went home. And I don't know what happened. I don't know what that was, but I've never had it happen since. But like that was weird. But I would okay. This is when the weird stuff started happening. After I got divorced, I moved back in with my mom and dad. And so this right before they died, like this, it all just started like a few months before they both died, of like 6 months within each other, one from COVID and one from lung cancer. But I would be laying there in my bed, and I would hear 3 knocks under my floorboard, under the house. You know, it would be bop, bop, bop. And I would just get up and run. And this is not that long ago. You know, I'd be like, Mom, did you hear anything? Did you just hear anything? And she blew it off as the cats under there, knocking around. I'm like, well, cats don't knock in perfect rhythm 3 times. So, okay, that was weird. When Dad was in the nursing home, one night I went to go see him, and I look over. It was pitch black, kind of cloudy. I look over to my left. For whatever reason, it was just pitch black field. I seen 2 sets of floating red eyes. Like they were pretty tall, and there was like a set of red eyes here, and they were probably about that big around. They were beautiful. They were just beautiful red, like dark kind of colored red eyes. Like, and no, it wasn't a headlight. It wasn't deer and headlight kind of look. It was glowing from the inside.
Yeah.
And they were just, I don't know if they were flying or if it was something real tall, but it was way up there. And okay, so I seen that. And nothing ever became of it. I don't know what that was, but I know Dad died about a week later. So it happened. It's weird timing. Like, why didn't they ever do it before? They just waited right until they knew my parents were dying. Before that, okay, I would go, my buddy would take me fishing. Like, I clean cars. I would go down and clean his cars. He lives in the woods. Of course, I'm from Kentucky. He's from Buck Tussle, Kentucky. Mm-hmm. So I'm from country, you know. So I would try to videotape it, because I would like sometimes see faces in like bushes, you know, like I would see faces and stuff, and people think I'm crazy, but I wanted to videotape it one time. And one time I took my phone out, and it was an iPhone 12 Pro Max, and I went and hit the photo album or the picture app, whatever, the camera app, and there wasn't an option for me to take a photo or a video. It was the photo app, but I had no option to take. I couldn't do anything. So that was weird. And then when I came back from down there, I was getting some bug spray or something. I wanted to videotape again, and I look on my phone, and like right in the middle of the screen, there's this little green ball, like moss green ball, and it just like it just spread over the phone, just like it's just like weeds, like moss on a pond, like weeds, kind of just took over the whole phone. I couldn't do anything with it until I got back up to his house. And then one time I did videotape it. I took a video, and it was upside down. So like weird stuff with my phone has happened. Okay. So that's just all the little random weird things that's happened. But I started, when Mom and Dad died, they gave me the house. So I gave my brother the house, and this little metal building I fixed up for me to live, because it's just me and my dog, and Mike's got kids and grandkids. I didn't need the big house with the pool or whatever. So one night, I came down here about 10:30 to do some work on the house from the big house. So I did some work on this building. So I noticed that I have sliding glass doors, and I always lock it when I leave. And I noticed it was cracked, and I was like, "Oh, that's weird." So I opened the key to the other door, the front door, the glass side doors over on the side. I noticed it was cracked.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't go in it. I went in the front door, and as soon as I went in, this smell is like, if you've ever smelled a skunk, this is 10 times as strong as a skunk smell. And it was real sweet and real musky, and it smelled like old wet tennis shoes, kind of like, and just like, but it had a real sweet smell to it, and I kind of liked it. I was like, this is really weird. This is a really weird smell, but I like it. And it was just so heavy. And so I was like, nothing's going to scare me out of my own place. So I began to work, and I had two windows on this side of the house, and it was pitch black outside. And when I would be working on this side of the house, I would smell it. And then when I would go work on that side, the smell would follow. So like the smell would follow me. Like it's like it might have been in there with me, just invisible. I don't know. But the smell was like following me, for about 30 minutes. And then I was listening to the radio to a rock station, and then all of a sudden the radio station changed to this old timey, like from the 1940s, old Baptist preacher. I was like, that's really weird. That's really weird. It's like a Billy Graham type preacher. It just automatically cut to it. And then I start praying, and I rebuke it, and I yell, and it left. And for that, it was over for that night. Okay. Now, that happened. There would be times when I would be in here and I would almost fall asleep. I'd almost be like this. And then I would either hear like a hand clap really, really loud to wake me up.
Mm-hmm.
Or I would hear a whole wall full of glass break. And I felt it. I felt it when it hit the floor. It's like I felt it. It jarred the house. It jarred me. It was like, pew! And then I'm like, what in the hell? So I go and look, and there's nothing. So, okay. Now, this is where it gets kind of weird. This is odd. I don't know what in the hell. I do know that I graduated. I'm not going to talk bad about it. I'm not going to say anything bad, but a girl I went to school with apparently hates me. I don't know, but I fell into her trap somehow over the phone. Like she had a friend, one of her friends say, Josh, Tammy wants to talk to you. She's wanting to get in touch with you, but she wants you to reach out to her on this so-and-so's Facebook page. She can't contact you. You got to contact her. I was like, well, okay. So I went to this one person's Facebook page, and she starts talking about how I raped her, like in school. And like I beat her up and raped her, and she was saying that we gang raped her in the bathroom. And I'm like, Tammy, I was like, I don't know what your deal is, but nothing like that has ever happened. I was at a loss for words, and then she finally is like, well, no, you were trying to stop them. I'm like, Tammy, this never happened. But anyway, I get off. I get off with her. I stopped talking to her, and that night about 2:30 in the morning.
Do you think maybe this happened and she was confused and thought you were there, trying to stop it or something? I mean,
no, nobody raped her. Nobody. I mean, she's troubled, and she dabbles in. She studies like witchcraft and stuff. Mm-hmm. She's one of those type. Like I walked into something. I don't know what I did, but that night at 2:30, I get a call, and it's some girl saying she left her dildo and her bra and panties at my house. And yeah,
what the heck?
I was like,
okay, so
this is wild.
Is this part of the story or what?
Yeah. No, this is part of it.
Okay,
It's her friend. This is her friend, and I'm like, I was like, you've got the wrong number. And they's like, no. And they said my name. They's like, no, Josh Holbrook, this is you. It's you. I'm just. She said, I'm just letting you know I'm on my way. I'll be there in a minute. Okay. I hang up with her. And so I'm laying here almost asleep. I start hearing on the front of the house. This is like a couple hours later. On the front of my metal house, on the walls, on the outside, I start hearing this boom, 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 boom. So whatever it is came down the side of the house, and it came inside somehow in my mini split, and it was boom, 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 and then it went and it blew my attic door off. My attic door just blew off. And so it gets back here, whatever it is, in the back room, and I start hearing little girls' voices, like it's like a mechanical, like laughing, like it was really freaking weird. So I just start praying, and I turn over and face the wall. I was like, I just start praying and rebuke it. And the next night, I hear I'm laying, I'm just sitting here, and I hear this big chung in the spare bedroom. I was like, what is that? Oh, and I kept hearing this little. I thought I had a mouse problem, so I went and got a bunch of mouse traps and set. So I thought maybe a mouse had knocked something over. So my dog got scared of the thunderstorm and ran in there in the closet. So I go in that bedroom where I heard the big chunk, and there's a set of keys, and they didn't belong to me. I don't know whose. They weren't mine, and they weren't there like the night before. But I remember hearing that my neighbor for 2 weeks has been missing his car keys. So. Yeah, I know this is weird. So at that same time, as soon as I look at those keys, I sat down on the bed, and then right behind me was the wall, and I heard this big boom, like right at my head. And I'm like, okay. So there's a knock on my door. So right after the boom, and I go, and it's my neighbor. It's his girlfriend. And she goes, I just want to let you know that your tree up there is blown over in your driveway. A whole tree blew over, just mine. So I was like, okay, I appreciate it. Is Dwayne around? And she goes, yeah, he's in the car. It was raining. So I brought those keys out to him. I'm like, Dwayne, you missing something? And his face just got white, just like, oh my God, because he don't come in my house. I don't go in his. I keep my doors and windows locked. So whatever it was, took his keys and brought them to my house and threw them down and brought them to, I don't know what the point is in that. So, but ever since then, I've had a knocker in my house. Like it knocks constantly. It knocks and flips on stuff. And I've been reading up, and when I clean with ammonia, it helps. And like, look, I've tried, I'm a worship drummer. Like I pray, and I've even questioned my faith. It's like, why, God, what am I doing wrong? Why can't I get rid of this? And why won't you get rid of this for me? Right. I've had Catholic priests here. I've had Methodist preachers here, and they did the salt, and they blessed my house. Yeah. I've had holy water.
Let me ask you this. I'm gonna before we continue, you've done it all. You've had everybody, the Scooby Gang. Look, I'm gonna tell you this. What you need to do, Josh, and I'm telling you this 100%, dude. It doesn't matter who you bring to the house. Okay, they can bless your house in their own way, but it's your house, and everybody needs to hear this. They need to understand this. This is the absolute truth. you yourself in your domicile, okay, you can have someone come over and they can pray a rosary. You can have an Orthodox priest. You can have every religion on earth come to your house with the biggest, strongest faith you could possibly imagine. But it has to come from you. The authority comes through you,
right?
From Jesus
Yeah.
Christ. But it has to be you.
I'm doing something wrong.
No, well, here's the thing. You maybe don't know. You have to go room to room. Okay, room to room. I would strongly suggest, this is what I do, and this is what's worked for me and my family. And so I would get a Saint Benedict. Okay, this is a very powerful thing. It's a very powerful symbol, and I'm not even joking. It's right here. This is what it looks like.
I'll write that down.
And I would get that. Okay. And I would just take it and touch the walls, every wall. If there's even a little wall that kind of moves in a weird little way or whatever, and it's
I can go back and watch this, kind of. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. And you need to take that and go and touch every wall with it. And what you need to say, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I rebuke you. I denounce you. I did not invite you here. You are not welcome here. You don't belong here. And in the name of Christ, you need to leave. And you need to, and you, sometimes you'll hear them. You'll hear noises. You'll hear knocking. You'll hear talking, giggling. These gurgling noises. You just have to be strong, and you have to realize that this is the balance. It's being tipped, and what you have to do is go room to room. I would say don't do it alone, but you need to be with someone who's spiritually strong where this thing can't attach to you. And folks, you're going to think I'm crazy, but I'm telling you right now what works. These things will attach to your the lower part of your neck.
That's what I was getting ready to say. It's like I hear and feel like clicks in my throat sometimes.
It's right there, and then it attaches itself to your lower back, and they go. And this is going to sound even crazier when people send stuff to you. It'll go to your. This is going to sound crazy, folks, but it'll go to your.
Trust me.
It'll go through your rectum. Somebody said that not on the show. What were they saying? I forgot who it was that said it. Wasn't McLean? Who was it? It was Bartley. James Bartley. Yeah, it was somebody that was on the show. We were talking about it, and they will attach in that way. You have to or maybe it was when I was on with Clyde Lewis. Was it Clyde Lewis? I think it might have been him that said that. Anyways, it will listen. What I'm going to tell you, it's going to attach. It's going to try and it may be attached already. And so you have to be able to, and I'm not seeing anything moving around behind you. A lot of times I'll see things, but they hide. They're called the hidden ones for a reason, and they hide. And when someone can see them or call them out, they will hide. Listen, Josh, hold on. Listen, when you sleep, listen to what I'm going to ask you. I need you to listen to me. Are you having dreams that just seem kind of like they're real, but you're out of place and there's something there? Like, are you being moving around your house? Or you're in another house where you don't recognize and there's something evil there. You can feel it. Maybe you can't see it.
No,
nothing like that.
No, I have.
Do you remember your dreams?
I do. Like the dreams I've had lately are dreams of I'm in high school with a high school girlfriend or with my parents or something. It's like not bad dreams. It's like I'm kind of sad sometimes because I want to be back there in that moment. But no, I've not had any bad dreams like that. There's more. I just
if you're having so you're not having any bad dreams. So, but you had sleep paralysis, but you don't have it anymore, right?
No. Okay. This thing's, I hate to say it. I mean, it's real respectful about when I sleep and when I'm in the bathroom. It's like, but I was gonna tell you the Sasquatch behind my house, and then that I've seen it. I've seen it's in my washer or dryer all the time, whatever, and I see it flying around sometimes,
like a black shadow, or what
it's about this big little black shadow thing flying around my house.
Wow. Well, that if it's that small, maybe it's not as bad right now, and how long has this been going on?
About a year.
About a year. And so hell yeah, that's not really that long in demon age, it's not. I mean, and so a cleanse like that will help you, right? I'm telling you, that's what you need to do. And you need to
I'll go back and listen to this
and go room to room, and you're going to need to touch every wall and do what I said in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. And you need to reclaim your domicile and claim your living quarters, reclaim it. And if it's something that could have latched on from your past, like this girl you were talking about or whatever, there's a whole lot of that goes on. And these people, they spread this stuff around and they don't even realize it. But some of them do realize it. I remember there was a girl downtown who used to work downtown who had, I mean, this is very gross, but she had a disease, and she knew it. She knowingly spread it around to bunches of people, and she literally told one of her boyfriends, because she had multiple boyfriends. They thought that they were her boyfriend, and she said, "Well, if I'm going to have it, everybody's going to have it." And she did that to a bunch of people. She's deceased now, but she did what she could to take people with her, and she took intravenous drugs and shared needles too to spread it. She did. Really. I mean, she really did it. And this was before, there's all these rumors about how, oh, well, if somebody does that, they can get charged with the crime. She didn't. She absolutely did it and admitted it. And she didn't pay any price other than dying. So she never got charged with anything. But that happened downtown. I mean, when I was down
I'm going to show you my washer and dryer. I'm going to show you how I have to keep it.
Okay.
If you could see it.
All right, let's go look.
I got to keep my fridge and washer and dryer like that, because stuff comes out of it. Like
but you have to hang a towel over it? What do you mean? I don't understand.
Yeah, like when I hang stuff over my fridge and the washer and dryer, something, when I don't have that up there, something comes out from it. Like they use that somehow to like morph themselves. I don't know what they do. I don't know what it is, but it comes out from the door of like okay. It's not, if those weren't up there, it would be knocking on that constantly.
So if you take that stuff off of there, you'll hear knocking on there.
Yeah.
So can you grab that cross? I see a cross right there to your right. Can you grab it?
I'll grab this one in here. Okay. I got them everywhere now. Yeah, my house is a mess. It's a disaster. Yeah, I've got it.
Well, you're a guy that lives alone, right?
Yeah, but it's nasty. Well, I'm going to take these headphones off.
Can you still hear me? I don't know if you can hear me.
Well, you want me to remove that?
So if I were you, I would take that cross and I would touch every wall with it. And I would say this, in the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. I rebuke you. I denounce you. And if you didn't invite this thing there, then you have the right to say it. Look, I didn't invite you. You're not welcome here. You need to leave.
I have said that. Like, you're not going to believe this, but I've said that in 1,000 times.
Have you tried putting the cross on the wall and saying that?
No, I haven't put the cross on the wall.
So put it on the wall and face the wall and say that.
I'm going to say it to the washer and dryer.
I'm not even kidding.
I want my washer and dryer back. And my fridge. All the mirrors I have to keep. I can't have a mirror anymore. Okay. I put that to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did you hear that?
I didn't hear anything.
It just knocked. It's dodging me. It's not wanting to be where this cross is.
And it doesn't matter because it's going to move around. It's going to flee around all over where you're trying to.
Yeah, it's over there now.
Do you feel afraid right now? Is that
I've never not once felt afraid. Okay, except during the sleep paralysis, I felt terrified. And in the woods I felt terrified, but I've never felt. The Bible told me not to fear, and I'm not gonna.
Don't fear.
I'm not gonna.
So when you pray, and you need to pray before you go through the house doing this, and I would strongly suggest having someone there with you that's in the faith to help you do this.
Okay.
Right. And I think that's important. I think that we need to actually, I'll say a prayer with you right now. I mean, I don't care what people think or believe. It doesn't matter. It needs to be done. It needs to be said. So, we got to help you.
I'm a point.
This is no joke. All right. Father, I come unto you in the name of Christ. I ask these things in Jesus' name. Your will be done in all things, Lord God. Please help this man. Please help Brother Josh that he can get through this and get over this and rebuke and deny these evil spirits. Cleanse his heart, mind, body, and soul, that he can do battle, Lord God, and prepare him with the armor of the truth and the light. Lord God, help him in the name of Christ. Please give him, imbue him with the power of the Holy Spirit. Please rebuke, deny, and reject these evil spirits and help him to say it and do it and mean it and cleanse this house for him, God. In the name of Christ, we invoke the name of Jesus Christ and the power and the glory of his name, that these things be removed and be denied access to his house and his property. We ask that you help us in battle, Lord God. Prepare our hands for this battle, Lord God. Imbue us with the power and the glory that you have. In the name of Jesus, we ask all these things. These things are done if it is your will, Lord God. Please give us the sword of righteousness and the armor of truth and integrity. Your will be done, God. Amen.
Amen.
Okay, so you need to.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that knock while you was praying?
I did not hear that. No, I was praying. Okay, so I would, like I said, you need to take that cross. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even joking. And you need to go room to room with that cross, and you need to put that on the wall.
When somebody's with me.
I would do it with someone that you know is strong in the faith that can pray with you, because Christ says where two or more are gathered together in his name, it shall be done. And so if you would like us to do it here right now on camera, I mean, we could do it right now. I don't have a problem. I can't go to your location where you're at, but I can try and, help you through this, so that we can pray together. We can do it together. And if you feel more comfortable, I mean, you have an entire audience here, almost 400 people. Focus the white light. Now, a lot of people don't understand that white light, God energy, that he gives us all of that. And it's in your chest. And let it come from your chest. And it'll strike out at the heart of these demonic entities. It'll unwrap them from your neck and uncoil them from your spine.
I had to fight real hard one particular night. Like it was like right here. Mm-hmm. I just kind of feel that it was trying to enter me. I don't know, but it was like it was right here, and it was just it wouldn't back off, and I had to really, really fight one night, really fight. But yeah, like this little. I'm not. There it was. It's over here. Yeah. Did you not hear that?
No, show us on the camera.
Oh,
turn it toward the area where it's at.
I'm trying. How do I flip this thing around?
It's your phone, not mine.
I don't know. Yeah, there might be a little icon on the screen. It's like a circle with like a couple arrows going through.
Did anybody in the audience here knock?
Amy Creel said she heard it.
Yeah. It knocked. It was on this black thing right here. That was me right there. It was on that. Yeah, I feel it. It's here. It's like it's right here.
Yeah, and Stacy says it helps to know exactly what did she say here.
So I've heard it knock 3 times since I've been talking to you.
Yeah, I got my headphones in, and I have not heard it yet.
Hopefully, when you go back and listen, if you can go back and listen, you'll hear it. Like it was a little one was a knock, and the other 2 were like little flicks, like a. I don't know how.
Another thing you can do, and when you're praying, and when you're done praying, is focus that white light in every corner of your house. It's a mental thing, but it's a spiritual thing too. It's the mind, body, spirit connection, and you can focus that like the light coming out from the middle of the house, just spraying all out through the entire out of the windows everywhere. I mean, it's like a fumigation, and I'm not joking. The
I
energy that
believe
we
you.
have, that's a white light that we have, they don't have that. They don't have that because they're completely given over to darkness. And so it will literally, and this may sound silly,
Okay.
but it will literally burn them.
Who sent this here on me, or why is it here?
Who knows? It could be anything or anyone. If there's a person, well, you said it earlier, if there is a person who believes that you wronged them in some way, and they use the black magic, and their mind can be so distorted and warped. That's
her then.
You, and they can target you, and it may not even be you, because
it's her.
You know, evil spirits can also, they can mimic like schizophrenia, you know, and vice versa. So you may have somebody who believes that something happened to them, and somebody can put ideas in their head too. Somebody
I'm sorry.
No, I'm saying somebody who has a demonic spirit on them can be used to implant ideas and thoughts into someone else who channels it, because they have the power to do it.
She's possessed. There's no doubt in my mind. And she sent something to me, but before that, weird stuff was happening. So I don't fully understand what's going on.
Yeah.
Like I've seen like a Sasquatch, like, but it's invisible. Like I see it in the trees. We all seen it. Me and my neighbors, like it was shaking, like it was way up in the tree, shaking limbs at us. And I don't know if I believe in the I think Sasquatch are demons now. Maybe. I don't know. What was the red eyes I seen? They're floating red eyes. You ever heard anything like that?
The two like there are two round red things like this big, right? And they weren't.
Yeah, they were big and beautiful.
They were two pairs, and they stayed symmetrical, like they stayed the same.
Yeah, no, they were floating. They were like floating.
No, I understand that, but like, okay, so like you had a pair of red eyes. Did they stay the same distance from one another to make where it looked like they were eyes and not just singular orbs?
Yeah. No, it's like I seen their pupils. It had like black pupils around the eye. Like, okay, you know, like a cartoon drawing of like an owl.
Mm-hmm.
You know, kind of like it's like that's what it kind of looked like. It was kind of, I don't know. It was kind of, they were beautiful, to be honest with you. It was beautiful eyes. I don't know why I seen it.
You have this kind of predilection toward like, okay, so like the smell, you thought it smelled good, and then the eyes, and you think they're beautiful.
Yeah.
I don't know what's causing that for you to be kind of drawn towards it, because that to me would disgust me if I saw those things, and I wouldn't feel any kind of like,
no. It did. No, it creeped me plumb out. It creeped me out. But I'm saying like the shape of them was just like they were just perfect around and like real pretty. Like it's like yeah, you're right. That is odd. Why do I find them?
I wouldn't describe them as pretty. Red floating eyes would not be pretty to me. So no. I'm gonna have to move on to the next person in the chat. Okay. So, but you know, do what I said. I mean, I think you really need to try, and you need to be prayed up. Do you pray?
I do. I do now.
I would definitely do that, and I would do it quite a bit. And pray before you go to sleep. Pray when you wake up. You need to say a prayer before your feet touch the ground. You need to say a prayer. I would pray constantly, and I would do the cleanse as many times as you need to do it. And you cannot have the fear. That's the thing. But more than just not having the fear, you have to have the belief. And the belief that God is going to protect you, and believe in the words of Christ that we have dominion and power over these things. And we do. We do. I mean, they appear as these horrible, horrific things, but people have the power over them. That's what gets me. Is like it's kind of like, you know, just like I say when it comes to anything from God to government. I mean, it's all the same. God gives us the power. It comes from Him. We don't have to bow down to these people who are in charge just because they say that they're in charge. What magical force are we allowing? And I'm being serious when I say that. There's a magical force there that we are allowing. We are imbuing these people with the power to enslave us. We're giving it over to them. When you hand the keys to someone, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to take your car. I mean, I think it is, I don't know. You really need to focus on what I said. And I'd say do it as quickly as possible. Another thing too, when I asked you to grab that cross, why did you grab this one instead of that one?
Because that one's just kind of glued on. It broke, and I was afraid I would break it if I
was nothing, no reason why other than it was just broken.
Yeah, it's like halfway together.
Well, stay prayed up, and I would, rebuke anything that's coming your way that that you feel like could be a possibility of being the source of all this. And I would do everything in my power, if I were you, to cleanse my house and take back what is mine. And especially if I lived alone, I would be like, man, this is my house. I mean, you just got to worry about yourself. You don't even have to worry about all these other people. So just focus on you and getting yourself right with God, and your house is clean because it's just you, right? It's just you.
Hopefully, maybe you heard that if you go back and listen to it.
I'll go back and listen. I didn't hear.
They just did it again right there. Okay.
It's probably and somebody said it's living off of your energy. Lori says get lit.
And right there, it just
probably right. Yeah, it's trying to feed off of you. This thing that's about the size of a ball or whatever is going to get bigger. It's going to become bigger.
What?
It's going to grow if you allow it, because it's feeding off of your energy.
Is that how they work? Is that what happens?
Yeah, and if it's moving around, then it's probably not attached to you, because a lot of times people have an attachment that never really leaves them. It just stays on them. And I've had people tell me like they've come out of their body and that's how they saw the attachment, was when they were out of their body, they saw this thing attached to their laying while their body is laying in bed. They can see it attach itself. It's attached to their body while they're sleeping.
Check, this thing was in my washing machine, and I went and in the name of Jesus commanded it to leave my washing machine and never to return. I seen it come out of the washing machine, and now it's just free around the house. I can't get it. I can't do anything with it.
People say, well, when you acknowledge that they feed off of you, it's best to ignore them. That's not always the case. And I'll say something about that. More mental attention you give it, it grows. We'll talk about that. I'm going to let you run. Okay. I have to get to other people, but
thank you.
Keep me posted and do, you can message me through email and let me know how this goes. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, man. So I want to address that real quick, because that's not completely accurate. But I mean, I want to talk to this one first. Toasty says here, Fred Denny was in the thing, and I wanted to talk to him, but he jumped out or whatever. Toasty, I want to say something about this. When you acknowledge them, they feed off of you. Here, there are times when, and Abe has talked about this on his show, and I've listened to them talk about it, and we've talked about it. And I don't think he's trolling, John. I think he's just got some issues, going on in his house. But sometimes it is, you don't have time to sit there and acknowledge it, and it's okay to ignore it. But if you ignore it, a problem that's big, it starts to get worse. Okay. You are not doing in your best interest. You are not doing what's best for yourself, for your family, your pets, your household, none of that. You need to, at some point, confront it. If you see something once and you're not feeling like tired and drained, and it's like maybe you don't feel like it's attaching itself, and then, okay, fine, whatever. But when something starts to become a problem where you see it more than a couple times, I'd say at least twice, maybe three, there's something there. Could be from you, or it could be from someone that you live with, or whatever. It could be something you brought home from work. You don't know. There's people that go to work, and they'll message me all the time. I had this guy at work, and he I think I got attachment from him. Yeah, it can happen.
Mhm.
There's a lady whose boss, I felt really bad for her. And I told her, I'm not a legal counsel or anything, but she needs to go after this guy because he's always touching her on the back and things like that. And she felt like this guy he gave her an attachment because this thing could just slide down off of their shoulder, off of their arm. And these things will have, when these things are birthed, I know sounds completely weird. We're not going to get into a whole dissertation about that, but there can be multiples. They'll be like twins, triplets, quadruplets,
Like
quintuplets.
batches?
Yes, there'll be batches of them. And they'll have this, attachment, and one of them will slither off and go to someone else because it's tired of competing with its siblings for your life force. And some people are so parasitized that the parasite basically tells them to do this so that they can jump onto someone else. Right.
Mm-hmm.
And so they do that. And another thing too, people think it's a joke about the full moon. That's a reason why I believe that some of these attachments do what they do. If you have parasites in your body, and a lot of people do because they don't do cleanses and stuff, you can get, and they age you,
Mm-hmm.
You see somebody that looks like, they're like, I'm 50, and they're like, and you're like, what in the heck? What is sucking your blood and life out of you, dude?
Yeah.
And you look 70. And I'm not even trying to be mean, but there's people I went to school with, and I'll see them, and I've seen them at the store in Taylor, and they're like, hey man, you're like, whoa. And I know these people, they're not drinking and doing drugs. They're just, one of my cousins he just looks like he's 70 years old. And man, he looks terrible. And it had gray and white hair. And it started when he was like 40. Just looks like he's 70 years old. He could pass for 60.
Jeez.
And he's 49, and you're going,
That's sad.
It's so sad. And there are parasites that get on you, physically get on you, mentally get on you, and spiritually. And they go crazy during the full moon because they live through lunar cycles. I'm not even joking.
Mm-hmm.
Look it up. A good parasite cleanse, mentally, physically, spiritually. Baptism, everybody always talks about baptism. Like that's the main deal. No, the main deal is salvation, saying the salvation prayer. Baptism is secondary. Baptism is a thing that we do in the flesh to confirm the spirit, right? You don't go get baptized and then get saved. I thought people do that too. And they're like, well, I'm going to get saved. I'm just not ready yet. I'm going to go get baptized. And I'm like, well, that's a waste of time. That's an absolute waste of your energy. And you're going to waste the preacher's time too. On people that should be getting baptized, and that doesn't do anything. And throwing water on a baby when they're born, what good does that do? It's a ritual that really means nothing because you're praying over the baby. I get it. And you're dipping them in holy water or whatever, but they have to be old enough to say the prayer of acceptance because there is a leniency up to a certain point.
I think it makes sense, but it shouldn't count as like your baptism.
It is not your true baptism.
It's for your protection, or it's for the baby's protection. But
yeah,
I don't.
But other than that, that's not salvation either.
No,
people say, "Well, I was baptized as a baby," and they don't even have salvation. One of the biggest problems with the Catholic Church is they don't say the salvation prayer ever. They don't even know what that is. Like hardcore Catholics who've never done anything but be Catholic, when you talk to them, like I was in CCD. Don't try to tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. I talked to some of the other kids there even when I was young, and they were just like, what? Like they had no clue what that was.
Yeah.
They are not taught a salvation prayer. And they look at you like you're from outer space, and they think that all these other things that they're doing. And some of them will even argue when you say you're Christian, they're like, well, I'm Catholic. And you're like, well, you're a Christian too. No, I'm Catholic. And they'll sit there and I dated one.
Yeah.
And she was just real adamant that she wasn't a Christian. She was a Catholic. And I'm like,
because they think Christian means Protestant.
Yeah, they think you're a Protestant or something, and I'm like, no. And that division in Protestantism, does it too. They refuse to see eye to eye on anything, and that's a problem. And then everybody wants to say, that their religion is the true one, and everybody else is going to hell. Alex Ventura says, "Is this the God channel?" I don't know. Is it, Alex? I don't know. What do you think? I'm going to let you decide. You make up your own mind. You're a grown man. So it is, let's put it this way, Alex. Let's see. We'll put Alex's comment on there. We'll put it this way, Alex. Like, if you're dealing with demonic power, demonic influence, and people throwing curses and doing really evil things, and people, you're seeing creatures that don't look like they should be around. You know what I mean? Like, then you need God. God is going to come in some form or another. I'm sorry that you have a relationship where you don't really care about it, but there's a lot of people that really do, and they need it because they don't have it. And somebody was snarky the other day and messaged me, and they're like, "You're going to lose some of your audience because you don't like the left. You're going to lose your audience because you talk about God." I'm like, good. Good. I don't want those people in my chat. I don't care. If they're here to learn and they want to pay attention and learn something, they can learn something. Otherwise, they can go to there's a class down the hall, Satanism 101. They can go learn over there. That's where they can go. Just like I was told in a Bigfoot group, go down the hall for Dogman. This group is for big feet. And I could tell by the guy's beard down here, and his wife beater shirt, and his man boobs hanging out, and his long, unkept hair. Yeah, he was in the right chat.
Drinking Budweiser.
I believe in Bigfoot because I was out there. I was eating skull.
Chasing them boogers.
And there's boogers in the trees, and I was eating them, and there's bugs, and I got Lyme disease. And of course you did, Delbert. Of course you did.
Weight loss of green.
I don't believe in none of that ghosty stuff, man. They start talking about it, they get scared. You know why they get scared? Because they don't have Christ. I got a 6'5" Creedmoor. I don't need Jesus. My 2 teeth right here, so don't talk about my face. I got 2 teeth left. I've been eating skull since I was 2. Copenhagen and skull. I mix it in Jello and I eat it.
It never hurt me.
I eat that crap. You don't even know. You don't even know. That's what the Bigfoot community should be. It's just full of people like me. Just full of crap. And the ghost people are over there like, did I hear a spooky noise? Oh my God. Yeah. It's a spooky. Did you hear that? At this point, we challenge the demon. We're like, come on. You want to play Scrabble? Come on. I challenged him. Took my shirt off, swung it around. That demon was running. He was running. Are you the person that was killed here back in 1871? No, it's not the person that was killed in 1870. They're already gone. They moved on. But something else will come along and pretend to be that person. Hey, how you doing? He checked out, but yeah. What's going on? You want me to pretend? I'll mess with you so I can jump on your back and attach myself. And then they always end up with an attachment.
Yeah.
In private, you know how many times I've talked to ghost hunters and they're like, yeah, well, I went over there to this, insane asylum, got choked, body slammed and fondled. And now I have 3 demons that follow me around.
I don't know where I went wrong.
I don't know what happened.
How could this happen?
I don't know if they're demons. I think they're ghosts. One of them, yeah, for sure they're ghosts. One of them's name is Charlie Chuckles. And he's cool, man. He's cool. He looks like a clown. He says he's going to introduce me to some other ghosts. I'm going to go and check out some other haunted shit.
We're going to go to a ghost party.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be a good time.
It's going to be like a spirit demon mixer theme.
How's your back feeling? Horrible. I feel like I got 5 people laying on top of it at all times. Oh, makes sense. How about I lay hands on you? Ooh, no. Ooh, brother, no. Ooh. No, brother. Same thing with the UFO people. You talk about them and they're like, I believe in the planet Z6789. This is where these blue avians came down. They have these giant things that hang off of their heads, and they have abducted me many times and probed me in multiple orifices. But no, I would never try to call out to Jesus. They told me not to do that it would agitate things and make my anus hurt worse. Therefore, I do not do that. I try to stay far, far away from that and anything that has to do with God. Because these Xenu aliens are very particular about that. They use the phallic symbols, and they use, you always know it's them because it's kind of like an Amazon symbol, but there's 3 of them. They have 3 penises.
Anyway, they told me just to trust the science on it, so I'm going to trust that. I'm going to
trust the science.
Their science is more sciencey than our science.
Yeah.
Trust the science.
Mm-hmm. Just like Fiji water. It's more watery than water. That's why I drink it. That's why I pay $3 more for it. And then you're like, well, you could try Jesus. Ew, brother. Ew. What's that? What's that, brother? Why Jesus? Why can't you trust Muhammad or Gautama or Vishnu? Why Jesus, brother? All these other religions have done so well. We get an attachment, we live with it. We don't tell it to leave. It becomes our friend. We feed it. Look, there's one collar on my back now. Give him some fava beans. There you go. Little fella. He's getting quite big, though. He's getting big. He's like a tumor. This is what happens. And then when you try to tell him, hey, maybe you should try something else. Oh, no. I'm going to do this. This is a good. Yeah. This is going to work out. I'm going to shave my head like Britney and get crazy with it. Get crazy with the cheese whiz. Yeah. I'm going to rub it all over my head. Prepare for the alien abduction. Right. Or the ghost to attach themselves, to me, or for Bigfoot to come out of the woods. I'll give him some apples and some snuff. He'll love it. They love tobacco. Red man. And and then they wonder why the hell all of this stuff happens. And then they're like, oh, that guy Josh Turner, man, he's weird, man. He's trying to say that it's all connected. This is all absolutely not connected. When you go into a grocery store and you buy fruits and vegetables and meat, that's why you keep it all separate. Yeah, you keep it separate until you cook it, right? And then when you chew it and you eat it, it all goes into your mouth, where that's the first part of digestion.
Oh, that cooking is witchcraft.
Then into your stomach. You realize it all goes to the same place, right?
Damn alchemy. Kitchen alchemy.
It goes to Uranus, where these blue people come from. I'm not saying this stuff doesn't exist. I'm saying that they're going about it the wrong way. And I have been to UFO conferences, and I have been like, these people are absolutely out of their damn minds because of the way that they go about it. I've been to Bigfoot conferences. It's typically people really, they're just, not all of them, but a lot of them are just really, they don't look like they're there to socialize, which can be a good thing. But they also don't look like they're bathing a whole lot. I'm not even joking. And they love the cutoff shirts, and no matter what it looks like, they wear them. People like that. Like, I'm cognizant, socially aware that I probably shouldn't wear certain things in public. Mm-hmm. These people aren't. Yeah. Well, I've been living out there where them boogers been coming around. Okay. God, man. Oh my gosh.
Show up looking like a mountain man.
The ghost people too. They have their own, they have their own, oh, you try to talk to them. Buy my book. Okay. Yeah. Well, I want to ask you a question. Buy my book. If you buy my book and you read it, then I'll maybe come on your show. I don't give a shit if you come on my show or not. Well, okay, fine then. Me and my spirits will not be attending anything you do. Maybe you have multiple personality disorder. Maybe that's what, maybe that's your problem. Well, you're the one who believes in Jesus and the Sky Daddy. They'll have a problem with Jesus. They don't like it. They don't. Yeah. The Bigfoot people like Jesus up to a degree, and then they're like, now we're going to start talking about this is a physical thing. Stop it. Quit. So let's go. I got to bring Fred on, guys. Hang on one second if you're in the chat there. Fred, what's going on, man?
Not a lot yourself.
Doing okay, man. Doing okay. Just dodging bullets like the Matrix. What's going on with you?
I'm the guy who made your little.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've got
absolutely.
Some more stuff.
Yeah. That's why I brought you on.
Cool. Thank you.
So, what do you want to talk about, Fred?
I actually had a couple of experiences in my life.
Yeah.
I was born on Friday the 13th and almost died. So.
One on Friday the 13th?
Yes.
And you almost died.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, tell us what happened. Was it a near-death experience that you had?
No. This is 1 year when I was little.
Uh-huh.
We had Spider-Man with Amazing Friends, that kind of timeline. A little nervous, but But I seen 2 sets of green eyes in the closet.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah. And I usually
Yeah.
close the closet door, and I just
Were they beautiful and
What's
floating?
that?
Were they beautiful?
No, not so
No,
much.
they weren't beautiful.
Good.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
But I just really didn't pay much attention to it, and I just kind of just went do. I need to shut the closet door.
How old were you, Fred?
I don't know. I would say maybe 7, 8. I wasn't that old.
Wow.
And I know later on when I was living in this house where I actually grew up in, my aunt lived downstairs, my great aunt actually, and got a dog named Tippy. And every now and then would bark at something at night, but there was nothing there. There was no one else there. Did it a couple times. I don't know why it kind of registered in my brain like that, but it always did. You know, that's yeah.
So you saw these green eyes, but nothing else happened. There was no encounters or anything that was attached to it. No.
No. I mean, there were some things that happened also in that house besides that, but
Yeah. Well, what happened?
this was during the daytime. I was kind of taking a nap.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
I was older. I was like 19 or 15, and there was something that sat on the bed right next to me.
What is it? What did it look like?
I couldn't see it. It was invisible. It was just, you could just feel it.
You could just feel the pressure. Yeah, that's a very common phenomenon. People feeling that stuff. My mother used to claim that would happen a lot in one of the houses she lived in. Let me ask you a question though. This was the same room that you were as a child?
Yeah, it was a different room. It was a different room.
But it was the same house.
Yes.
Yeah. And let me ask you this: when this was going on, when you had this encounter, whatever it was, you never saw anything. You never had any. Did you see shadows in the corner of your eye? Did you have anything at all?
No, but you just kind of felt sometimes that something was watching you. You wasn't alone.
Mm-hmm. And it probably was.
Yeah.
It's probably there. Did you? Was your household? Were you guys Christians or where were you?
Not really nothing. I know I went to Baptist, First Baptist, for a little bit, but that's about it. But I mean, I know there's a God for sure, but.
And Baptists don't always. They don't always put a whole lot of stock in anything like that. I mean, it's they're not gonna. So you're not really taught like a whole lot of spirituality in the Baptist church. That was the problem.
I know when I was younger, I always was thought, okay, if I'm doing Catholic or Baptist or this one, if I don't select the right religion, I'm going to hell. That just didn't make any sense to me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it doesn't make sense because it's not correct. Mm-hmm. I mean, the denomination doesn't matter. It's just who you give your money to, basically.
Yep.
But let me ask you this. So you had an experience on Friday the 13th and you nearly died. What happened with that?
Nothing. Just pretty much I had the umbilical cord around my neck at birth. And
when you were born?
Yeah.
Okay.
Apologize about that.
Oh, so were you dead on
No, I was blue.
Okay. Yeah, because I know people who were born deceased and they were brought back. Yeah, and they have like the eye now. So
I know a house in Columbia was renting at one point in time. There was some wicked shit in that place as well.
Yeah. What happened?
There was a room that I had my drafting tables in with my light in it. And there was a guy that lived there that said that he can kind of neutralize the spirits. And I really didn't think much of it until he left. Then I remember one time looking down the hallway and it was pitch black. And I thought, hey, my lamp finally went out. Then I seen something moving towards me.
Wow.
And I heard a growl. The guy said it was like a Finrin or whatever it was. But
Fenrir?
Something in that nature.
He said you had Fenrir in your house?
In something of that nature. I'm not quite sure the name, but it's been years ago.
Okay, I'm going to tell you.
Creek came out.
What did this? Okay, let me ask you a question. Did this guy? Was he into like Viking mythology? Did he have runes?
I don't believe so. I don't believe he was. But they said that his girlfriend said he just neutralizes any ghosts and spirits of any place they go. He just
because there's avatars of Fenrir, and let me tell you something. There are people. There is actually cults too, They mimic like some of these Norse mythological, and they're just cults, is what they are. But they do invoke the children of Loki, which to them is a form of the devil, the bad guy. Loki is the bad guy. And some of them do this weird thing. Yeah, D says the wolf who eats the sun. That's who that is. I'll post that link that right there. There are a couple that come to mind. One of them I don't even want to talk about because they're so twisted and evil, and they believe in the elder gods. And D, if you want to jump on and talk about it, D, you can come because my brother can tell you about it. Because back when he was into his whatever, he was looking into this particular group. And you don't have to say the name of it because, like I said, I don't want to mess with them. But their whole objective was to bring the elder gods across and like bridge, the gap between, because God created a gulf between us and that world for a reason. And they want to bring it now. There are other beliefs and religions too. There is a Gnostic belief. Now, somebody needs to understand. People ask me about Gnosticism all the time, and I'm going to say this: Gnosticism is not one just unified group of people.
Yeah, it was very much different depending on the region.
It is all everybody's own. It's just like regular Christianity, except it's Gnostic. They don't. And Gnostic is just knowledge, gnosis, which it means knowledge, right? But Jesus says we die for lack of knowledge, right? So these Gnostics, their whole things in the early church, the early Christian church was Gnostic. What they wanted was to show everybody the real, true world. And there was this form of Gnosticism that said that we have been created, or this world was dominated and created by not even a true God. It was an angel. And that the real, true, actual God that sent Christ, this is what they believe. I'm not saying this is what I believe, okay? And they believe that this God, which a lot of them call the demiurge, actually, created this world. And he's not the one true powerful God. Now, he's the God of this world, but Jesus refers to the God of this world as Satan, right? And this is the world of illusion, right? But that God is called Abraxas. That is what one of the Gnostic beliefs is. And that's, and then of course you look at his name, he's got like 7 letters in the name, and he's made up of 365 different numbers. Like, right. So 1, 2, 3, and all those together is a code that makes up 365. But that's weird. But then when you stop and you look at like the Hindus, they actually say that one divine year to Brahman, which is their god, whatever, is 365 of our years. And then we have 365 days, in the year. And so that's the weird thing about it, and I'm not, like I said, this is a disclaimer. I'm not saying I believe this because I don't know. I know that I follow the God that Jesus tells us to follow. That's who I follow. I don't put stock into these other deities that people say are God, because everybody has their own version of God. That is the truth. They really do. And people have an image in their head of who God or what God is. And it's up to you to connect and find that true God. So there is a lot of weird, like all these offshoots and things like that. Fallen angels, archons, they set themselves up as gods. Fenrir, there is a cult that followed Fenrir, especially from the Norse. A lot of them, you would see a lot of the imagery whenever they would sack these European cities and Asian cities too. They would carve the symbol of Fenrir, or people would say, "Oh, it's a dragon," that they would use on the front of their boats, but that's actually a wolf's head with scales, because they often made it look like it, like the wolf had scales, but it was their armor, and so people didn't understand what that meant. But Fenrir was actually
I know this thing showed itself to me at one point in time.
It did?
Yeah, it had like horns and it had like teeth things, and the eyes wasn't round; it was kind of wavy, and then it had like a bottom of a goat. It was like broken animation as it walked through the walls.
Wow!
Yeah.
So you saw this? So
Yeah.
you saw, and it had horns.
Yeah.
And so did
The
it look
beard.
like what we would think of as a goat man, or did it look more wolf-like?
It looked more goat, but it was just weird because it was on the wall and it just
Well, that changes
like
it right
broken
there.
animation. I mean, like a 2D, clip. I mean, it was just weird. And I was frozen in fear. And I did have some paranormal people come out there to kind of take a look at some things, and they got a little voice message that says, "Let me in." And we're like,
Yeah,
"No,
how about not?
no, thank you, no, thank you."
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Stacy Lewis says, did it have scales on the lower part? And Thorwolf says, not Fenrir-like. That is not Fenrir-like at all. Fenrir-like would be the giant black wolf.
I knew it was something with fin or whatever, but I mean, this has been years ago. I mean, quite over 10 or 20 years ago. So it's been a while.
Yeah. And then this guy says the Baphomet. So if you look at the Baphomet entity, he has those horns that go up and come out like this. How did the horns look?
I guess they kind of went up like that.
So they kind of went out like this?
Yeah, up like this, yeah.
That might be a little bit different.
If I remember that correctly. I mean, I was like, oh, this isn't normal. I should not be seeing this.
Yeah, because the Baphomet kind of goes like this. It goes up and they go out like that, kind of.
And I just know the eyes were just really different. It wasn't circle. It was like wavy.
And the face was goat-like? Or
it wasn't goat-like. It was a normal human face, but it had fangs.
Normal
beard.
human face.
Yeah.
Okay. So it would have looked more like a satyr type creature. So it had pretty big horns. So it was a human face with big horns.
It wasn't great big, but I mean, it was big enough to know that not like an elk or a deer or whatever. But it was
how tall would it have been?
Maybe like that tall, maybe a little bit more.
It was a small little entity.
No, it's small horns.
The horns. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you saw this thing, how old were you?
Probably maybe my 30s or late 20s. I have to go back and do a time analysis and figure out how old I was, but I mean, it was. It's definitely been over 7 or 8 years or 10 years.
Wow. And this guy said that it was the spirit of Fenrir.
Or Finn something. I wasn't quite, can't remember a lot. But I know my Palm Pre kept messing up and getting messages and doing certain things as well.
Thorwolf says Panrear.
Panrear.
I'm trying to rack my brain of thinking what could start with the FEN. I don't know what could be.
And I don't remember either. I mean, I remember something with Finn, something. If I'm remembering correctly, I might not be remembering, but I know what I saw. And I know at one point in time, I played a bunch of religious music, and all of a sudden, all the power went out. And the guy who comes in and fixes everything goes, I've been here for like so many years, like 10, 20 years. I've never seen the power go out like this before.
And Benjamin says, what about Fawn? Could it have been Fawn?
I'm not sure. It might have been. I have no idea.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And then Shade Viking says they're all the same to me. That's the problem, though. I mean, they're not all the same, and the apparatus that they use they do different things. So it is important to kind of know like what you're dealing with. Yeah. I know that people will say, "Well, it all comes from the same paranormal soup." It does. But you need to know also what because they have different modes, different reasons for doing what they do, and different, I mean, everything. I mean, they could be very, very different, and they could, because the reason you need to know that is because you need to know what sin is attracting them to you.
Yeah.
And it's not always just a sin. It's like a proclivity that you have that they could be waiting for your sin. because you haven't committed the sin, but that doesn't mean you're not going to. And so there could be something there. They see a weakness and they're looking to exploit it. Now, sometimes they're not just there for you, period. They're just there in that general area, and they've taken up residence. And here's another weird thing. I could tell a story. I know tonight's not really for me to tell stories, but I'm going to do this very quickly. There's one I got, and it was from Chesapeake Bay, I believe it was. But anyway, the important thing was this woman, she had this entity that was coming into her house like a succubus or an incubus. And the problem was that her neighbor catty corner from her was seeing this thing. Her and her husband were seeing it move around their house. They'd only been living there for about 6 months. The people that lived there before, who this woman that was getting visited, they knew that there was something there. They had talked about it. And so she was recently divorced and she became lonely. And so she started going on these dating websites, and she started, I mean, by her own admission, she was lonely, and she started dating different men. And she thinks that one of them may have, she doesn't know exactly which one. There were two in particular that were kind of off, a little weird. And she thinks that this thing that was over at her neighbor's house started showing up at her house because she could compare notes with those people and with the new people that came, and they were seeing it too, and particularly down like in their bottom floor. And they were describing the same entity. I met her through one of these supposed psychics at a paranormal conference that was like trying to tell me all about the power she had, or whatever. But anyway, she did give me that. I don't really talk to that person anymore because she was like, she met not the woman from the story, but this other person. She messaged me. She's like, I read your tarot cards and it's very disturbing. And I'm like, okay, thank you, but don't do that, please. Goodbye. And so that was the end of it. I quit communication with her because I don't need somebody trying to push that on me. But this woman though that got in touch with me, because this woman didn't want to mess with it because she goes, I only do ghosts, dead spirits, whatever. And this is more like a cryptid. Well, this cryptid wasn't really a cryptid, and none of them really are. Let's just be honest. They're not. That's not what they are. This isn't cryptozoology. I'm being serious. Fake people can call it what they will, figure it out. But these are entities, or demonic entities that walk around on two legs that are anthropomorphic. This was a very goat-like entity, but it had a bald head, kind of like how people describe like these vampires. But instead of wings, it just had like an upper body, like one of these bald-headed, weird-looking, and it had horns. And it had the goat-like legs, and she could hear it, like it would wake her up with the ba-boom, ba-boom, ba-boom of its hooves. Mm-hmm. And she would wake up in the middle of the night, and this thing would jump on top of her, and then she couldn't see anything after that. She would see it prior to the whatever it would try to do to her. Then she would go into this dreamlike state, and she would wake up and feel like she had been assaulted, which was horrific. And her neighbors claimed that thing took up residence in their house, but it wasn't doing anything to them. It was literally going over to her house and doing it to her. And so here's the catch. Here's the
neighbor.
Yeah. So these things can literally live in the same vicinity that you're at, but then they roam around and do things at night to other people. So there could be a demonic entity that calls its home, like it's at home somewhere, but it leaves and goes and does its nightly, predations on people, right? So what you were dealing with could have been something that lived in your domicile, but it didn't really attack you or affect you, right?
It did kind of bite me.
Oh, it did.
It bit you, yeah.
Oh, well, then it did attack you.
Yeah.
Okay. So what all happened with it? What did it do to you?
It just basically bit my wrist and had like two little dots right there. I mean, it was just, what was this like? But I mean,
do you feel like did it exsanguinate anything, like blood from you?
I think it might. I don't know. It might have, but it's been a while. I mean, it was eerie. It was just, I was frozen in fear pretty much. And I could just feel that thing kind of slithering down the hall. And you know, you could just
slithering.
Sense it. What's that?
It was slithering?
No, I could just feel like it was. I mean, just how the energy was coming at me, if you know what I mean.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because a lot of, and that's another thing too, people don't grasp is that the vampires, they're it's, believe it or not, that's one of the most common types of demons. It is very common. Like everything is a flip, folks. Everything is the flip side. You know, we hear in this real reality, when you start to wake up to the real reality, you start to realize that a lot of these entities and beings and whatever, they're really common. It is not like they try to say, oh, wow, you saw that? That's incredible. Like that's very rare. No, it's not rare. And these vampires are not rare. And them attaching themselves and using people to drink actual human blood is not rare. It is not rare. That's the thing. And something bit you with fangs and it probably exsanguinated blood from you. And, you know, here's the catch. When we talk about Solomon, you know, we've said it 1,000 times, like his manservant's son and one of his people. You know, he was attacked by a vampiric entity that drained his blood, and that's how the other demons got hemmed up. Because of one of the vampires that did it. But a lot of these entities are vampiric. People don't understand that. They don't grasp that. Because it is a type of parasite, I'm telling you. And that parasite gets into everything.
Wasn't there a ring of Solomon as well?
The ring was given to him to stop these predations. It's weird though, because he used these demons to build a temple to God, which doesn't make sense to me. Why would God want a temple that was built by the unclean? That's another reason why, like, you know, when you start looking at the Old Testament, you're going like, why is that? And then when Jesus died, that temple was broken. Boom, boom. So why would that be? Why would the temple break like that? And there's all these theologians will go, well, if you look at chapter blah, 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 I believe that this is what happened. And I'm like, really? Because it still doesn't make any sense. You can find a bunch of reasons why, you know, bomb go boom, but why did bomb actually go boom? You know, we can go to the science of it, but what caused that to go boom? Somebody set the bomb there and made it go boom. Right. I mean, and people just say things because they want to sound like they're smart and they know more than you. And I've talked to all these Bible theologists, and at the end of the day, none of them can give you a really good explanation, and they'll make stuff up. Like they'll be like, well, the rapture, and I'll ask them, where is it in the Bible? Well, you know, it's, you know, because, you know, what, well, you know, and they can't really give you we'll be caught up in the air. That's anybody who passes over. That doesn't tell me anything. And so you when you take them to task, a lot of them they can't hold water.
Isn't one of the asylums they speak of is actually filled with more of possessed people?
What?
A lot of the asylums?
Mental? Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what we talked about last night with Joe Breezy. And he's actually in the queue here. We can bring Breezy on, and he can let's bring him on here. And then we have Tony too. What's up, Tony? How you doing?
Did you ever get the rest of my stuff that I sent you a couple weeks ago?
Well,
yes, I saw. Hold on one second, Tony, and Breezy, just mute your mic just for a second, then we'll get you on here. Yeah, and the logo thing. I'm gonna look into trying to maybe do that. I want to get that logo, the one where it's like a wolf, like, you know, but I don't like we can talk about it right now, whatever, just the little werewolf at the bottom. People are not gonna know what that is. We can take it off there.
I sent you some more stuff after that.
Yeah, and then there's one where instead of like the guy in the middle, the zombie, you have that little flying creature. That's great. So we're looking into getting those. I
did the one for the zombie hand too. I'll always send them to you.
Yeah, do that, man. You did a great job on those. So is that all that happened? I mean, was there anything else that you wanted to tell us? Did anything else?
That's pretty much it. I mean, you got a great show, by the way. I've been following you for a while, since on Dick Vince's show, and so Yeah, I've been around for for years since the very first live stream before
Yeah.
sure that.
Well, I appreciate it, dude. I'm glad to meet you on the show. That's awesome to talk to you.
Yeah.
But the thing is, because we were trying to talk, we were trying to hook up so we could talk about the logos. This guy's a great artist.
Yeah,
he's awesome. I know some good artists, but this guy's really good.
Yeah, his logo's really cool.
And I'm sorry that happened to you, but if it ever does come around again, like I said, plead the blood of Jesus and pray.
Oh yeah,
and keep.
I did do like I something see something like Shift Coffee or Paranormal State when you prayed and you kind of picture that holy light around you.
Yeah,
I did that, and I slept the best I did during that time.
That's good.
Yeah, God is real. God is definitely.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And these entities that the true living God, is that's the key right there. They cannot withstand that, and that light burns the living crap out of them. I'm not even joking. You can sear those things off of you too. People think, I got this attachment, I got to go through all this and that. You can, if you're in the faith and you have the white light, you can take them right off of you. It's like going through a swamp, folks. I'm going to tell you that this is an analogy. Right? You're walking through a swamp and you come up out of the water and you got leeches all over you. That's what happens when you go into these areas that are inhabited by these creatures, whether it's the woods or it's a house or it's an insane asylum. You are walking through enemy territory, and they're gonna latch on, but you can burn them right off. I've had leeches on me, and I burned them off. You just got them, and then they don't like it. They fall. Been a long time since I've had to walk through that kind of water or whatever, but there is something to this, and I'm glad that you brought that up. And if that guy told you that was a fawn, though, I don't think that's exactly correct. But Fenrir doesn't really match either. So
I know it's something that wasn't good.
Yeah, I can tell. Well, if it bit you, then it's vampiric. It definitely wasn't good.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, I'm going to let you run. We got a lot of people in the queue. Fred, thank you for joining us, and we'll be in touch.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, thank you. So that's Fred Denny. He's working on some what do you call concept art for us for a new logo. We're going to make a new logo with a new, design, revamped. So what do you got for us, Tony? And I know Breezy, you're going to be talking. So Tony, do you got something for us tonight?
Well, I've been following a lot about what you're talking about, and I think that there is a definite spiritual
turn them up
basis for a lot of the things that people come on and talk about seeing. And I have a firm belief that everybody's talking about the 1%ers, the Illuminati, or some whatever name you want to call it. But I actually believe who's in control and actually has their hand on the levers that operate this world are fallen angels.
Oh yeah.
And I think that the Nephilim were created back in Genesis 6. And a lot of them were killed off in Noah's flood. But it also said that there would be Nephilim later on too. So
for all time.
They're in the times of Noah and the times of the future, yeah.
Right. I think that those fallen angels are still producing Nephilim. Now, I was taught in theology school that the demons that you talk about are the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim. And that's what you're dealing with in a lot of cases. In some cases, you're actually dealing with a fallen angel.
Yeah.
Which is a very significant
that's a difference.
Type of situation. So it's much more serious. And there are certain people who have willingly allowed some spirit or fallen angel, demon, whatever, to possess them. And these people are what some of the exorcists that I've known over the years call perfect possession.
Yep.
They're done for.
Yeah.
And they're gone. And one of the things that the only mortal sin that I know of as a Protestant minister would be rejection of the Holy Spirit.
Holy Spirit.
A lot of times people says, or take the Lord's name in vain. Well, that doesn't mean cussing per se. What it means is the Holy Spirit has reached out to you to try to get you to come to Christ. And every time you turn it down, it hardens your heart.
Yeah, blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is, and people need to understand what that is.
Yeah, it's not something you say; it's something you do.
It's something you do.
Like Pharaoh was an example. His heart was hardened, and even with all the miracles that Moses and his brothers performed, he still, even after he let the people of the Israelites go, his pride got to him and he went after them. And of course, his whole army was lost in the Red Sea. It closed back up. But I believe that all of these different creatures, you see some of them that are part ant, like a minotaur, part horse, part man. And again, I think that is part of, the stuff the Nephilim did. What do you think, Breezy?
Well, I think when it comes down to actual, this is a really hard one. What I think is the blasphemous is the rejection of the Holy Spirit, 100%.
That's
I'm not a fan of okay, so this is my gig, but if I'm just a dude chilling, like say I'm a copper worker, or I'm a stone worker, and the firstborn fallen, right? Like, and Pesach, Passover, and just because Joe Biden or President Trump doesn't agree with God, that my firstborn has to be fallen because of it. Like that didn't it don't scream God to me. Like God has passion and mercy, like Christ had. If the way that Christ had passion and mercy was on a different level than what the God of the Old Testament talks about. So he's not a jealous God. He's not, I just don't buy that concept, me personally. And I'm not telling anybody to believe what I believe. But
Christ came a suffering servant the first time. The second time he comes back is going to be a different story. He'll be a conquering warrior.
It deals with his words.
Okay, yeah.
That's exactly right. But that's a different, we're talking about. So let me, we'll back up a little bit. When we're talking about the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, the rejection of
blasphemy,
what is right, and then you die with that rejection. That is unforgivable because you're gone from this realm. You had that opportunity. So that is why Jesus talks about it being unforgivable. And it's even if you do it, and you don't really mean it, but it's in your nature, just doing it. You know what I mean? That's a problem. And there's a lot to be said for that. And I don't necessarily believe in redemption for everyone. Yes, everyone can be redeemed, but not everybody has the ability to accept the redemption, if that makes sense. Because if you look at somebody who's a psychopath, a sociopath, they're beyond redemption. Their brain literally does not work like ours, and they don't have empathy. They were born without it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
And
somebody who can't feel that, how do
Like
they?
they're physically incapable.
They're incapable of
What
it.
if
So
they're
that's a blasphemy right there in and of itself.
What
I
if they
think that
bloodline, and that's why they're that way?
right.
What Tony? What'd you say?
What if they're of a corrupted bloodline? That's why they're a psychopath or a sociopath.
And that goes to the question that Dustin Ratton says there. He says, was Goliath a spawn? A legitimate question. Goliath absolutely was of the Nephilim bloodline. Now you got to understand this. This is important to know. Okay. And I'll tell you why. Lucifer, there was a war, right? And he fell. And that's we don't really hear a whole lot more from him in the Bible. Now there is a lot of other stuff in the Gnostics and different types of stuff, but he's not. He's just kind of there and he kind of fades away. But there is the spirit of Shaitan, the Hashatan, as Joe would call it, and they inhabited this earth because their leader was the god of this world. So you're talking about a different God, the God of the New Testament. You're talking about, that's why people don't understand. They get confused. So you have literally 3 different forms of leadership, actually 4 different forms of leadership going on. You had the Shaitan, you had Lucifer and his rebellion, and then you had the Watchers. These are all angelic beings, right?
Right.
They were all
And
angelic.
then you get the I am,
then you have and you have these
creator.
The creator. And so you have these different beings all vying for power and your attention. But I believe that mankind, this is what I truly believe, they corrupted the word of God by putting God's name into everything so that they could get what they wanted. So I want a bunch of virgins and I want a bunch of this and that. So God said to do this. God said this and God said that. And that's not what God's not saying any of that. That's what you're saying because you're a corrupted priesthood.
Yeah.
And you are actually of the house of Satan and you're a synagogue of Satan. And Jesus says that. He says, your father. Jesus kind of like, I don't know who your father's not my father. He goes, your father's Satan. You know, you're following the devil and you have been for a long time. But it also talks about how the Anunnaki, and I see the other people who jumping in and out. Johnny, what's going on? Just hang tight for a minute. Andres. So, you know, when I tell people, they're like, well, what's going on? What is this Archon? Well, an Archon are the fallen. The Archon are actually Lucifer's angels. The Archon are actually the Shaitan that were here. Those are all Archons. But they have descendants. And the bloodline gets diluted because they were using what was at their disposal to recreate. Lilith, if you go back to the Kabbalah, Lilith was being used to
Torah.
Yeah, the oral exactly, and they used her as a procreating machine because she rejected what she was told to do. So then she went into the forest and she found, you know, Satan. Some stories say it was Lucifer, others say it was Cain, but he was possessed of the spirit of the Shaitan. Either way, it doesn't matter.
We don't talk
people.
The other dude that we don't talk about.
So they end up becoming part of that lineage. And so you have all of these different types of Nephilim that can trace their bloodline to specific certain fallen angels. That is also why their specific sin that they target, because those specific archons were masters at that particular whatever that, you know. And I would say that one time, let's put it into layman terms, an analogy. You join the military, you learn how to handle grenades, you learn how to handle machine guns, you learn how to do all of these different things, and that is your job. Your job is to teach others how to safely handle and equip those particular items. Then there's a civil war, and you are forced to choose a side one way or the other, and you choose a side, and you're a bad. Let's say you chose what was best for you, and it was bad. It wasn't good, and you lost that war. But now you have all of this knowledge that you were supposed to be disseminating to others. What are you going to do with it now? Now that becomes your job as a terrorist. You become the opposite of a good guy. You become the terrorist, and you're working against the system, which is God's system, right? And your job is to cut baggage lines and cause all kinds of chaos and problems. So you're going to use what you learn, and you're going to teach others this malfeasance. And that's what they do.
Whether you're ordnance or you're heavy fire kind of a cat, or
doesn't matter. Yeah, you teach
lines. Yeah, you teach them.
Yeah, and so you teach these other people how to do these things, but it works like that with sin too, because some of these angels, their job was to keep us from having those particular sins. And so they know all about it inside and out, but now the script has been flipped. And so what they're doing is they're using their knowledge to corrupt you.
Like
they corrupt you with
absolutely.
And a lot of people don't realize there are different classes of angels. Some of them are spirit, and some of them can actually take a physical form.
They all can take physical form.
And if you look at like those angels that stayed with Lot, when Sodom and Gomorrah were being destroyed.
Yeah.
And when you hear about the angel of the Lord in the Old Testament, that is actually a reference to Jesus Christ before he came into the world as a man.
Yeah, because Jesus talks about having been there from the beginning.
Yeah.
He saw all these things, and he was there. And everybody's like, well, he's saying he's God. He's not saying he's God. He never says that. And I think a lot of that stuff where they say that he was worshipped or whatever, I think that came under Constantine, because Constantine wanted to use Christianity. So he turned Christ into God. Yeah. He is part of the Trinity, though. He sits at the right hand of the Father, and you still have to go to Jesus to go to God. You could, I promise you, folks, you can pray to God all day long. I don't know who's going to answer you. Some of these beings think they're God, so they'll answer you. They might even do you a few favors, and things might turn around for a little bit, but eventually they're going to want some penance from you. They want blood.
The way the light in life is the only way through.
It's the only way.
It's through Christ.
Through Christ. There's
it's
no
the
other
only way you can go through God.
I mean, you can go, you can pray.
Immortal.
There are people who are so blind too. They'll be like, well, I pray to God, I understand God, but I don't get Jesus. I don't know why we need Jesus. And one of them was a YouTuber who turned out to be a big old fraud, and a lot of people, I'm not going to mention the guy's nickname even, but the guy turned out to be a big fraud, and I had a conversation with the guy, and he was telling me how he rejected Jesus because he didn't believe he was okay with God, but not Jesus. And I said, oh boy. And so, of course, it turned out that he was doing all kinds of crap, and he's not on Facebook and not on YouTube anymore. But I mean, that when I had that conversation with him, I was like, that's a problem. That's a big problem, because you are basically, you have no way to God now. To the true
talking about the Nephilim, I've had people ask me, it said like, God in the Old Testament was a pretty vengeful guy. He had to kill every man, woman, child, and animal in Cana. And I said, well, those weren't people. And it's a lot of, in the Bible, it's not obvious to everybody that they were all Nephilim of some kind. And there were different people, animal angel mixes. It was different tribes of them, and they weren't all alike. They weren't all like Goliath. And it's funny.
Yeah, well, if that's the case, though, and this is why I don't agree with that, and I'll tell you exactly why.
Okay.
Because when the Israelites, they took this was in the Tanakh. This goes back to the oral Torah that's been put into book form. There was a city that was taken, and I can't remember exactly because it happened over and over again. But there was one particular passage where they were ordered to take the city. I think it was Josh and Caleb, I believe. Mm-hmm. They were ordered to take the city, and when they took it down and they wiped them out, why did they keep 72 virgins? If this was a corrupted bloodline that we should not have been in, then why did Yahweh ask specifically for 72 virgins and 72 talents of gold and all of this?
Right. That was
burnt offerings, cattle.
Yeah. That's in the book of Numbers.
Yeah, numbers, and then
Yeah.
that's right, and then they said that, well, the people will say, well, it's because, you know, he wanted every man, woman, child, and animal that was unclean to be destroyed. If that's the case, then why would you want them there as an offering, even an offering unto yourself? You
Yeah.
wouldn't want the unclean flesh of their cattle. You wouldn't want anything that they had. You wouldn't want 72 women, you know, that were virgins
Right.
from their.
That's a man thing. That's not.
It's a man thing, not a God thing.
Yeah, not a God thing, right? So 1/3 of the cattle, 1/3 of the burnt offerings,
Doesn't make
1/3
sense.
of the children. You know, like to me, that's just me personally, and I'm not putting it out on anybody, but that's a man thing. That's not a creator thing. You know, like God, the creator that created the heavens and the stars and the universe and all that. What that, pardon my French, what the hell does he want with gold?
Yeah.
Like he made gold.
Yeah. I mean, and that's because you're dealing with two different gods. That's the absolute truth. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
And people don't want to hear that because they want to believe what they were taught in Sunday school, right? And there are Bible theologians who will argue with you all day long, but do you realize something? And folks, this is most important. You got to remember this. Who pays these theologians? They're getting paid.
Exactly.
They do these seminars and these studies and all this stuff. Do you think that they're doing it for free? They're not, because they have to be working for somebody,
right?
Because they got to make a living. And so if somebody tells you, hey, you know, we're actually paying you to come up with some answers that, you know, it needs to match up with what we're preaching. That's what the seminary is for. It's for you to, and so you have to keep that what is it called, the 501c or whatever,
the 501c3 tax
the 501c3 tax break. You got to preach a certain way because the powers that be don't want you to go around that. Once you start preaching outside of that 501, why do you think that is? That you will lose your tax break if you preach a certain way,
right?
And there are people like this, the numbers, people dropping right now because they don't want to hear what we have to say. They do not want to hear this because, oh my gosh, it's blasphemy. No, it's not, dude. It's the truth. Do not want to hear that.
It's a trap.
Do what?
The 501c3 nonprofit status
is a trap.
Absolutely. A trap.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Lyndon Johnson was president when they put that in, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, good old Lyndon did a lot of things that were absolutely abhorrent, including being, you know, implicit in the killing of John F. Kennedy.
John F. Kennedy. Yeah.
And I can tell you right now that there is nothing godly about that man. I visited his ranch when I was a child, and I remember seeing the hanging tree, and I was like, what? Like, this is, why would this man care to help the black people when his grandfather was he was part of the KKK. His mother was also, she was not a decent dude. I could tell you all about that family. There is so much that they did. They worked hand in hand with, it doesn't matter. I'll probably get pulled out the air if I talk about too much of it. But the bottom line is this: the truth is the truth. And that is, you know, these people, they don't want to hear that. They want to hear what they were taught in Sunday school is correct. And people are afraid. They're afraid to ask questions. And even though Jesus specifically tells us, you die for lack of knowledge.
Yeah.
You know, people are like, oh my gosh, don't do that. You'll make the God angry that's vengeful and jealous and angry and all this other stuff. And Jesus tells us, he tells you that their father is not my father. They're worshiping someone else.
You know, it's funny. When I was at school, I asked one of the professors, he was also my advisor and head of the religion and theology department, why a lot of the stuff I was learning there in school was never taught in Sunday school or church or whatever. And he said, and he shot back an answer. He didn't even have to think about it. He said, if you teach the kind of things that we teach y'all that goes further into the Bible, people don't want to hear it, and they will run you off.
They will.
And so, that's just the way it is. If people want something that's real easy to go with. In other words, they don't want to be bound by the truth.
Yeah, no, it shackles them down. They don't like it because that's why Satanism says, "Oh, it sets you free. It sets you free." You know,
do what thou will.
Do what thou will.
Do what thou will. Now, do what thou will. It's not going to set you free. It's going to condemn you. Valerie Malty, I'm sorry for having. I'm not laughing. I'm I just can't believe. She says, I don't know where you get the idea LBJ helped kill JFK. Why do you think he was not involved? He became president after that. There is a ton, I mean, an absolute ton of information on him having been implicit in that. Like, why would you think he was not? I mean,
if JFK hadn't have gotten killed at that time, within 2 weeks, Lyndon would have been indicted.
Mm-hmm. He was in trouble. Dude, I'm telling you, man, Lyndon Johnson, and now, Tony, you're a Texas guy, and so is Joe. We're all from Texas. I can tell you right now, we here in Texas know Johnson. You know who he is. His library is right here in Austin. That dude never should have been president. He did what he was told by the elites, by the vampiric elites. He was a good little soldier for the devil. He did everything he was supposed to do. The Great Society or whatever he created, that was nothing but a trap. He did not care. He was so evil, dude. I'm telling you. And I'm going to tell you right now.
The only one that scoped it harder was the Bushes.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, that's right. And the Clintons, and the Bushes,
yeah.
Them three all together. But Johnson, dude, his mother she raised him to be vile, evil. And after World War II, they worked really hard to get certain people over here to build basically a takeover of our government. And he worked really, really lockstep with Kissinger and Daddy Bush. And they were all three in it together. And they absolutely had JFK assassinated. I'll take it a step further. He had everything to do with RFK, JFK, and MLK.
Yeah.
That was it. They got rid of him.
And Daddy Bush, he had that was the whole thing about the Nicaraguan whole 9 yards with the cocaine, thing leaking into America from Colombia and Escobar.
They made a lot of deals, dude. And why the Panamanian thing happened with Bush, why he was knocked over.
Yeah.
Yeah, Noriega was knocked over. I'll tell you exactly why. Because he wanted more money. He wanted a bigger cut that was coming from Colombia.
Yeah. It was rolling.
Because they could have went in and they could have taken out what's his name in Colombia? What was his name? Pablo
Escobar.
And Escobar, they were using Nicaragua and Panama as jumping off points. And
then they used it to make the whole fake war behind it, the Nicaraguan war behind it. I mean, I'm not getting too into that aspect of it, but yeah, like those cats
I'll be right back.
They're pushing a different agenda. Let's put it that way.
I think our presidents have not been elected. I think they've been selected for the past, almost my whole lifetime. And I'm 74. So I've been around for several presidents. And I think, I guess probably Eisenhower was president maybe when I was born in 51. I don't know if it was him or the guy before him. But anyway, I think he might have been straight up. But by the time Kennedy came along, when they killed him, that's when I know for sure the deep state kind of took things over.
Yeah.
I know people think that that's crazy and, it's conspiracy theory, but I don't know. It just, when things don't make sense, there's something wrong.
Right. Well,
he wanted
see,
to do too
my
much.
whole gig is if we didn't have a TV in front of us or radio or, a YouTube type thing or any kind of communication system, if you went outside, I don't care what year it is, but if you go outside, you step outside and you go out to your garden or whatever, your land, you wouldn't know any of that. Like you'd never even know if there's tariffs or if there was a
If you just go outside
presidential
and talk to your
assassination.
neighbor.
Yeah, exactly. You just go outside and and the land would be green and you chill. Like you wouldn't have nothing to do with it.
It's called programming for a reason. Like that's another thing. It's like we consume this media that tells us what we should be thinking. But I mean that's why it's called programming. Like your mind is being programmed.
Yeah, absolutely, Tony. And it's educational programming, television programming. That's actually how they do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, television, exactly.
And I think that probably that all started with Edward Bernays, who was Sigmund Freud's nephew, I believe, and he was what's called the father of advertising. And the people that ran the OSS, which was the original form of the CIA, stumbled across him, and they thought, "Wow, this guy, we need to put him on board with us." And so they sucked him up and paid him a lot of money to work for them and to develop these programs of actually different types of, when you talk about advertising. And he did it at a subconscious level. It's kind of like I remember there was a Burger King some kind of burger, and I remember I can't remember what the lady's name was. She was a hot chick, and she was eating a burger while she was rubbing on a polishing a car, waxing a car or something. And that was a perfect example of Edward Bernays. Sex sells. And,
absolutely.
And what you're doing is you're creating these connections subconsciously. A Burger King burger with sex, hot cars, in other words, if you're a cool guy and you want to be sexually available to the ladies, they need to see you eating a Burger King something or another.
In a nice Charger with the hot chicken seat. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
and it's all the subconscious things, and there's a lot of programming methods too, and it's kind of interesting. There's several techniques, and a lot of your movies are programming people.
Oh, absolutely.
And it's unbelievable how all that works subconsciously.
It's the same reason why, like, Ronald McDonald, we used to have Ronald McDonald all over the place, and we had, remember the ball pits and all that?
Yeah.
Because it was...
It's all gone now.
Right. Because it was programming us to... Oh, you want your kids to be happy. Oh, you want your kids to be happy, and they get them a kid meal and blah, blah, blah.
Well, they used to call it a Happy Meal.
Right.
They actually called it a Happy Meal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Happy Meal. Yeah. Yeah, that's programming suggestiveness, at 100%. It's like
a Pavlov's dog effect. You know what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
same thing. Or like even certain motions become addictive to people. Like smoking cigarettes a lot of times, like for people to stop.
Hey,
Like
wait.
it's not what I'm saying. Like yeah, it's nicotine, but it's not
I'm
just
playing with you.
it's not just the nicotine.
It's an oral addiction.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
this motion right here. This doing this like up and down.
Yeah.
Like it becomes like a ritual, and like you'll see people who are trying to stop sometimes. Like they kind of just they'll always have something in their mouths, or like they'll kind of do this, like smoking a phantom cigarette.
Chew gum.
Yeah. Or like our social media apps, and I've said this before, but like whenever they were first like being like prototyped and designed, it was studied like what motion is the most addictive and is going to keep people engaged for the longest amount of time.
Yeah.
And it was this motion right here, the scrolling. And
well, in the new age,
like TikTok, it's just like that's how you use TikTok. Literally, it's just you watch a video and you scroll up, and then another one, and another one. Facebook Reels,
addictive motion.
YouTube Reels, it's this motion right here becomes addicting, and
right.
it's associated with giving people this instant dopamine hit.
Yeah.
Because usually you get that kind of that dopamine hit from it like a sense of accomplishment. You get it from actually doing something. Like,
and they do it with video games and all that shit now.
Yeah.
I mean, not to curse on the show, but yeah, they do that. So there was the point where I stopped drinking beer for a while, for about 2 years, and I took many pictures where I was like, I literally had my hand cussed like it was a beer, you know. So yeah, exactly what you're saying, Tony. It's
well, you develop memory, and
they get into your nugget and it's muscle memory.
A lot of those things are oral addictions. And that's why, like, people chew gum, or they're chewing a pen or something like that when they quit smoking. You'll see a lot of that.
Right. That's why the vape thing, happens.
I got a question. Like in Scripture, whenever it refers to Lucifer as the prince of the power of the air, like what do y'all think that means? Yeah. Because I think that if we look at it through a modern lens, that it means like it can refer to media, like all of the programming, whether radio programming, whether you're streaming something, like everything that we watch and consume and listen to now is transmitted wirelessly in some form. And it's no coincidence that it's all bad. And now this 5G stuff, which is not a good thing. I don't care what anyone says.
No, I agree.
I think something, but if you stop and think about it, voice communication carries through the air. Radio waves, TV waves, they carry through the air. Yeah. And also, when you talk about the powers and principalities, you also have high-ranking fallen angels over different parts of the world.
Amen, brother. Regional powers and principalities.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the biggest things that we forgot about is the ether. You know what I mean? Like, the ether is a huge part of the entire concept of our world. And nobody talks about it anymore. It was big in Nikola Tesla. You go and you can Google Tesla, and all you're gonna see is electric cars and Elon Musk and all
Yeah.
this. But you don't look into, like what the actual ether of the world was. And
They
that
set up-
was
They set up the 5G in the ether, the fake ether pattern that Tesla or that all the previous power was set up in the flower of life. Yeah.
all right. Yeah. Yeah. I'll go with that. I'll sub to that.
I'll say something else. If you look at the book of Daniel, there is a passage in the book of Daniel where an angel of the Lord was delayed in delivering the message to Daniel, and he was opposed by the prince of Persia. I mean, it was weird. It says that he was opposed by the prince of the kingdom of Persia.
21 days.
21 days, and he was delayed, and then he was relieved by the archangel Michael came and relieved him to give him so they could fight it. So that right there tells you 100% that there is spiritual warfare that goes on, and that right there tells you like this is it. I mean, there are people who still to this day they don't get it, they don't believe it, they don't understand it. And the prince of the power of the air, there's multiple meanings to that. The devil doesn't throw a rock and hit one target. He doesn't.
Because he didn't have to. Yeah.
He doesn't have to. I can tell you what they do. Satan, they throw a rock and they hit 10, 12 targets. That's what they've always done.
Right.
They've always been that way. And there's certain countries that do their bidding absolutely 100% that they are taken by them and always have been, always will be. Now, when it talks about this in the kingdom of Persia, having this battle or whatever, it doesn't really say who they are in the book of Daniel. It just says that they were, and it says it very matter of fact, like you're supposed to just kind of know that that's what's going on. And what it means is the prince of the power of the air. Think about it. Not only is it just is it something metaphysical in the spiritual realm, but it's communications, like we're talking about. They control communication lines and all these other things, the radio frequencies, all these different things, television, airwaves. Andres got kicked off. I'll put you back on, Andres. And Scorpion, you're in there too. For everybody, a bunch of people are waiting in the queues. I just threw everybody on there. There's too many people trying to get in. But here's the thing: when you look at this from a biblical standpoint, from a human standpoint, from an angelic standpoint, it's all the same. These airwaves is where the battles are being fought. These frequencies or vibrations. If you were to watch television and you tune into a channel, you can watch a show with someone cooking a turkey and teaching you how to do it, whatever, and it's all about that. Then you change the channel and it's Cobra Kai, and it's what I mean.
It's different frequency.
It's all different
Just
frequency.
depends on which one you tune into.
Yes, and so you could tune into a vibration frequency, and I'll take it a step further, alternate reality dimension, where there is a war going on. And it's going on 5 feet from you, but you're not feeling it because you're not in that frequency, you're not in that vibration. You don't realize that these beings are actually fighting a horrific war with actual death. The second death, we would call it, the spiritual death. And their spirit can do and does die. And the energy just becomes something else. And so I'm telling you, this is what is actually going on. This is really happening around us at all times. And people are so shocked when they see something. Of course, it's shocking. You're used to just going to your grocery store, going home, going to sleep, whatever. Then something happens, and you see this one of these creatures going across the road like a Bigfoot looking creature. Whoa, that thing is there. It's always there. You just didn't see it. You were on
that thing came across I-35.
You were on that frequency, on that level, able to discern that it's there. Discernment is the key, and that's why we pray for discernment constantly. Now, Tony, what you're talking about, that makes a lot of sense. Like, you have some very good questions you were talking and bringing up. You used to be a chaplain. That makes sense. And so thank you for being on the show and bringing up some of these very valid points. But I can tell you right now, I think that not only is it the power of the air, of the frequencies, but they rule the air. Why do you think we can't get anywhere? I mean, and for those who really believe, I'm going to tell you something. This may sound shocking to you, but there is a lot of evidence that the space, the Challenger, that never happened. It did happen, but that those people are still alive.
They're alive.
I'm not even joking. Go do the research. Do the homework.
Yep.
They're actually still alive. They said, oh, well, two of them,
They're
they explained it away that they were twins. And how many sets of twins were they on the ship? Come on, right?
Six sets of
Dude,
twins.
Yeah, exactly. And then one of them, they said, listen to this, guys. One of them, he has a business now, and it's called Cows to the Moon or some kind of. It's a play,
it has the same,
and it has the weird
same,
the spirals. It looks
yeah.
like 666 on there. And
Wow.
you're going like, what is this?
Something's
Because they
on the
know
cheap.
who rules the air, guys. Let me tell you something. They know who the prince of the power of the air is, and it's Satan. He controls the ether, dude. He controls our connection here. When God tells in the Bible that there is a great gulf between us and the other side, that gulf was put there for a reason. There's a reason for that. So you have to understand something. You go through this lower level of all these hideous beings and creatures before you get to that next density. And then you go through that density. They can't go beyond that one, though. They're the fifth one. No, they dissolve. Because once you get into the sixth, that's the lowest level of heaven. They can't break that. But they can inhabit the fourth and fifth density. I promise you, that's where they are. And they rule that area. They control it. And people don't grasp that. That's what that means. The power of the air. They control. They rule the airwaves. They rule.
And what they try to do is keep you dumbed down out of it completely. Like the thing that I went through recently. They just give them Thorazine, Prozac, lithium. Like dumb the mind down to where you have no outlet, and then you are part of the machine. Like we all loved Rage Against the Machine for a reason. There's a point for it.
I can't stand him. I can't stand that band, dude. I'd rather be.
Yeah, I'd
rather drink a bottle of acid than listen to it. I can't stand that communist guitar player. That's his. Anthony just stepped away.
Oh yeah.
I forgot his name, but he's a piece of crap. Went to Cuba and was all like,
I'm
it's good over there, man. No, it's not.
Rycooter. That was Rycooter.
Rycooter,
Josh.
Rycooter?
No, it was Tom.
Rycooter's got
Tom something. He's got
Tom
like Morello. Yeah, that guy.
Tom Morello.
Oh, you talking the guy from Blink 182?
No, I'm talking about Rage Against the Machine. I can tell you right now, man. I go on the record as saying that he's a piece of shit. How about that? He can.
That's completely fucking fine, because in 1994, when I used to go and hang out with those bands, those cats,
I don't know who Rycooter is. Keep saying that, Kevin.
Tom Morello.
Now you're saying, bro, Rycooter's a piece of shit.
What?
Why do you keep saying that, dude? I'm talking about Tom Morello.
Yeah,
Tom Morello.
I'm not saying he said it.
No, I'm saying that Tom Morello is a piece of shit. Yes, he's a communist. He's a devout communist.
Oh, I don't know.
He is.
He's a member of the Communist Party. I don't care about that guy. I can't stand the lead singer.
No, they were like in 1994 with the Lollapalooza out in Austin, Texas. It was full freaking South Park Meadows, right?
Yeah,
all right,
not there anymore.
So, yeah, not there. It's a parking lot, right? And they brought all these cats in, and they're like, these are the dudes, and they're illegal aliens trying to come in. And I was like, no, I'm not part of that. No, like, swipe that off my page.
What we're talking about, though, Kevin, we were talking about Rage Against the Machine, and Joe had brought it up. I don't like that band. I can't stand them. Right. They're communists, and that little hat that Morello, he thinks he's cute. He's not fooling me. I know what that has with the red star. I know what that means.
I'll agree with that.
They went.
I'm not in my depth here. I just heard you say Cuba, and the only guy I know that went to Cuba whose music I know very well is Rycooter, who's
no. All of Rage Against the Machine went, and Chris Cornell was still alive. And they were
Oh,
in a documentary, and yeah, I see
That
somebody
is
just
so
Right
sad.
Cooter is more of a 70s guy. Yeah. So we're talking about, this is a more recent thing.
Well, he made his
about
first records
15
in the
years
70s, but
ago.
he's just as viable and current now as he ever was. He's an amazing guy. But anyway, please.
But that's not who we're talking about. Okay. We're
Educate me about this.
We're talking about Rage Against the Machine, and they went to, Chris Cornell was there. He went to whatever, but then after that he dropped out. Like he went with them, like, you know, and it wasn't Rage Against the Machine, it was called Audio Slave at that time.
Audio Slave,
yeah. And Cornell dropped out of it because he was like, because he admitted, like, he saw like abject poverty, and Morello wanted to lie about it. Because he wants to create, like all commies, he wants to create a narrative that doesn't exist. And to me, communism is one of the most satanic things that has ever existed. And they
you get an argument from me there. I was actually in Havana years ago.
Yeah. No, then you know. Yeah.
I tell you, the people were actually very, very surprisingly friendly and warm.
Oh yeah,
if you're an artist, you're kind of insulated from the politics. If you know, if you wherever you are, if you're an artist, if that's really what you do, you know. Yeah, I only got there because some people from Jamaica said, "Well, we won't stamp your passport, you won't get in trouble." This is in the mid '90s, but I had an incredible time there. But you know, I'm about as apolitical as it gets, just for the record. But I met Tom Morello. He came to the club where I was playing in Florida.
Right now.
What's that?
I said I'm not apolitical. I used to just try to be quiet about it and let people be.
It's not a prerequisite for our.
I can tell you this: 70% of the country spoke, and they can lie and say it was closer than it was. It wasn't. I can promise you that, because people were tired of it and tired of the shit. And so it's going to get better. The tariffs, though, people don't understand that. We've been getting tariffed by all these other countries for forever. And now we're doing something about it. And they're like, yeah, you shouldn't be doing it. Shut up. If people don't know about the economy, don't talk about it.
We had a 254% tariff on your dairy products, bro.
Absolutely. Now, I can understand some of it, because some of the shit that they peddle from the FDA is poison. Now, here's the socialism. I have a little bit of socialism in me, and I will say this. There should be free medical, but not standing in line like in Canada. But I think everybody should have a sphere of free medical. And I think that there should be free food. We shouldn't have to pay for food unless you want something extra. Okay.
No,
that's where it ends for me. And also, I'll say this too. I don't think an 18-year-old should be able to just walk in and buy an assault rifle. But they're not really assault rifles, are they? They're actually just semi-automatic weapons. But I don't think an 18-year-old should be doing that. I don't think a 16-year-old should be driving, though, either. And if you're going to tell an 18-year-old that he can vote, why can't he drink? Because they shouldn't be voting or drinking. That's the bottom line. If the age of drinking is 21, the age of voting should be 21. What the hell does an 18-year-old know about voting?
Yeah, I can go get shot for my country, but I can't.
I promise you, there's not one 18-year-old that's ever even looked at Paranormal Roundtable. Not one. So if you're 18 years old, go grow up and do something, because you don't know what the hell you're doing and you're stupid. So
no,
I'm not going to offend anybody on this show, because there's nobody that's 18 that watches.
I think a lot of the young people are demonically influenced.
My kids watch it
from beginning to end. Well, you have the only ones. Then there might be some younger ones, but there's no. By the time they're 18, they're at that age where they're too cool for school. Right, so they're not going to.
Yeah, no, they think we're old and stupid, but they still watch it.
Look, is there any 18? If there's an 18-year-old in the chat and they can prove that they're 18 years old, I'll give everybody a free truck. I guarantee it. There's nobody in the chat right now who's 18. I promise you. Guarantee it.
I'm working on a fake ID right now. So
you know anybody, Dick, that's 18 years old that's watching the show? I guarantee there's nobody watching this show.
No, sir. Can you hear the guy next door, though, freaking out and losing his mind?
What is he on? Trudeau? He's on Trudeau
games. Video games. Not winning his video games.
Because he's angry, dude. Let me tell you something. I had a woman the other day who messaged me. It wasn't really a paranormal. I'll tell the story, but it's not really. It's not that, But she really believes that her ex-boyfriend was demonically possessed, or at something. Well, yeah, she said possessed.
Oh, there's something going on right there, right now. Yeah, I get it.
She told me, she said that he was possessed, and I said, why do you think he was possessed? And I'm not going to say his name, but her name was Linda. but she's pretty funny,
Well,
and she's actually given me a couple of stories. But she told me, she says the reason is because after he lost a video game, and I think it was like Call of Duty or something, but she's like, it's one of those war games. And I was like, well, I started naming some. I felt stupid. I knew them because like Army of Two, Call of Duty.
Yeah.
Which one was it? Halo. But she said it was the war game. 'Cause I used to play games. And I used to get emotionally invested in that bullshit. So she goes, he got really mad and he threw the controller and broke my television. And just for good measure, he took the machine. She called it the machine. She didn't know what it was. So the way she described it was an Xbox, 360. But he picked up the Xbox and threw it through the TV just to make sure, and then said, I'm done with gaming. And then a couple of days later, he's asking her for money to go buy another one. And I said, well, I don't know if that's demonic possession. She definitely had some weird stuff happening in her life, that was besides that. But I told her, I said, I don't know if that is, but that could just be a very childlike mentality. He was 24 when it happened. He's older now, but he was 24 years old. And she thinks he was demonically obsessed because all he did was do that and look at porn. That's all he did.
Oh, well, because there's no
way to create an opening.
There's no FAFO. There's no repercussions for your activity, right? Like back in our gap, you say something wrong to somebody, then there's repercussions for it. You know what I mean? Like if your parents were gifted enough to buy you a Nintendo and NES system, if you
always got everything late, I know everybody always had it by the time I got it.
Right. Yeah. Everybody on the block had it, right? Everybody on the block.
Everybody had it. I was always the last one to get it.
Yeah. And then you're like, oh, I got Duck Hunt. You know what I mean? Like but if you complained about it to your parents, that's kind of a death sentence. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, my mom and dad were not going to put up with that crap.
Yeah.
And my dad's answer to everything was to go outside. Go outside.
Right. Go outside. Yeah. It's 9 o'clock.
My dad was cool though. He always had a basketball goal. Like he would put up a basketball goal wherever we lived. It just 4 different places I lived. We had a basketball goal. My dad go down shoot baskets.
I never,
or we'd go out and throw passes or something, or we'd play catch or whatever.
Yeah, those things didn't exist when I was. That's how old I am. We went out and played football, or
Yeah, I was always outside. I lived outside, man.
Yep.
I mean, we were always out running around on our bikes and doing whatever. And
the only inside activity I did was chess, or beside reading and stuff.
Reading was and then in the evening it was reading. If I played with my action figures, and I heard my dad, I would grab a book real quick and pretend to read. And just that way, he didn't see me playing with my action figures. He hated action figures. He had this like hatred for them. I don't know. He called them little dolls. And
is the war game tactics still around?
I got that,
Josh?
What
is the war game tactics still around?
War game tactics? What is that?
That's what it was called. Yeah,
is that a video game?
Was that a video game?
No, it was like a board thing you did.
I don't remember.
Rudimentary times.
Like Battleship.
After electricity, but before.
Back when we had lawn darts still, we could play with lawn darts, and everybody was like, oh, okay.
Yard darts.
Were you playing with lawn darts? That's what happened.
Yard darts, yeah.
Yeah, I had some, and we played with them all the time. Me and my brother and my friends, we played with them. Of course, I did use them as a weapon one time against my neighbor. My neighbor decided to throw a big old dirt clod at me, and I picked up a yard dart, and my mom was like, those things are dangerous. And but yeah, I told her, I was like, well, that's what do you want to do? Kyron was my neighbor's kid named Kyron, and he was a big kid. He was like two years older than me. I was little compared to him. He was like 13, he's hitting puberty, and I'm like 11, and this kid's big. So he threw a dirt clod because he was beating up his younger brother in my yard. I'm like, dude, don't come over here and do that crap, man. We're like trying to have fun, and he's beating up his little brother in front of everybody. And I'm like, dude, go fight in your yard, bro. And he's just like, won't you make me? So I went and so I went to go grab something because he was coming at me. So when he hit me, he threw a big ass dirt clod with
dirt clod.
It hit me in the back. And so I took one of those lawn darts, and I chunked it at him, and it went right by his head, dude. I probably would have brained him if I would have hit him. I threw it hard.
Yeah,
And my dad was like, "You're lucky you didn't kill that kid," you know. And I was like, "Yeah, that kid was horrible. He stole 2 of my Ricky Henderson rookie cards, punk ass." And then he ended up with my sister. This is how big of a traitor my sister is. She knows all this crap he did. She's like, "You know who I ran into in boot camp when she was in the Air Force?" And I go, "Who?" She goes, "Kyron Camp." And I go, "That guy's a piece of shit. And if you're listening, you're still a piece of shit, dude. You were always a piece of shit. And I know you probably grew up to be a piece of shit because people like you don't change. We took you to a card show, right? And then you stole cards from me because you're a turd. You're a big turd, Kyron. I'll still beat you up to this day if I have to. Don't make me see you. I don't know I don't know anything about the guy now. I'm joking.
Now
He was a
you're
turd.
down in like an elementary playground.
Lawrence says he would have been a cyclops. So what do you got? What do you got for us, Andres? You're being quiet there. What do you have? Do you have something to tell us? Something paranormal, spooky, or just you want to complain about something? What do you got?
I just wanted to say about the things. What's the name that he talks about? Oh crap! I'm losing myself right here. The invisible camo.
The invisible what?
Camo, like the Predator.
Okay.
Like the cloaking?
Cloaking?
Yeah, the cloaking. I just wanted to say that I was actually walking a park that's like give or take 5 minutes from my house, and this is in my neighborhood, and it's actually populated. When that happened, it was quick, but at the same time, it looked very strange because it looked like its head. It was kind of hunched over, and it was quick. And for some reason, I'm not sure, but it actually looked like it went into a tree, or at least on the side of it, and then it just disappeared. And I know I saw it, but at the same time, I felt it. And it was just in a split second.
Wow.
Yeah. And
so when you saw this, how long ago was this?
This was actually last year. I don't remember.
And so the obvious question now is, why didn't you grab your cell phone and just start taking pictures of it? Why didn't you do that?
I was just in shock, and I'm going like, did I actually just see that? Because
at least you're honest about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many people though in these groups are like, why didn't you take pictures of it? I'm like, how did you know Bigfoot was just going to pop up? I mean, we didn't.
Exactly.
Like,
That's the thing about where this happened. This is literally in a populated area next where a bunch of kids will usually come, and this is in a neighborhood. And there's like a market, like give or take a.
In what city, bro? I'm sorry, I missed it.
This was in my town, and near Chicago.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, and, for the people who are going to say, why didn't I take a picture? I didn't even think of it.
Yeah, I'm joking with you, dude. You don't have to answer that. There's no people that do that. They're looking for to invalidate you so that they don't have to.
Armchair quarterbacks, Josh. That's what they are.
Armchair. Yeah, they don't have when they do that. What they're doing is they invalidate you so they don't have to live in the real reality. That's what they're doing.
They validate you because they're not in that spot. You know?
Yeah. And they don't want to have to accept that these things are real. I had a woman literally tell me one time, she's like, I really want to know that what I saw wasn't real. And I said, you called the wrong person because I'm not going to sit up here and proselytize to you about how it wasn't real. I know some other people who would because they believe in a flesh and blood perfect world doesn't exist.
Lie to me, Wolf. Lie to me.
Yeah, lie. They want you to lie to them. Let me just tell you some lies. Tell me lies. Tell me sweet little lies. So let me ask you this, Andres. What did you do when you saw this thing? Were you by yourself?
Yes, I was actually by myself.
This is first too. You see something by yourself. At least I had people with me when I saw the dog man. Like I couldn't. Yeah, I don't want to be alone and see these things, dude.
Hey, Josh, did you mind briefly telling that again? I'm sure you've been asked this a million times. I'm sorry that I'm kind of late to the party. You know,
tell what again?
When your encounter.
Oh, God, dude.
If you don't, that's cool. We can talk about.
Okay, I'll give you an abbreviated version. We'll talk really fast. It was 1990. It was Halloween. See, me and my friend Daniel, we were coming back from making cop cars. That's what we do every year. It's kind of like a tradition in my hometown. We saw this thing sitting down in a ditch. I was like, "Whoa, what is that?" He's like, "It looks like a dog. It might be a wolf." And it stood up on its hind legs and went across the road. Next thing you know, it was in between his house and the neighbor's house, and it was standing there by the fence. And I was walking really slowly, but then I saw it. My uncle come out and said, "Hey, come on, let's go, get inside." And I ran. Ooh.
That's what happened, Shay.
That's what happened. See,
Yeah.
it was black.
Then he got sent to charter.
All right.
It
Well,
wasn't because of that.
don't stand on ceremony in my account, Josh.
It wasn't because of that. But you
I'm
know,
just-
let
I'm
me
just
tell you though,
saying,
Kevin,
yeah.
I will tell you this, and I don't know, Dick's been a part of the show so many times.
I mean,
he
I
probably
showed
already
you
heard
mine,
this. There was
right?
Andres. Breezy knows because I've talked to Breezy face to face at the conference. We talked about this at the conference party. But I'm gonna, and Scorpion, I see you in the chat there, you know. But here's what happened. I start talking about it because my stepmom wanted to be snarky. She's like, tell him about the werewolf. Like she's gonna get me in bigger trouble with these doctors that I
Right.
get shit about.
Yeah.
And so this doctor starts telling me, he goes, do you really believe what you saw was a werewolf? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And his name was Joel Fleischman. That was his name. That was just like the guy from the Northern Exposure. Same name, psychiatrist too,
Mhm.
right? And I don't care the guy's retired or what he is, whatever. But he was okay, nice guy. He just didn't believe my story.
Doesn't that mean meat man?
Gosh,
Man,
what
Fleischman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because
what
flesh is
episode can I look back at to get that in greater detail?
I've told it on so many. The most recent, I told it on L.A. Marzulli's show. You can go watch his.
Okay.
You know, you can go watch it.
Josh, let me just
Um,
say one thing. When I was on your show, the stuff I have shared with you guys in the audience started with me 50 years ago. You know, I don't think you were born actually in 76, or if you were, you were very young.
I was.
And the
I'm
experience,
ancient.
the encounters, so to speak, have continued, but I didn't have a TV for 30 of those years, and stuff like computers was just a way for me to get gigs until recently. So I'm very much a caveman in a lot of respects, and late to the party, as I said. So you have to indulge me or not, as the case may be, but just felt the need to explain myself. So
No, that's cool. Don't worry about it. I was born in 1939.
well, you wear it well. So
I
much
was
for
born
appearances.
a poor little black woman.
So much for appearances.
Yeah.
And you heard
What is it? What is it? Steve Martin.
Steve
I was
Martin.
born a
Steve
poor
Martin.
black child.
I was born a poor black child.
but through hard work and perseverance, became a rich white
Who was
man.
very
Rich
good friends
white
with Ry Cooter, by the way, Josh.
Well, I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about
I know, but I
Tom
was.
Morello. Anthony knows about Tom Morello. He can't stand
Oh
him.
God!
Can't
I
stand
mean,
He came in a club I was playing in Florida, Tom Morello, and I
Yeah.
thought he had a real attitude. I didn't know who he was.
He has a bad
I was-
attitude.
I
He was
running a
he was at
open
South
mic.
by one year, and I had the displeasure of being a few feet from him, and he thinks he's somebody really clever.
Yeah.
even if you remove the communism, his solos just suck.
He's
They
terrible.
sound like a cat dying.
I don't know if I go that far. I'm not going to malign
What
his
is that?
ability, but I was
But
running
he's
open
a
mic.
good guitar player.
I was running an open mic in Florida at a place called Ray's Downtown Blues
Mm.
in 2004, 2005, and he came in there, and he had an attitude that I don't really like to call people out or criticize people. I have no problem. His solos that I've heard were I thought pretty creative, but that's not about
He's
that.
a
I'm
whole
talking
lot.
about there's people who wear their gift like an affliction, and there's people who have humility. If you play and you're around heavy players all your life, and if you're not vaguely humble, then you're not being very real or honest, because
Mhm.
there's bad motherfuckers out there everywhere, set fire to your fat parts. So no one's got room to have an attitude about their ability, which is a God-given thing anyway. So that being said,
And you know what? The same thing in the fight game too. Like I met a lot of
Yep.
fighters back in the day, and they would swagger around with attitudes, and then they would get just their clock cleaned. I mean, it happened all the time. I've seen guys just absolutely. I can still tell you this: though, one of the best bar fighters, street fighters I've ever met was Tank Abbott. I mean, dude, he
Oh,
could
yeah.
train the bar. He was down at Podgate,
Tank
dude, I'm
was
telling you.
dope.
Tank to put on the clinic when it, because I'm a brawler too. I mean, I can just bar brawl with the best of them, but get off a bar stool and just beat the shit out of people. That's a skill in of itself, dude. Like,
Yeah.
people would be like, "Oh, you got to do this." I've been like, dude, I'm 12 beers in and 6 shots of Tawaka, and I will do what I got to do. People talk crap, though, and I never went into there doing all that because I didn't want that kind of smoke. I want to drink and have a good time and smoke a cigar. I don't need these people acting stupid. But somebody would always come up and be like, "Hey, man, this person over here has got to do this and that," and you're like, "Man, I don't want to deal with this nonsense, with the shit. You just want to have a good time." But some people, they love to fight. They just love to fight. I used to be that way, and My brother was that way, and see, he says true. See, and me and my brother were down in Corpus, and there was an amateur tournament down there, and we got into a fight the night before the finals because it was like a turn back then. You had even those amateur tournaments, you had to fight, and it was a bouncer tournament, like toughest bouncers in Texas, bouncer brawl, whatever, or whatever the hell it was, some amateur shit. But it was a decent purse. It was like 30 grand, which is, that's not a lot nowadays. But back then, that was quite a bit. That was in 1998 or something.
Yeah.
Maybe.
No, back before
maybe.
2000.
He got the jaw jacking. Yeah, before jaw. Yeah, he got the jaw jacking with the corner of these guys. It was a guy who was a kickboxer, trying to be a really nice guy. I stayed friends with him for years. He was from Amarillo. And he was not Amarillo, not Lubbock, San Angelo. He was a kickboxer. It turns out, small world, my, what's it called? Our mortgage broker knows the guy. Used to run that bar that guy worked at. And he was a tough bouncer. Everybody knew who he was. And anyway, we got into it. And so I'm not going to say his name for legal purposes because they tried to blame me and him for the whole thing and told us we had to pay for the hotel damages. I said, bullshit. I came downstairs to get some because the ice machine wasn't working. I come downstairs and my brother's beating the guy with a hole puncher.
Yeah.
And it was that guy's corner guy. And when that guy came downstairs, he didn't just start fighting, and we had fought earlier in the night. He didn't just, they said we just went down and started beating people up. That's not what happened. We were both beat up. We had 3 fights that day. So how the hell, I had no fight. I was, and I was determined that the guy that I was going to fight, no offense to him, but I know I could take that guy. He was just a grappler. He was a wrestler, and he had rudimentary skills. And I think he kind of skated by the first 2 guys. The first guy got hurt in the second guy got hurt in the first fight. So he got an easy fight. That guy didn't take an alternate. And so it was, I knew I was going to beat that guy and I was going to win. And then they told me, well, you know what? You got disqualified. And then that guy, this is how chinchy that freaking, the promoters were. They gave that guy half the purse. So I told that dude, I said, they really robbed you. They really robbed you. And then they thought about putting the other guy in that I had fought. And I was like, well, no, because I pretty much, I beat that dude. But it didn't matter because that dude was not in any position to fight. He had a busted rib and didn't realize it. And he was like, I can't fight anymore. But he kicked me so hard in my stomach, I thought he did something internally to me. And he might have. Who knows? I peed blood for a week. But in fights, you don't know what's what. Who knows what's going on in there. And so this guy gets 15 grand. And I said, dude, that's bullshit. And then they wanted us to pay damages for the hotel. There was like 30, 40 people fighting. I didn't know who the hell all these people were. And it said it started because of our corners. I said, well, and no offense to my brother, but he perpetuated it by mouthing off with them back and forth because he had been drinking a little bit, right? And then their guys started mouthing off back and forth, and it got out of hand. And I go downstairs, but one of the most gruesome things I ever saw, I saw a guy running. When the police showed up, there was a guy running in the hotel from the lobby out into the parking lot, and he was talking crap and running from the cops. Well, at least it looked like he was. And he wasn't paying attention, and he tripped, and he fell, and both of his shins hit the curb. And both of his legs just went like that. I saw it too. He wasn't a fighter. He was just a guy there, but he was done. Like I bet that was the most painful breaking both of your shins at the same time on cement. It had to be horrible, brutal.
Where was this at?
It was in Corpus. The fight was actually down in South. It was down in at Port Aransas, but the hotel, it was in Corpus at the fight. And then I fought down in Padre when they had the MTV Summer Jam was there. There was a bunch of bullshit.
Yeah.
Okay, we went down there, and then I fought in Galveston, and then I fought in Vinton, Louisiana. I fought in New Mexico, and I fought down in Harlingen, and then I fought in Austin, Brawl at the Hall. I fought, and there was another one that we did called I can't remember the name of it. It was at Paradox, and I freaking brutally knocked this dude out. And I was worried that it's like, well, this guy's not waking up. And I'm like, we signed waivers, dude.
Was it Bouncer Brawl?
The Bouncer Brawls, yeah, dude, but there was another one though. It was called King of the Hall or King. I forgot what it was called.
The coolest place ever, dude. Like
because I had anger problems. He had some anger problems, dude. You cost me 30 grand in that, and then the mosquito. We call it the mosquito pit. When we fought down in Galveston, it was like. because there were these. It was just weird rules at that time where Texas was like, well, you can't fight. But you could go onto the beach, onto a private part of the beach where you could, So we fought at that's where the fight was, was this somebody's own whatever, and so we fought in these shithole places, whatever. But there was no money in that crap, man. And then they're like, well, eventually maybe UFC wasn't paying shit either. I mean, it wasn't worth it to do it. I mean, really. Yeah. And I'm glad that I quit because, you're not going to make your head just going to become a retard, and I'm glad I didn't. So I quit, but I was a good grappler and I was a well-rounded fighter. I was kickboxing. I could do I was athletic, very athletic. And I liked to fight, and so, I think I was like 18-0. Pretty much got disqualified once. I don't really count that, but and then I feel like I got robbed, in a boxing match in El Paso because I'm not from there, My coach called it. He said, "Man, if you don't knock this guy out, which is hard to do with headgear on, you're probably not going to win." And I didn't. Knocked the guy down, still lost. Guy didn't knock me down. I'm like, how? I yelled at the judges. I was like, how is this even possible? How is this possible?
How many rounds was it?
It's 3 rounds. Amateur.
So, and it's a 10-8 round for a knockdown.
Yeah, and it was ridiculous because the dude, he got right back. It wasn't a standing 8 or anything like that, but he got up and it was like, come on, man, I knocked this
Still,
dude
it's a knockdown.
I hit him with a liver shot that made his mama wake up in agony. Give me a break. Dude.
No
he was doing this the rest of the fight. He was just, and I was like, this guy.
If you got him with a liver shot, I'm surprised he got right up.
Yeah, he did. Well, what happened was he went down on his knee and he got up before the brain connected to the. Okay. He was kind of standing there going like,
because you know how the delayed reaction is when you get that. You get it. You land
my
it,
gosh!
And the guy moves a few seconds, and all of a sudden, and then he takes a knee.
Let me tell you, the best liver breaker was Boss Rutan.
That guy was brutal.
I'm going to break the liver. Like he was just
Triple G in boxing was another one.
Eat it with some fava beans.
He was something, boy. He could fight. And I got to meet a lot of fighters early in their career too, like before they really started to take off. And I'm blessed to have been around some really, really tough guys. I met Roy Jones Jr. One time and got to meet some guys in their prime. George Foreman he came and talked to I would have loved to have been able to get to know him better, but he came and talked to our children. And of course, Michael Irvin came and told our children not to do drugs.
Yeah.
Nice.
So that
who I met when I used to box in the same gym I was in DC, Josh, was Sugar Ray Leonard and his brother Roger.
Oh, wow. Sugar Ray would have been awesome to get to know that guy.
Well, he
was incredible because he fought Marvin Hagler and Tommy Hearns. And
Duran was my guy.
I mean, those guys were like they were killers.
Yeah. Those were
Marvin Hagler looked like he ate children for like Mike Tyson said, I'm gonna eat your children. Marvin Hagler's like, I already did that. Wow. I ate children. And when he fought, Tommy Hearns, it was a war.
Oh, I saw that.
He was so amazing. Those and Mayweather, the little milk dud head that he is.
I can't stand that guy.
Like Conor McGregor says, look at the little head or just milk the head, Dude, I'm telling you, Mayweather had the balls, the audacity to come out and say that he could have beaten Sugar Ray in his prime, that he could have beaten Hagler and Hearns. Those guys would have skinned him alive, dude.
Thomas Hearns and Leonard, they would have punched a hole in his chest and shit in
Oh, my gosh, dude, they would have killed him. And so he made a comment about how he would have beat Sugar Ray, and Sugar Ray's like, I knocked out your dad like father, like son.
I can't believe Sugar Ray still has all of his wits about him.
Oh, he's still sharp. I saw him at a card convention. He was still so sharp. I talked to him. That was only like maybe 7, 8. No, wait, that was about 8 years ago. And I saw him in Houston at a convention, and he was still signing autographs. I had a glove, and I don't know what the hell happened to it. When we moved, I don't know. I found like what's his name, Golden Boy's glove.
Oscar De La
Hoya. I got his. And then I had Tyson's, and I got a bunch of others, but I don't know what happened to Sugar Ray's. I had it, he had some weird paranormal stuff happen to him. He did. He really does. He was on Celebrity Ghost Stories. Sugar Ray. That dude had some weird, freaky stuff happen to him, dude.
Last July, Josh, I was hanging out. Roberto Duran was in LA, so I went up there.
Oh, wow.
I met him before, and that guy's been in 130 fights.
Yeah.
And he's still very, very clear, very together.
It's crazy, right?
Yeah, I mean, he fought in 5 decades. At one point, went 8 years without a loss. 72-1 was his record at one point.
Yeah,
And the only guy that beat him, he knocked out Esteban de Jesus twice in rematches. So, and his prime, I think.
Well, look at Julio Cesar Chavez.
What's that?
Julio Cesar Chavez.
89-0 at one point.
I mean, he was like, and then Mayweather calls himself the GOAT. And I've noticed this, and this is not, but the Hispanic people hate Mayweather, and all the black people love Mayweather. So I'll go into a chat, and I'm in a couple of these groups, right?
It's a tribal thing. You can understand that.
And they get so, and the Hispanics hate him because he beat a lot. They called him the Mexicution.
The Mexican, I know. I remember. He could walk in the ring with a sombrero, black sombrero on,
See, and I fought a lot of black dudes back in the day, and I had one of my friends started calling me the Blacksecution. I said, don't say that. Don't. I don't want that moniker going around with me because people don't think I'm racist.
They've been gunning for you.
No, I don't care about it. They can gun for me all they won't give a fuck. I'm talking about, excuse my language, but I'm talking about I don't want to be thought of as some kind of bigot. Like that's all I was fighting. Just I'm just fighting black people, like I'm part of the Klan or something. But no, I have a lot of black friends. And I've had Anthony, you were at the club, and there's one of them was, he was saying that. He was saying, yeah, man, this dude fought up. And he's a black guy. He's one of my friends, Noga. And I said, dude, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't go out like looking for, let me go fight some black people, man. It was just, that's what was down at the hip hop scene. So when I get into a fight, so they started my enemies started trying to build up this little, every time he fights somebody, he's a black dude and he's beating people up. Why is he beating people black? I was like, dude, if I'm at a country and western bar, I'm going to beat up white people. That's just what I was around. Yeah. That's what was around. And whenever there was a fight, and that's a credit to them as being tough fighters, because my bouncers would come get me and be like, hey, man, this guy's a big brother. I'm not going to be able to throw this dude out. He told me he's going to kill me and eat my mom. So I'd be like, look, you got to go. And they would look at me and be like, back in the 90s too, white people had a reputation for being like soft or weak or whatever. And they'd be like, what you going to do, white boy? You ain't finna do shit. And then I'd have to just unload. And then I got a reputation that it was like, hey, this dude, they think I was like a psychopath or something. I'm not a psychopath. I just I'm not afraid to fight. I'm not afraid to fight. And so people started, saying, well, every time he fights, it was black and Hispanic too. They're like, he fights black and Hispanic people. I said, well, that's a hip hop club. That's what was in there.
Yeah.
I bounced it a couple times. I filled in for my friend, Dance Across Texas. It was a white, kind of a redneck bar. And the times that I filled in there were no fights there. There was one time I had to choke a guy, a big guy. But one thing I noticed about fighting white people, man, like they go crazy. Like for real, like you can stop in a fight if it's just you and another dude. You can kind of get it under control. But if it's a white guy, they start going, they're like, they go like they're dying. Like they act like they go into this survival mode, like they're dying or something. And you're like, dude, I'm being cool here. I just smacked you a couple times, I'm gonna choke you now, whatever. Yeah. They get nuts, dude. And when you train with them, like I notice when we train, they'll kind of be like, oh, okay, you got me. All right, you know what? Because they got that pride. I'm gonna get you back, bro. I'm gonna get you, and then but a white dude, they'll go crazy, and the coaches will have to stop them and be like, dude, stop, chill out, Jeremy, or Travis, or
fuck.
chill the hell out, dude. We're not killing each other. You got hurt a little bit. And you notice that though, and I noticed when it comes to learning the fight skills, it comes to it like the Hispanic kids. And I'm not saying this because I'm being honest. They seem to really want to know how to fight.
Yeah.
Like they get to a certain point and they keep trying. They keep trying to learn. The whites and the black kids, they kind of seem like, they get to a certain point where they're like, well, I already know this. I don't need you to tell me. You know what I mean? And they get kind of that way, and you're just kind of like, well, okay, figure it out. And then they get the shit beat out of them. But the Hispanic kids, they seem like they kind of like get to a point where they just keep trying to learn. And I think that makes
different. Yeah.
The culture is different. I think they get better, be better fighters. I think it's the chancla. I think when you're a kid, you get your ass whooped by your mama and your dad so many times that it's like, hey, and see, and that goes back to LBJ, what LBJ did to the black nuclear family. It was a systemic racist thing. I'm not even joking. I'm not being, and this is not white knighting or what do they call it? Like being pandering, or what do they call it? Being a
Virtue signaling.
Virtue signaling. I'm not that guy. I'm not a liberal, but I can tell you this. I know what LBJ did, and my parents told me that the black people had a nuclear family before
96% marriage rate.
they did, and now you see that with the Hispanic people, they still have that intact, right? So you have a little more of a, when it comes to boxing, they seem to be a little more disciplined. You can teach them. The white kids, I'm not trying to be mean about white kids, but a lot of them, they come in there, they haven't lived a hard life. A lot of them have kind of.
It depends, if
They
they have,
depends, but
they're
most
more
of them
amenable
I
to
dealt
it.
with, because I dealt with the hard, the rough, whatever. And I would get a few of them that would come in there, white kids, and they wanted to learn how to fight because they were getting their ass beat by the black and Hispanic kids. But a lot of times they just be like, well, this is hard. And then their mommy and daddy would go, well, you really should just coach them a little differently. Let's be nicer. And like, dude, you want somebody to be nice as a coach. I'll be nice. But that kid's going to be soft as butter and he's going to get his ass.
Right.
He's going to keep getting his ass.
Well, with my experience personally, it wasn't about race. It was about where you live. So Rundberg and Rutland, all them cats. Like you could be white, you could be black, you could be Mexican.
I didn't see any white people over there. I don't know where you were living. If you were white people over there, you were the only one I know of. I don't know any white people that lived over there. Maybe one or two crackheads, bro. I didn't see no white kids over there. When was this, Joe? You got because that place is a freaking war zone, and it was predominantly black.
Side pocket.
Side pocket. That's not.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
That's right there on.
It's about St. John's area.
Yeah, St. John's area.
Okay. Yeah, there was a few over there, but you're talking about going across a highway. Because once you got further enough,
that's when you went to like the bowling alley and all that.
What's Donnie Cho doing?
Like,
what's up, Donnie? What are you doing?
What, Donnie Cho?
Howdy, y'all.
Donnie Cho.
Donnie Cho.
He's like, why are you not talking about the Asian people fighting?
Yeah. Hey, Josh, how come you don't beat up Asian people? I feel kind of left out now.
I actually, the triads became.
You beat up black people, but you don't beat up Asians? I mean, God.
I tried to. We had an Asian night.
What do we chop liver over here?
On Thursdays, we had an Asian night, and they actually dropped a pizza sign on my head.
That's so racist.
They really did. They did that to me.
It's like Oprah. You get a beating. You get a beating.
Yeah. How come we don't get the beating? I mean, that's not fair, guys.
Fair. Vancouver, bro.
Yeah.
Because the triads can be really bad
it's
too.
All race war there.
No, okay. Growing up as an Asian in like in the Northeast, like New York, New Jersey, where there's a ton of Asians, in our Asian American circles, Koreans and Chinese and everyone.
Now, are you the spokesman for them? Because I
am indeed. I have come here as the spokesman. I thought it was
Bobby Lee, but then I saw
he's the supreme leader.
He's
as the official spokesman of Asian Americans all over the Northeast portion of the United States. Wow. We all know between each of us that when the Vietnamese show up, that's when the party's over.
Oh,
that's when
he's not here to defend.
That's when you party's over, folks. What? Vietnamese dudes have showed up. That's it.
That's it.
That's it.
They drink the horsemen, and they drink a drink, folks. I'm not even joking.
Those Vietnamese dudes, man. They've been through war. They've been through some gnarly stuff.
So violent, dude. When they drink,
and then when they get drunk, it's just it's the party ender.
Gets her off, huh?
Yeah.
Like the Venezuelans carrying handguns to protect themselves from the Colombians.
Disaster happens.
Dude.
Hey, Josh, you saw the dynamic change a bit when a lot of the fighters from the former USSR started coming over here, and not just Triple G and Lomachenko and
that's what I'm talking about before that. Yeah,
that's another breed of white person altogether. So it's cliche as it sounds. It's the background you grow up with. If you're hard, if you have to stand in line to fight over a baked potato in the Ural Mountains. And
You're talking about the Soviet bloc, though, the Iron Curtain. That's what
in Eastern
I'm
Europe,
talking about. The
yeah.
average middle class white kid that I
no.
coached.
Well,
they weren't. This
that's
is not what I'm talking about.
self-explanatory, you know.
It's very self-explanatory.
Years
and it
of
should be self-explanatory.
generations of easy living, you know.
I knew some tough white dudes, man, that hung out with me back in the
But
day.
don't go to
My boy
South
Jack
Boston
and
and all that
Squid, those
shit.
dudes were like, they weren't wigger either. They weren't wigging. Nope.
South Boston's got an answer
Dudes
to
were
that.
freaking hardcore, dude. We hung out together,
Yeah.
and you know they kind of lumped us in together, like, oh, it's Wolf and those white guys, man. You know, and I'm like, Wolf and those white guys. When there was the core of them was white guys. My brother, me, Jack, Squid. Of course, everybody's met Starscream. You know, there was a core unit of us that were kind of big, but we had a lot of Black and Hispanic element in there too. And these guys were not. They all came from bad backgrounds. Let me tell you something. Every single one of my guys back in the day had a shitty childhood, dude. Like everybody, we was around one time. We rolled a spliff and everybody was bullshitting, you know, talking whatever in the night. And we got on the subject of breakfast cereals. I don't even know how the hell it happened. How do you smoke and then you start talking about crazy shit, right?
Actually, Munchies, breakfast cereals, it makes a lot of sense.
Watching the X-Men.
Yeah, my brother, he's over there thumbing his guitar.
Yeah.
My brother's like you, Kevin. He's a guitar, you know, guy, whatever.
Yeah.
One of my friends was a juggalo, like Joe. We're all chilling, talking, you know.
Ew,
And then-
Juggalo? That's like one step lower than a K-pop fan.
K-pop fan, that's not. No, I would say that they're both equally disgusting, but I don't want to piss off the
Hardcore BTS. There's hardcore
Juggalos are
BTS
crazy.
fans, and then there's Juggalos.
K-pop is just
There's a
gross.
pecking order, folks. A pecking order.
Psychopathically, yeah, I
Yeah.
would say.
At least juggalos are homegrown.
Yeah.
Those
K-pop
K-pop
is
fans
just-
are.
Yeah.
Don't import that shit here, Donnie. We know what you're trying to do. We gotta
Yeah,
stop.
We've no K-pop's already taken over the music
You're-
business. I
You
mean,
don't
let's
play a
look at the
guitar. I
record
don't want to
sales.
hear it.
You're a
dude.
Korean
I'm sorry.
spy trying to infect us with your nonsense.
Kim Jong Donnie, Kim Jong Cho. I'm going to tell you this. So we were talking about breakfast, and everybody in that little group that we were just a little group, about 7 or 8 of us, had eaten cereal with water, like right.
Yeah.
Because they'd be like, "Yeah, man, I remember we had to eat the Cocoa Puffs with that," but it would turn the water brown because it was kind of, so it'd be kind of like chocolate milk. Because I was talking about eating almond milk and how much it was just like water, because it really is just poisonous water is all it is, right?
Yeah.
And then everybody could relate to that. Everybody was talking, and everybody could relate to, like, you know,
Count
bad
chocolate
things. You
with
know, like my
water.
friend Jack, he used to babysit for this crackhead girl, lady down the street that was down the street doing things she wasn't supposed to be doing. And he'd be like, "Yeah, me and Bo," that was his homeboy that used to hang out with us. He goes, "Me and Bo would be playing video games while she went out and smoked crack and did whatever she was doing, lady of the night. And then she would pay us, you know, when she'd come home to watch her kids. So she had 4 kids. He goes, they would just stay in the room and roughhouse and play. We would just, you know, and we would babysit them. And you're talking about 13, 14-year-olds that are babysitting for a crackhead. I mean, that's the kind of life you grew up. You grew up like that. And so I could relate, because I just had this messed up mentality from growing up when my mom and dad separated, especially growing up and living in the barrio. You know, I became the white boy, and that was the thing. They were like, "Oh, this is a white boy. I'm gonna beat you up."
But you're not white. Why would they call you?
But it's
Without this, I look pretty white.
Actually, you know what's kind of messed up? When I was living 10 years in Korea, people called me the white guy. And I'm like, I'm not even like 1% white. Why are you calling me that?
You talk
Well,
like
see,
that.
Sorry that
no,
my English
like-
is proper. My bad. Sorry that I use proper grammar in my speech.
You know what Donnie probably
no.
did? He
Well-
went up to them and he probably said, "Excuse me,
Yeah.
can I have some ramen, please?" And they're like, "Wow, what is wrong with you? You a stupid
Yeah.
white man.
Called
Why? You
Raymond,
talk like a white
yeah.
man." And they probably didn't
But-
like it.
I'm not.
no,
I'm not
but,
even
like,
sort of
back
white.
in the gap.
Yeah.
Back in the
But you
gap,
kind of
it
look like you
was.
could be a little bit white. This is
It
the way you
wasn't
talk.
even.
Yeah.
It wasn't even really about race. It was about economic structure.
Yeah,
So,
that
like,
was,
if
but there was
you-
some
if you were
racial tension
poor-
back in the 90s, man. I can tell you right now,
Yeah,
if you were a white guy,
If
you were
you're
a target.
poor, you're poor. You know
Yeah,
what
but
I mean?
that was a
you're
lot of
middle
racial
class-
Yeah,
lines, bro.
like in
Yeah.
Korea, if you speak proper English, they assume that you come from a wealthy family because they're able to pay for that
Right.
education.
And
Right.
there you
So
go.
I get it.
And then that's
Yeah.
why they didn't like you, because you
Yeah.
were too proper.
Yeah.
I mean,
if you talk,
I get what you're saying though, Joe, like about the economic thing and how, you know, whatever, but there was still, back Gen X, there was still a lot of
Right.
racial fighting and tension.
Oh,
I mean, you talk about the
absolutely,
LA
yeah.
riots.
Yeah.
There was still a lot of, you don't see it as much anymore. Like I don't see this newer
It kind of
generation
stopped with our generation.
It stopped with your generation.
I feel like no, that tension manifests in different ways.
Yeah.
Like all that woke DEI stuff, it's manifesting in very more insidious ways, in my opinion.
Right.
Yeah.
Less overt.
It's low
Yeah.
testosterone and SSRIs.
Yeah.
I feel like, yeah.
No, I've gone back to Brunberg and
They've gentrified a lot of
with
it.
homeboys, and you literally have to switch up your language. You're like, instead of being like, "Yo, hey, what's up?" You gotta be like, "What's up, Doug?" Blah blah blah. And kicking it. Oh yeah, Doug. Blah blah. And you can't be like, "Hey, how's it going?"
You know what it is?
Being able to relate though too, because working in government housing for years, there were guards that the black people there, the Hispanic people there, they wouldn't talk to them at all. They would talk to me.
Yeah.
Not because I'm hip or cool, but I think that they just knew that I wasn't going to. And the bottom line is, they know I'm going to take.
You're an informant.
Because some people would come and they would talk to you. No, I'm not an informant. I'm talking about being in security. They would come up to me,
just saying. I'm just saying
they
when
would
they
say
hear
things like, they would tell you, I feel like I could talk to you, like you could try, because they can relate to you because you understand the culture because you were in it. But these other guards, they come there and they're just like, "Hey man, don't do that. What are you doing?" And these people are, they're gonna be like, "Man, get the F out of here. What are you gonna do?" But with me, if I tell you, "Hey, don't do this," you're about 5 seconds away from actually something not good happening in your life. And so that changes the whole dynamic of it, and I think that that's part of it. And I think that they do respect that. They respect that you're willing to get physical if you have to, because if you're not willing to get physical, and I think one of the things where when you see a white guy and they're like, "Yo, man, I'm one of y'all, yo," and they're talking all goofy and acting stupid and shit, and they're doing this crap right here, "I'm one of you, Joe." They're going to look at you and they're going to be like, "This guy is not going to do shit if I slap this guy," because he just wants to fit in. Like me, I show up and my hat is like this, and I'm like straight up, just like, "Look, dude, I don't want to fit in with you. I'm not one of you, and I'm not pretending to be one of you. And as long as you obey the rules, I'm not going to fuck you up." How about that? And then somebody inevitably has to be, hold on, Joe. Somebody inevitably has to be that person that has to get smacked the shit out, because you're not going to survive if you don't at least show them that you're willing to do something. So when one of them acts that plays the role, somebody wants to perpetrate and act like they're going to do something, and you twist the arm behind the back and you do what you got to do, and you take them and say, "Look, dude, I already gave you a chance. Now, the rest of you want to do this, or we can act cool." And then they'll talk to you. When that talk comes, you have to be like, "Look, dude, you don't understand what I'm doing here. I'm not here to bully you. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to protect you." But you have people here that are acting like they want to do something, and that cannot happen. That absolutely cannot happen. They're going to respect you way more than some guy acting like he's hippity hop buddy friend, whatever, and he's all into rap and the culture, whatever the bullshit is. That's not doesn't work. And then it's pandering, and it becomes like you're trying to placate people. I'm not here to placate anybody.
Well, they know that that cat doesn't pay the same dues they do.
No, you can't come off of middle class and be like, "Yeah, I'm over here, bro. I'm just like you, man. I suffered too, man. My mom and dad grounded me." Get out of here, dude, because they don't know what it is. I grew up in the hood, bro. When I was 15, going on 15, I wasn't even 15 yet. My mother moved back to Taylor's. Horrible South Taylor's, it was horrible.
Hey, you got someone in the chat who said that they're from South Taylor.
Oh, who is this?
Monica H. ATX says lived in South Taylor over the bridge.
If you know, you should be coming on. All this stuff is real. Thank you. I don't know who you are.
Yeah, Monica, I used to live in South Taylor too.
But yeah, and she says brings back memories. Let me tell you something, man.
Across the bridge, yep.
Yeah, and the line, and you go over there and you're a Woodleo, or like me, like I'm a half breed, bro. I would go into Taylor Cafe, and there was this old sailor, white guy, racist ass dude. And one time I was hanging out with my friends Greg and Jack. They went to Travis here in Austin, South Austin school, rough school, bad school. And we went home to my hometown and said, "I'm gonna take y'all to go eat some Taylor barbecue," right? And they were like, "Oh, okay, cool." We go to Taylor, and this dude's like, "Hey, Breed, what do you want?" And I was used to that. I was like, "Oh, I'll take some brisket and whatever." Okay, cool. This guy had always been there. He called me Breed. That's what everybody, because I'm a half breed, right? I'm half Mexican, half white. And these black dudes I was with, we sat down and they were like, man, that dude just called you a breed, bro. And I'm just like, so? And he's like, yeah, but that's racial, bro. Why you let him? And I was like, yeah, I guess you're right. I never had really thought about it like that. But that was the way it was, man. You were a half-breed, bro, and that's what you were. There weren't a whole lot of us at that time. And I was born in mid-70s. And so you grew up, and I just looked at it as like when I was with the Mexicans, they would act like, oh, you're different. You're a white boy. And so I had to fight to get to a status where I could be considered a Latino or a Mexican. Speaking Spanish didn't do it. They were just like, well, he speaks Spanish. He's one of us. No, you had to throw the chingazos. And if you couldn't throw chingazos, then you just go get F because you're going to be punked. You're going to be a bully.
Well, were you at least a good dancer? Were you able to at least dance merengue? You couldn't convince them that way?
Couldn't do any of that crap, dude.
Oh, man.
I had to throw them hands, bro.
Because you can win them over with the dance skills on the dance floor, but if you don't have
that didn't work. Not in Taylor.
Not in Taylor.
It didn't work that way.
Well, you got to dance real hard.
Then you go to Austin, and you go to South Austin, and I went to a school where there was like 22 white kids.
You have to do the man dance real hard.
So I started fighting with like all these kids in there that were black and Hispanic that didn't know me. Because I wasn't having to fight all the black and Hispanic kids in Taylor, after I was already done as a younger kid. It was over.
What school was it? Which one was
Travis. I went to Travis. Travis is almost all Mexican with some black sprinkled in. It wasn't white people. And it was a rough school, and people fought all the time, and we had security that would get beat up. Security got beat up. We had security guard. No bullshit, man. Security guard got beat up. We had one badass security guard named Augie. And he just started fighting with people.
I remember Augie, dude. I remember that cat, dude.
Yeah, he was pretty cool, man. I liked him. But then I ran into some of them fools that I was locked up with, when they got out and they were rolling 60s.
Yeah.
They were rolling 60s, and there was one of them in particular, this guy named Anthony. He didn't like me, and he came out, and he's like, and I was just laying there in bed one day, and I thought, wait a minute, that guy said he went to Travis. And this is like my second week there. And I saw the Rolling 60s in there, and I was like, he said he was one of them. That guy gave me a lot of trouble with his clique when I was locked up. I had to fight like every one of them. So one day I'm in the lunchroom, and I just see this kid walking in. He's kind of a big, stocky black dude. And they started talking to him, and he went straight up to my table, and he shook my hand and acted like everything was cool, but it wasn't cool because we weren't cool in the youth. Why would we be cool there? I mean, so we weren't cool, so we ended up fighting all the damn time. And then, lucky for me, my uncle was married to my aunt. His first cousin was the principal. So I skated by with some shit I should have been in trouble for a lot because I beat the crap out of some people. And I hung out with nerds, and I'm going to say nerds. They were good kids, but I liked to play Dungeons and Dragons, even though I was also an athlete. I hung out in the lunchroom. I played Dungeons and Dragons. Because me and my friend Keith, when we were living out in the middle of the country, nowhere, we didn't have anything. Me, him, Stuart, and Dennis, we were all country kids. We would play Dungeons and Dragons. You had nothing else to do. Right?
Let me ask you, Josh, what character class were you? What character class did you gravitate towards?
Sometimes even a bard. I mean, it was.
You wouldn't choose a fighter. That's interesting.
I did fighter. I did barbarian.
Oh.
He was an ogre. No.
Nope. Those are disgusting and they stink. No. I did different characters, but I played Dungeons and Dragons in the library.
Wasn't that one class that you stuck with though? Because everyone has that one class.
Then it would have been fighter. Yeah, for sure. But I like barbarian. There was a lot of different ones, man. Wizard, cleric, whatever.
Yeah.
I did all of them. But I was playing, right? And this guy comes in there, and I'm not going to say his name because I don't know if he's still around or what, but he came in and he was telling those kids to give him $1. He said, come on, guys, give me $1, pay up. Like he was the shit or something. It's like my first week there, and I'm like playing and whatever. We got our little sheet of paper or whatever, and I'm like sitting there with my pen going like, what's this guy? He's a big, tall black dude. He tells me, he said, where's my dollar at, man? Where's my dollar, punk? Like, and I'm like, I'm poor as shit. I ain't got no dollar for you. And I said, man, how many dollars did you just get from all these people, man? Like what, $10? I started thinking about it. I said, okay. I said, I'll get you later, man. I said, go behind the lockers over there, that's where my locker's at. I told him where my locker was. That's not where my locker was. I said, I'm gonna get you later. I'll give you $2, man. Just cut me a break, bro. He's looking at me and I'm looking at him like, man, I'm fixing to rob the shit out of this dude, man. No bullshit, man. I just kept playing. I didn't say nothing to those kids, man. As soon as I got up, I went over there. Fourth period, He comes in. He's like, "Where's my man? I beat the crap. I whooped that dude's ass. Took his money. Big mistake. Did not realize the wheel of play and never should have done that because I was used to doing the way things were because I got comfortable with doing this kind of crap. And this dude had a brother. And then he had a cousin, and he had a bunch of friends, and they were all in the same clique. They were Crips. And that war just went on and on and on and on. And it ended up with me getting jumped in the soda. We call it the soda machine room right there by the whatever. But you know, the cool thing about that is I got stuck between the snack machine and the soda machine. So it was like the 300. They couldn't all jump me together. Mm-hmm. So it was like one at a time. And so I was just nailing these guys. Mm-hmm. And I was a boxer. I could box. I'd been boxing for about 2 years at that point. So these kids, they weren't skilled. They didn't know what the hell they were doing. But in a group, yeah, they're deadly. But by themselves, just crush them.
Yeah,
So it just went on and on and on. And finally, I ended up, this is what happened. This is a true story. I was walking across the street to the Conoco station. I got me a Dr. Pepper because I didn't have no money, but I had friends. My nerd friends would buy me drinks and stuff. And so me and my friend Chad, we were walking, and this dude pulls up. And he's in this nice car. There ain't nobody in that school who's got a car like that. This car is like, it's pimped, right? This dude gets out, and this kid, Anthony, he walks up to me, and he just points his gun. And I'll never forget. I know what it looks, a snub-nosed 38. He pointed it right at me. He goes, "Man, I'll blow your brains out, mother effer." And he's like, "Give me my money right now. All this, give me some money, whatever." I had no money. But I was so stupid at the time, and I didn't give a crap, Mm-hmm. I was just like, "Go ahead, shoot me, dude, shoot me, man, go ahead." And I just kept telling him, and I was saying a bunch of crap, and this guy was saying a bunch of crap. And there was this older dude, he was looking around, and he's like, "Anthony, get in the car, bro. Forget this white boy, man. Forget this dude, man. We finna get arrested, bro." And he was shaking like he wanted to blow my brains out. He wanted to kill me. And we were right there on that overpass on Old Torf and 35. I'll never forget as long as I live. I was standing right there. And I had my backpack, and I was just like, and I was stupid enough thinking
right
about
there by Travis.
Yeah, I was going to think about maybe shoving him into traffic or something,
Mm-hmm.
But I didn't do it. Thank God. And then one day I was like at that Sonic right there on Old Turf. It don't even exist anymore because that area got so bad that they closed it down because it was just a shithole, a bunch of drugs and whatever. So I was at that Sonic right there, and I see this dude. This was like, I was like 20 years old or 21. I was already like, I thought this was over with, man. These dudes, they don't forget. These two, and they're losers. They ain't got no life. They ain't got no future. So this dude pulls up, and they're sitting there. And I'm just like looking, doing something. I was reading a book or something, looking through it. And I was in college at that time. I was actually going to school, trying to do something with myself. And I was doing some reading or whatever. And this dude just grabs my book. I wasn't even paying attention. And he throws it over his shoulder. And he goes, "Oh, look what happened to your book, college boy." And I look, and there's 3 of them. And I'm just like, "Oh, shit, dude. This is before the day of like cell phones and all that. You ain't going to call no cops."
Yeah.
And I see this dude that works there, and he's like one of them too. He comes out, he's like, in charge of that Sonic or whatever. And he's like sitting there, and they're all watching me, looking at me or whatever. And so they told me to get out of the car. So I thought about it. I said, if I try to back up, I'm going to probably get hit several times, but I'm not going to get killed. So I backed up, and I got popped a few times in the face, and I did this, and I went right through them, and they all just moved, thank goodness. And I got out of there. And I ended up seeing that dude at of all things on Old Torf at a Popeye's Chicken. This crazy, stupid thug mentality. I still had it back then. And I see this dude by himself walking out of that Popeyes. And I just was like, I just pulled in, and there was a police substation right across the street. No bullshit, man. And I jumped out of my ride, and I just went up to him. I was like, "Hey, what's up, dude?" And I just started like nailing that dude, man. I didn't knock it, but he was a big, tough guy. I didn't knock him out. But I knocked him up against his car and was just tagging him. And then the manager came out, or somebody that was in charge, I guess, came out, and they're like, "We're going to call the police, blah, 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 blah." And I took his chicken, and I got in my car and drove off.
Damn, you took his chicken.
I took his chicken. Yes.
That was rubbing salt on the wounds. You took his chicken.
I took his chicken, and I ate it.
The guy was probably sitting there. He was probably thinking, like, he didn't have to take my chicken.
Exactly.
Damn.
But that's the kind of person I was back in those days.
Damn, you took his chicken?
Club days, took his chicken. And it was that way too, man. I remember working at the club, and you go to Rapolo's, they would give you a slice of pizza for $1 if you were at a club. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, it was $2.50, so you get like $1.50. This is pretty cool.
Took my chicken.
And so I'm walking, and my second, it was my third night. And Anthony's heard this story from Willie. Willie told Anthony's story. Willie, big tall black dude, used to live with me, man. And I was walking, and I had this pizza, and I'm like, "Oh man, I'm so hungry. My last $1." And there were these three brothers, and they were whooping the crap out of this little Mexican dude. They were jumping him. They were messing him up. I had learned, like, just mind your business, man. Ignore this. I don't want to be involved. And they're all hyped up because they beat up this little bouncer or whatever. And the dude gets right up in my face. He's like, yeah, and he knocks the pizza out of my hands, dude. And I will never forget. That was a pivotal moment in my life because I was like, I had told myself I wasn't going to be this way. I was not going to be that guy. And when that pizza's like going end over end over, and I'm just like, no, and it goes on the ground.
And you were like, I really was looking forward to that pizza.
I was really looking forward to that piece of pepperoni pizza. And I looked at that dude, and there were these two girls with him, right? And they were like, they go, don't hurt him, Chaz. That's all. I don't know anything other than that.
Oh,
and
damn, that made it even worse.
I looked at this dude and I said, yeah, don't hurt me, Chaz. And I just was like, I just did a fist of the North Star on this dude. Like I literally was like Kenshiro on this dude, and there was a big ass dude with him, and he kind of was grabbing his friend and trying to throw. He was scared at that point. I saw the fear, and I said, "You're scared." He goes, "Oh, I'm never scared." I said, "Oh, you're scared, bro. My heart don't pump." And I said, "Dude, bitch, that's nothing but sugar coming out your heart, bro."
Yeah, I'm pumped.
You grabbing your friend because I'm going to kill his ass. And the other dude was just kind of buzzing around, and he was still kind of watching the guy that they were beating up. I said, I had nothing to do with this.
You made him drop his pizza.
Now your friend's brain damaged even more than he already was because you just knocked my dollar. That's the last dollar I had. So I told that guy, I said, if you give me $2, you give me $2 and I'll walk away. He said, man, I'm going to give you a beating. I said, give it to me then, homeboy. And he just got close enough, and I just threw that overhand right. Boom. He dropped. Bam. The other dude talked a bunch of shit, didn't do nothing, like always. He just ran around saying he was going to do stuff, and I just stepped over them, and I went inside. So I thought it was over. About 4 months later, dude, or maybe it was 6 months. I don't know. It was months later. I walked into a Walmart, and I kid you not, this is where Willie told you the story, Anthony. Willie and Jerome, these two guys, they were black too. We were hanging out. We go into the Walmart, and with my brother was there. And we were, back then music, when you would look at music, it was like cassette tapes, right? Or like CDs. Like CDs was starting to be, it was like, oh, CDs. So they had these big ass whatever. And they had these big plastic things on them so you couldn't steal them, right? Yeah. So we were looking through the music, whatever, and I was trying to get some music or whatever. And my brother goes, hey. He said, check out that dude right there, man. Willie, because Willie got to the restroom. Willie said, he said, that's the guy you beat up at the club, like that when you first started or whatever. I turned around and I looked. My brother just got out of the army. And I was like, I look and I said, he's a big guy. I mean, he's a big dude. I said, holy shit, that is him, man. And so I walked around and I just walked. I was real bold. I didn't give a shit. I looked right up and down, looked him up and down. I said, oh, man. I said, what the hell happened to your head, bro? He had a halo, like a blender on his damn head. I know what and he looks at me, and I'm not, no bullshit. This is a true story. Willie's told Anthony this story. And so is my brother. He goes, dog, you broke my neck. I'm standing there like, I kid you not, man. And I'm like, I was like, oh, snap. For real? I broke your neck? I said, damn, dude. Like, when? And he goes, you don't remember that? I was like, yeah, I remember you. But I was like, we were fighting in front of the club. I was like, damn, what the hell? And the guy goes, yeah, when you hit me, I spun around and I fell. He goes, you broke my neck, physically broke the bones in my neck. He's like, and I'm lucky I'm not paralyzed. And he had some girl with him, and his girl was all like, yeah, you did that shit. And back then I didn't give a shit. I said, shut up. Shut up. I don't give a damn about you. And I told that dude, I said, well, you're lucky I didn't kill you. I said, because you see, you're not going to go and do what you were doing that night again. I didn't care about teaching lessons. I just told him, I said, you're lucky to be alive, dude. So I just went back over to what I was doing. That was the kind of brutal mentality I had. I did not give a shit about these people. I did not care. If you were in my way, you were just a subject that needed to be destroyed. That's how different I am. From that person to now, it's a totally different person. And that's what should happen with people when you get older. You should grow up. You should change. You should learn and not be that kind of way. But at that time, it took me years, probably another 20 years to feel any empathy for any of those people. I'm talking the people that I beat up. I didn't care. I didn't give a crap. Yeah. I had no feeling at it all. It didn't matter to me. I could whip your ass. You live or die. I don't care. I could go to IHOP and eat, and I did not give a shit. It did not matter because you stepped in my shit and you were my AO and you got dealt with, man. But that was a very South Austin-y mentality. I mean, like it was very, rough. A lot of those kids, they were from Dove Springs. It was a very bad area.
Oh, Blood Springs. Yeah.
Blood Springs, yeah, it was very rough, dude. And then you had Meadowbrooks or Murder Brooks, as they called it.
Brooks,
you know,
yeah.
Thurman Heights, Crips, you know, all those people in those different types of areas. I worked all those government housing areas, and I already had the reputation. People knew me. They said, "Oh, that's Wolf. You don't mess with Wolf." And in fact, my brother can attest to Soak and Scorpio if they're in the chat. But Anthony, you know, I introduced you to a couple of those guys that when I was over at Palo Santos, they knew me from the old days. And those old timers, as they would call them, our guys, they told those millennials, they said, look, sling your shit, whatever, but don't mess with that dude, because that's not a normal security guard. That is not a normal security. He is not a security guard. He's not going to play around and be like, oh, okay, guys, I'm going to write you up because I don't give a shit about writing you up. That's not
they were
how.
trying to teach the youngins, like,
they were telling them, like, that Wolf is a different guy. It's a different animal. That's not the person you mess with. And you know what? To their credit, they listened. They didn't mess around. And Goodies, the guy that told him, he had a good little scam going. He's in prison now, but he would sit there in his wheelchair like this, like. And I knew this guy for years. This was his scam. So I walk up to him and I throw him out of his wheelchair. He stands up, and all them dudes got all up on me. I said, "Man, get out of here." I said, "You still doing this shit, man?" He's like, "Runberg, been running Runberg for so long, pretending like he was paralyzed, slinging crack out of his wheelchair."
Yeah.
So I told him, I said, "Man, I'm working." He goes, "Oh shit, for real?" I said, "Yeah, I'm doing security here." So he was the last one to get evicted, you know, and then he ended up going over to what's it called? Galewood, where they were just shooting everybody every freaking night back in 2019, 2020. It was just when those guys got pushed out, it was an instant war over there. And they were fighting all the time. And we pull into the gas station. I'll never forget my wife. She's like, "This is a bad area, man. I hope you," and I said, I got out. And all them dudes was like, "Oh, what's up, Wolf?" They knew me. They were all like talking to me and shaking my hand and being friendly. There's no doubt in my mind that they're not my best friends, but they're not going to do to me what they're going to do to some yokel that doesn't know what the hell's going on, you know?
Yeah.
And it takes a person that has a brutal past to be able to understand that, to be able to understand what it takes. These people that talk a lot of shit about, they don't know me. They do not know me. These people that talk crap about me, they say, "I know him personally." Bitch, if you knew me personally, you would not be saying what you're saying. I swear to you, you don't see anybody from my past talking shit to me. You see people that have never met me in real life talking shit.
Amen.
That's who they are. And they're full of shit.
Yeah.
If you knew me,
you
wouldn't be saying all that crap. I promise
you. Dude. Freaking man, dude. Like, back in my gap, man, like, there are no cats that I know currently that would literally talk on my name on old school, you know, because dude, like, we didn't do it like that. It was it was completely different. Like, back in the gap, like, people that knew Breezy, and it wasn't even Breezy back in the day. That wasn't even my name back in the day. They called me Rabbit, you know, because I had a habit. And those cats would never even speak on my name about it. From Rudberg to Rutland and St. John's area, all the way to South First. You know,
and the thing is too, once you grow up and you get older and you have to, like, you know, thugging and acting a fool, that ends at some point. And you have to become a statesman, you know, because you lose your youth. You can't throw down like you used to. I'll still do anything I can to defend me or my family. And I still do take on some jobs that my wife's like, "I don't really want you to work these places. They're not good, but you have to make the money." And right now, homeless people, and I know it sounds weird to people who don't understand this, but homeless people have become such a major problem that they are more dangerous to me. You can deal with a drug dealer. You can be like, "Look, man, you know, I know you don't want to go to jail, you know, behave. I'm here. I'm not here to be a narc agent. I'm here to keep the peace." And they're not going to want to get trouble, right?
Right.
And
Their fears
there are
are
people in
different.
line that
Yeah.
they're selling whatever they're doing, bad things. But these homeless people, they don't live in reality with us, and they don't care, and they are absolutely deranged, and they are twisted, bro.
Dude.
Absolutely freaking twisted, dude. And they are
And
so bad.
not to shift gears on that, but you know, it's like last time I went to Ash and all that, it's like that. What we call it, it'd be like that Karen demon thing is, you know, I really think it's a mass influence of possession, like because those they have nothing to fear, you know,
and
like
they breed on those people.
yeah. Back in the Gap, when you were in a treatment facility, whatever you want to call it, if you started triggering people, you know, they put you in the quiet room. They put you.
Yeah, they don't have it anymore.
Yeah, they don't even know what the F that is. You know what I mean? Like I was talking to one of the doctors. I was like, you know, don't you have a quiet room? And they're like, well, your room's pretty quiet. And I'm like, no, like, you know, the padded effing room, you know, that we all went to when we were kids. And he's like, those actually exist? Because he's younger than I am. You know, and I'm like, yeah, no, the freaking padded room, as soon as you verbally escalate or verbally assault somebody, then you're stuck off in the room, and you had like 2 rooms on the unit. You know what I mean? And
So
he's
Joe, I'm gonna let you go, man. I'm gonna run, dude. Get with me so we can record. All right, and we're gonna bounce here, guys. But
Hey, Wolf, can I just say one thing?
Yeah, go ahead.
It just turned on the Hebrew calendar Nissan 17, and I think that everybody needs to hear this.
Yeah, go ahead.
On Nissan 17, I guess April 15th, was the day that Noah was delivered from the flood. It was the day that Joshua entered the promised land and eats from the fruit of the land. It was also the day that Esther rescued the Israelites from genocide. It was the day that the Israelites crossed the Red Sea. And most importantly, it was the day that our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ was resurrected.
So I had talked to somebody the other day who said that Jesus was that he was born on April 1st. And I told him I think it was more closer to April 12th.
I think it was September 11th. I thought it was after the one feast.
Yeah, well, I there's been a lot of debate, a lot of conjecture about that, and I don't know exactly, you know, what the date is. We don't know. They do believe. I say they, and it's not like Tolstoy says they don't know what they're talking about. They meaning like the scholars. A lot of biblical theologians and scholars believe that he was born in mid-spring. Certain reasons why, and I'm not going to get into a big old thing. We'd be here all night trying to talk about that, why that is. But I do believe, and I guess Joe bounced or whatever. Joe, if you're listening, just hit me up and we can record together. We didn't get to do whatever. You got to catch Joe earlier in the night, man. Joe he starts doing the 12-ounce curls. So
right.
And I love Joe. Don't get me wrong, but I've talked to him about it before.
No judgment.
Yeah, no judgment there. He just, you know, he's got so much. I talked to him about the other night. He's got so much knowledge and so much to offer. But you know, it's hard. That's why I quit, because you can't get across what you got to do. You know.
Josh
Tex jumped on here. What's up, Tex? What's going on, man?
Just before you go, or before this is over, I just need a minute with you.
Okay.
What's
okay, yeah, it's only midnight. So Tex jumped in. Tex, what's going on, Tex? So what I was going to tell you though, Dick, I don't know that I believe all that, because that seems kind of far flung that every one of those things happened on that particular day. And like I said, I think that they wrote a lot of this stuff in there just to like make it look like, because it was a copy and paste of Sumerian text. And people hate it when I say that. They get so mad because everything is so connected to the Hebraic, which I'm going to tell you right now, I don't buy it all. I'm sorry. I don't. I really don't. I think that there is a reason why Christ was very adamant about us not following them and following him. And that is a big problem, because as a people, they deny him as our Lord and Savior. And to me, I can't abide by that, because that's the same problem I have with Islam. They're like, oh, yes, he was a great prophet, blah, blah, blah. He was the greatest prophet, whatever. But they still treat him as a prophet in the same category as Muhammad or Abraham or Moses. And Jesus was not those people. He was not. He was above them. He is the Son of God to me. And the things I was talking about earlier, the brutality and the life I lived and the way that I was and the way I did that, I am so far removed from actually being that person. Is like another world to me. I remember it. I remember doing it. I did. And I have to stand judgment for everything I've done and said and everything. But Jesus is the reason why I'm here and I'm able to talk and have a conversation like a decent human being, because I would have stayed as a brutal, aggressive person. And when you are 6'4", 300 pounds at any given time, and you have abilities, to be really quick, really strong, it's a miracle that I didn't go to prison for after I was, did all my time. Yeah. Or died, died maybe, but I didn't feel like that was going to happen. I didn't think it was
the Lord's plan for your life, brother.
Yeah, God changed me, and
Amen.
There's a lot of witnesses to the things I did back in the day, but that were bad. But there's a lot of witnesses to the things I've done as a good person in my life. I'm going to tell you right now, and I think all of your lives. I'm sure, Kevin, you could probably attest to this, and you too, Dick and Tony, everybody.
Buddy,
your life is in two parts. There's the time that you were before you met Christ, and then the time after. And everybody lives that life. You become a new person once you stop doing what you're doing and you change your lives. And most of the time, it does take some sort of divine intervention when you are as far flung from being a decent person as I was, because I was one of those people where I didn't start it, but if somebody did, and it wouldn't take much, just a little match, just a little spark, and I would be like, what? And then this ass beating becomes a mugging real quick. And I collected a lot of jewelry from people back in the day. In fact, this ring here and this ring right here that I always wear, those came from people's the spoils of war. That's what that is. And it was melted down because I was told by an ex, hey, this is gruesome to have all this gold teeth and grills and stuff. And I said, yeah, I guess you're right. So I melted it down and turned it into something.
Wait, is that why you took that dude's chicken that one time?
I take something every time. Yeah, pretty much. I mean,
do you remember eating that chicken? Like,
I do. Yeah. I do. I pulled in. This is a true story.
Call it victory chicken.
One of my friends was
Victory chicken.
They used to have a tire shop right around the corner. It was just a front. It wasn't. You didn't. It was just there. It was right around the corner from there. And what it was a where you go get your tires balanced and they do whatever alignments, whatever. So I went in there and I just, hey, what's up? And I sat there and I ate that food and then I just.
You just hate him
and his daughter
eats his chicken.
He asked me what happened, and I had a little scar on my hand. I said, I got into a fight with this guy. I've been waiting to beat up for years, man.
Now I got his chicken.
Because I had to have the last word. The guy punched me in the face at the freaking Sonic.
Well, maybe losing your pizza was karma for taking that dude's chicken.
And then what was my karma for beating that guy and breaking his neck? I mean, just keeps going or what?
Yeah, pretty much.
Just keeps going. That's why I got the gout in my elbow now. That's why it always attacks the right elbow because of all this.
Hey, Josh, I got a question for you from one fight fan to another, okay? Because I'm a fight fan as well.
Yeah.
In your opinion, as a fight fan, which fighter was the most terrifying? Like when you saw them, you're like, oh man, that dude's terrifying. Fedor?
Fedor.
Mine was Vanderlei.
Fedor was brutal, and here's Fedor in every fight.
Yeah.
No emotion. He showed no emotion. His brother was the same way. They were just they were Russian gangsters, dude, and they didn't give a shit. And they were just like straight up like, I kill you.
Fedor was a stone-faced killer, man.
He didn't care.
Yeah.
I've known some badass mofos in my time, and I've been around some bad mofos. There was a guy back in the day named Big Mike, and he went to prison. He killed a dude I knew it was going to happen. It was just a matter. It was me, like me. He was half guy, half breed. He was 6'6", and he probably weighed about 300 pounds. And we had a luchador that worked for us named Chico. Everybody remembers Chico. I know D's in the chat. He remembers him. Big, strong, tough guy. And Chico, like, he was straight up. He's like, dude, Mike makes me nervous. I'm like, yeah, he does. And I got into a fight with that dude behind the club one time, and I got the better of him, but it got broken up. But I gave him like some brutal shots, dude, and the guy didn't even go down. He didn't fall. He didn't do anything. He was just, but he wasn't refined. And I always thought, man, but he ended up going to prison and killing a guy that he thought was his girlfriend was messing around. She used to work as a stripper at Yellow Rose, right? And he killed this dude inside of a cab. Like, he got in the cab and beat this dude, and the dude died. And then he went to prison, and then he did something to somebody in prison and got more time. So he's there for the rest of his life. I think he's like in Terrell unit or whatever. But he was a bad dude, and he was one of the meanest but toughest guys I'd ever met. Now, mean and tough are two different things, but he was both. And you could just tell, like, somebody hurt that guy back in the day, and it just didn't work out. You know, and I know his last, I'm not gonna say his last name, Mike G, but he was downtown for years. I worked downtown for years and years, and I saw the biggest, meanest, toughest guys come and tumble and fall. And I always thought that dude was probably, if he would have had my abilities, like it would have been like horrible. Like, he would have probably just killed people left and right. You know what I mean? And if he was stealthy enough, you know, he could have been just, but I used to tell people I was a serial ass beater. Not a killer, not a serial killer. I didn't have that in me to be that way, but you
kept trophies though.
There were guys that really did. They had it in them, and if they had those abilities, they would have just went around killing people. And I think Mike was one of those people. And when he got in trouble for killing that dude, you know, they wanted me to help him bail him out and all this stuff. And I said no. I said no. And the reason I said no is because it's not. He did it. There were a million witnesses, and he's going to go to prison for it, and you're going to waste your money. And I told my brother this, and my brother, I know you remember we had this conversation about Mike, and I said, he's going to do it anyway. If it wasn't that guy, it's another guy. He's going to kill somebody. And he started it with me tonight. And the reason he started with me is because he wanted to beat up Willie, which is one of my old friends. He died in 2020 of brain cancer. And I told him, I said, you're not going to beat him up. And he called him the N-word and a bunch of other shit, trying to provoke Willie to do it. And I told Willie, don't do it. Don't do it. Because he just wants to beat your ass. That's all it is. Because he's drunk. And when he got drunk, he got the devil in him. Now, I could be, there was that way too. I get drunk and I get a little cocky. This dude, though, his eyes changed. He was like, I'm going to kill you. Then it was like Private Pile mixed with Conan the Barbarian. You don't mess with that guy because there's something off about him. But knowing what I know now, I know it's a demonic attachment. You know, and that guy was a killer. If that guy would have joined the UFC, but if it would have been if it would have been more money in it and it was worth it to go and risk yourself back then, it wasn't when I was in my prime. It wasn't. But he would have been a stone cold killer. He would have beat the crap out of people. I mean, he Pride. I knew Matt Brower. I mean, like, I had friends that went to Pride, did Pride, and I trained with some of those guys. And
wait, who did you know that went to Pride?
I knew a guy named Matt Brower. That's his real name. And then I knew what's his face, Crazy Horse. I met him up in Dallas.
Oh yeah, Crazy Horse. Yeah.
Guy Metzger. His dad was actually the leader of a white supremacist organization. Jeez. I'm not even joking, man. I'm not even kidding. And one of my friends, we didn't know this. We did not know this, right? We did not know this. Me and Scorpion. I don't know if he's in the chat, whatever. But Scorpion and D and Starscream and Squid all went to this little meeting, and Scorpion straight up. He's Navajo and Mexican, right? And I'm half Mexican. And we're at this little like get together. I thought it was like for fighters, you know, to go and whatever. And they were like, yeah, dude, this is the white, what was it called? The white front, What in the hell was it called?
Maybe National Front.
White National something. So we go there thinking it's like a fight club, you know, and this dude, he's a fighter, but he tells us, he goes, yeah, he starts kind of looking at us, and he sees me. He didn't really think nothing because I looked like a white guy, you know, but he sees Scorpion. He's kind of like, look at this Scorpion. And I'm like looking around, and there's all these white guys. That's all it was. And they had their shirts off. They looked like convicts and shit. And Starscream was like, hey man, I think we're in the wrong place. It's like, I was like, you think so? This does not look like a dojo to me. What is this? You know? And the guy goes, yeah, man, you know, and there was a guy, I'm not gonna say his name. He kind of was leaned that way, and I didn't know that. And he told me, he goes, that guy sent me your information and said that, you know, he was talking to Starscream. He's like, and that you guys, you know, would fit right in because y'all are white. You want to brawl. And I was like, white? What do you mean white? What does that mean? You know, and he's like, well, you know, Guy Metzger. And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, but his dad is the leader of this. And he started this movement, and we're going to do this. And so they handed us this paperwork, you know, and I'm like, what is this? And it was like the white, I'm trying to remember the name of it, dude. It was called the White Nationalist something or another. And I was like, oh, well, thanks, man. I was like, we just want to stop by and say, hey. I look at my wrist. There's like nothing on my wrist. It's just like, oh, hey, well, you know, it's time to go. We're going to head out now. Thanks for inviting us, though, you know. Yeah, we got to stick together and destroy all the bad people that aren't, you know, white people, whatever. And we left, and we just got in the car, and my brother started laughing. He goes, dude, was this like a white power meeting? I was like, I think it was, dude. So we just take off. And I'm like, nobody's talking. And Scorpion's like, yeah, I felt real uncomfortable in there. And I was like, yeah, I bet you did. You know, you're obviously not a white guy, you know. And it was crazy, man. Like back in the day, there was just so much going on. And these fighters, they come out of these, you know, whatever. And of course, Guy, a lot of people had said something about him but his dad was that way. And he was like, I'm not that. That's not me. And he was fighting out of Dallas with Keith Haring. And I remember those guys back in the day. And I was like, they weren't, you know. And then there was Lance Hoyt, who he's still wrestling to this day. And he used to train at our gym, and he used to work downtown and all this stuff. And so I was joking with him one day. He's still, I think he's in not WWE, it's WEW. What's it called?
Well, there's one called ECW.
ECW, yeah. He's in there. And I was joking with him. He's been on the show. And I told Lance, I said, dude, I think I went to a white power meeting. It was like, I said, the guys we train with, you know, and this guy was like, hey, come to this meeting, you know. Totally did not, you know. And so I got home, and I had this booklet, and then Willie lived with me, he's that guy, right? And he's like, so I throw it on the table, and I just, whatever, man. And I go and I'm like doing whatever, probably smoking bong hits or whatever the hell I was. I smoked pot back in the day. Yeah, I admit, I don't give a shit. And so Willie comes in, and Willie's like, reading it, looking at it, and Willie comes and sits down and like just on the recliner, and I'm just like watching football or whatever, and Willie's just reading it, just reads the whole thing, and then throws it on the coffee table, and I'm over there, and Loki's there, and we're like looking, and Loki goes, "What is this?" And I go, "I don't know, man. It's some kind of bullshit this fighters gave me because I thought we were going to meet these fighters, and they were white supremacists." And he goes, "They gave us that," and Willie comes back out. So me and Willie went to the grocery store, to the H-E-B, like later on that night. He never said a word about it. He didn't ask me what it was, anything. And so I just broached the subject with him, and I said, hey, man, that's not mine, dude. I just brought it home because, and I told him who it was that had given it to us. And I said, you might want to steer clear of that guy because that guy's, you know, and he worked at a club called the Brados. And there was a little clique of those guys, and they were all roid heads, dude. And so I just kind of avoided them. But it was weird because they hung out with this other guy named Mitch who was half black, but he was like in that little club with them. Yeah, it was really weird. I didn't know what that. I couldn't believe that guy was trying to get us to join this movement or whatever.
You know, as soon as you left, they were like, "That was a breeding an engine for sure."
They did. I'm sure they did because one of them said something about it because we didn't talk to him anymore about it. And then down there, I was fighting with these guys, which probably made them think that I was open to joining it. And they were called Sharps. I kid you not. They were called Skinheads Against Racial Prejudice.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking.
Yeah,
I swear to you, it's God is my witness, guys. This is a true. It's a real thing. They were called Sharps. My brother can tell you. My brother's in the chat. He can tell you this
you
is
could
a
probably
true
even
story.
Google it too. It's a real
Yeah.
thing.
And they wore like
Oh, I
green
believe it.
places or something, and they tried to jump me at the stop and go. And I'm like coming out with a hot dog. I'm like 10 sheets to the wind. I was coming out of the back room, which is where a lot of metal bands played, and I had gone to see Faith No More, and I was coming out, and I was like just still jamming, whatever. And I had a hot dog, and this dude, they're bald-headed guys. They look like skinheads. I don't know who they are. And I'm eating my hot dog, and I guess one of them had said something to me, and I always talked a lot of shit, I didn't care. And I was by myself, and I was in the back room with this friend of mine, Bubba. He's gone now. Rest in peace. Bubba's a great guy. But anyway, one of them goes, "Hey, man, were you talking shit to my friend Crowley?" I don't know who the hell Crowley is. And I'm like, who the hell's Crowley, dude? I just keep eating my hot dog. And at first I thought he was talking to somebody behind me, because there were some guys behind me. They were Hispanic guys. So I thought maybe these were guys, these cholos were going to fight these skinheads. And I'm like, oh, cool, I'm going to watch, I turn around and I look, and they're not talking to them. They're just going inside. And I'm like, are you talking to me? And the dude goes, yeah, what's up, bro? And he's like this skinny little Bucko-5 looking skinhead dude. And he tries to headbutt me. And I just put my hand up. And he just smacked into one of my rings. And I had these rings back then too. And I just went like that. And he fell backwards. And then 3 or 4 of them come from around behind the trash can, which I don't know what the hell they were doing back there. And we started fighting. Well, they had a guy who hung out with them named Delche, and Delche and me were friends. This is a white guy. His name is Delche. I'm not even joking. Anthony's met him. We met him at the gym at 24 Hour Fitness. And he like eventually brokered a peace between me and these guys. But this feud went on for like a year. I got into a fight with them at a Slotsky sandwich shop when they saw me. So they went around telling everybody that they were trying to beat me up because I was racist. And I'm like, dude, who the hell are you? I thought they were just skinheads, and I didn't know the difference between a skinhead and a sharp or whatever the hell they were. Skinhead against racial prejudice. That's really what they were. But every time I saw them, they were actually fighting with this group of Hispanic guys that were bald-headed too. And I didn't know what their deal was, but they were always fighting each other every time I saw them. And they would see me, and they would try to fight me. And it just went on and on. So maybe those guys thought that I was like fighting those dudes because those dudes were fighting them too. Maybe they were.
So you never ran up to them and were like, yo, man, I hate racism too. Let's join forces.
I did. I actually tried talking to one of them, and I said, dude, I'm actually Hispanic, dude. What is your problem? They didn't care. It was like they were all on drugs and whacked out. And one of them had like I remember this. He pulled out a knife on my brother right there on San Jack and Sixth Street. And he had a belt buckle, and it was an Iron Cross belt buckle, the Iron Cross. And me and my brother are walking down the street, and he comes running up and goes, "What's up, man?" And he sees my brother, and he starts talking shit to him. And then I turn, and I'm standing there talking to my friend Jack. And then the next thing you know, my friend points, and I go over there, and this dude whips out a knife. It's one of those, you pull a knife out, and it's like this, where it's like, you got the blade. And he's like swinging it at my brother, dude. And this dude is one of those sharps, one of those racial prejudice against
all because they hate racism, man. That's empathy run amok.
Yeah, and it was like back in the 90s where people were just retarded.
Yeah, that's why there is such a thing as too much empathy, folks.
Too much.
Too much.
Irony.
Yeah.
Very irony. Yeah. And so anyway, I didn't even get a good smack on the guy, but I slapped him hard enough to where his skinny ass fell down. And when the cops came, they arrested him. And so get this, he stands up. He's got his face is red. I slapped him. The cops asked me what happened. I said, this dude pulled out he's got a knife. It's a stiletto right there on the ground. They pick it up. They arrest this fool. And then these policemen come up. I know one of them. He comes up to me, and he's cool, man. His name was Nick, and he was an Italian guy from Boston. He was real cool. And he's like, Wolf, what's going on here? What's this guy doing? What's going on? I said, he's some kind of skinhead, and he thinks we're skinheads or something. I don't know what is. I had hair. My brother was bald, at that time. And he said, and he goes, well, this guy looks like a skinhead. He's got the boots and the braces. He's got the Iron Cross, whatever. So they arrest this dude, and I never did figure out what the hell their deal was. I did not understand it. And they had a guy that was like one of their leaders. His name was Bull, and he worked at Maggie Mae's. I don't know whatever happened to that guy. But it was just weird. And I finally had a talk with that dude. And I said, who are you? Are you behind these people's bullshit or what? And he's like, no, man, I quit hanging out with them because all they want to do is fight with people. And I was like, well, do you talk to them anymore? This is before Delche got involved. And I finally told him, and he got him to leave me alone. And I said, well, they're always trying to fight me. They can't fight for shit, but they're always trying to fight me. And it looks ridiculous because here I am running a club and there's this pack of skinheads that come running up trying to fight me. And I'm running a club that's predominantly black and Hispanic. And they're yelling about
all in the name of anti-racism, which is ironic because they're like, I hate you because I love humanity. You must die.
It's so weird.
Yeah.
Hey,
it was so freaking weird.
I just wanted to jump on real quick and say hi to everybody.
Hey, Tex.
I gotta make a phone call.
Good to see
First
you.
time I've got to meet.
Who are you
Tex
calling at
face to face over
12:22
here.
a.m.?
I got people I got to contact, man.
Shackley?
Dick, it's great to see you, brother.
You too, brother.
Kevin, good to see you again.
And you, sir.
Tony, Mr. Chaplin. Nice to meet
Guys, let me say something about Tex real quick. Tex ain't going to tell you this, but dude, if he gets a few beers in him at a conference, he is a wild ass dude. Tex, and then he gets up and he sings karaoke, and he sings very well. You'd be surprised at how well this man sings until he drinks more. Then it becomes like it's like that scene in Family Guy where they're like, but your voice is awesome up until that point. But you know who really sings good is the Barry Kling.
Oh, absolutely!
Holy shit, man!
God.
The Kling
Man,
brothers.
he knocked that out of that Johnny Cash out of the park, didn't he?
Holy shit! He got up there and I was like, holy crap! And he did it with like nothing.
Yeah,
like it was so smooth. And I was watching, and I was like, holy shit, man!
Best ones make it look easy.
Oh man, he sang so well. I wish I could sing like that.
I would love to believe you when you say I sing good, but it ain't happening, brother.
But the first 2-3 you did fine, but then you drank. I saw you just kicking them back, and then because you were cutting loose, and when you got up there, then it kind of got the quality went down a little bit. It was just
really
a little bit like when you and Monica got up there, I was like, oh. Because you were just, I think you had already kind of sang, and I think it was just because you had been drinking. But I think other than that, you sang really well.
What did they do? Sonny and Cher?
We did Grease,
like 80s. Yeah,
we did a song from Grease.
Yeah,
nice.
And there was a couple of 80s, and there was a girl that got up there and she sang Evanescence.
Yeah. And
I was like, oh boy, and you got to have balls to sing that because that woman, and she was like, look into my eyes. It was like, holy shit, like that. She did it, man. Like I was pleasantly surprised by the level of people that could sing at that place.
I don't get up there because I can sing. I get up there because I have fun. I mean, that's all.
You definitely were having fun. That's for sure.
Oh,
Ever go to the Cotton Club?
The Cotton Club?
On myself.
Yeah, over in Granger.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. My grandmother was from Granger. She's Czech. Now she's not my blood grandmother. That was my dad's stepmother, but she was the only grandmother I ever really knew, other than my great aunt on my mom's side. And they were pretty much my grandparents. One of them was Hispanic and was white, but they were both Catholic. And I wasn't Catholic. And so my parents were like, you have to go to CCD. And I'm like, why? And they're like, well, because your grandma's still alive and your great aunt's still alive. And this is my dad's exact words. He goes, as long as they're alive, you're going to be Catholic and kiss their ass. How about that? And I said, okay, fine. So I went to CCD.
Hey, I'm Catholic by proxy. So I'm just saying,
My grandfather claimed to be Catholic, but I don't think he really was anything. He just said
I'm married into a bunch of Catholics, so
that's what my
grandfather
did.
Well, I was born a Methodist, but I converted to Buddhism.
That is so weird. You're like, okay, so you're Korean.
Wise choice, in my opinion.
Which actually, Koreans are not. They're very secular. It is one of the most secular.
Korea is the most Protestant country in all of Asia.
Yeah, but they're very secular.
Did not know that. Interesting.
I think it's something like 60% of the country is actually secular. Like they claim secularism.
Yeah. I'd say the majority is like Western Protestant Christian.
God bless you, Tex.
And then after that, it's split between Buddhists and atheists.
So what made you go from becoming a God-fearing person to a heathen? What made you do that? I'm kidding, Kevin and Donnie. Don't start getting upset with me. I'm joking.
College years, I had a pastor who was mentoring me to kind of train me to go into, I guess they were kind of setting me up to go into seminary. But then in my early college years, I discovered, women and getting laid. And I was like, I'm not about that.
You turned away from God for sins of the flesh.
Yes.
That is horrible.
And I do not regret it.
At least he's honest.
Yeah, he's honest, but that comes into the whole
pastor was
shame
disappointed, but I just looked at him, I shook my head, and I was like, sorry, dude.
So you became a Buddhist so you could pick up chicks? I thought
No, the Buddhism thing came afterwards. It came afterwards. It actually became about from my years as a semi-pro gamer. Because I was like one of the best in the country.
Time out.
Okay.
Semi-pro gamer. Okay.
Semi-pro.
Like I could say I was a semi-pro pot smoker. What do you what does that mean?
I was traveling the country competing for money, but the money I was making was not enough to pay my way. That's why semi-pro.
That's how it was with me in fighting. There wasn't enough money in it. There was nothing, no money.
Hey, Nissan 17 is a perfect day to repent, Donnie.
Correct. And then I got into the whole concept of being in the zone because that's when I would perform my best in these tournaments. And by the way, the game I was playing competitively was Tekken Tag 1 for the PlayStation 2.
Man, I used to be good at that game, dude.
I was one of the best in the country for that game.
Really?
Yes.
Like if you were ranked, like what would your rank be? Like what would you?
I'd say in the country, outside of the top 20, in the East Coast, probably top 5, outside of top 3.
Jeez. So, and let me ask you this. So Tekken, and I'm going to say this is not a racial thing, but there were a lot of Asian kids that used to really, because I played in the Tekken tournaments, and there were always a lot of Asian kids.
The Asian kids would come in and generally dominate, but then there would be like the ghetto black kids who would also like wreck shit because they would do the cheap stuff.
Yeah.
They would do the cheap
OBM,
stuff.
the one button method.
Yeah. They would do the cheap stuff, and they were so good at it. They always had the best timing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And a lot of people like to use the Brazil. What's that guy that was the
Eddie
dancer?
Gordo?
Eddie Gordo. That guy was
cheap, in high level play, it's hard to be good with him. Like scrubs, you just button mash the kick buttons, and you can do all these kick moves. Yeah, whatever. But when I was in a tournament or when I was in an arcade play, and if I wanted to really disrespect my opponent, I would pick Eddie Gordo, and I would beat them using nothing but punches.
Because he was a kick guy, yeah. So who was your guy? King was a lot of people's favorite. Who was your guy?
Ling Xiaoyu.
Okay.
I was one of the best Ling Xiaoyu players in the country.
Wow.
And then after that, it was probably Ogre.
Oh, yeah.
Yoshimitsu.
Ogre was cheap.
Yoshimitsu was badass, too.
Yoshimitsu was good because he had a lot of moves that were plus on frames.
How were you with Mortal Kombat? Were you good in Mortal Kombat?
No. After Tekken, it was Street Fighter.
Oh yeah.
I mean, there was a Mortal Kombat scene, and I respected the scene, and I enjoyed some Mortal Kombat on the side, but I never got competitive with it.
I did. I won some tournaments here in Austin. I was actually a Mortal Kombat 2 champion at Einstein's Arcade, at La Fun, and at the Union. Yeah, Mortal Kombat, and my guy was Scorpion. And Scorpion was not the easiest guy to play with. Sub-Zero was such a cheaper character. OP for sure.
Man, Mortal Kombat 2 was such a broken ass game though.
Yeah. Mortal Kombat 2 though, it was, and then 3 came along.
So 3 is when the competitive scene started bumping. I don't know. Have you tried out like the more recent ones like 11 and
with Jason and Freddy and Alien Predator. Yeah, the Bone Collector. I've played those. And I'm pretty damn good. I'm the house champion anyway.
That's how it is.
Yeah, Street Fighter 2 Turbo. That was my jam, dude. And I dominated at that game, dude. And it was funny because I'd beat these nerd kids and they'd get mad.
Who's your character?
Ryu, dude. Like, okay, well, no, Akuma. I liked Akuma. When he came into the scene, it was I liked him. the dark Hadouken, but I liked Ryu too. Ryu and Ken and Ryu almost the same, except the little Hadouken thing is a little bit different, Other than that, they're basically the same character. But I could play with anybody. I could be Bison, Sagat, and it takes skill to get when you get to the higher level to play with Sagat. You gotta have balls to play with him, and I won with him. And I was in a couple tournaments where they'd let you change characters, and I hated that because I was like, they would just pick a character based on who you pick.
Yeah, it's called counterpicking. Yeah.
Yeah, so you wouldn't do that because you had a counter. So I said, "Nah, dude, the second."
No, man, no. You want the counter pick. I'm just like, bring it. Oh, you think you can counter my character? Because at that level, you got to be able to play everybody.
Yeah.
Because if someone's going to counter pick you counter pick them back.
Mm-hmm.
That's how it is, baby.
Mm-hmm. Guile, I could use Guile.
Yeah.
I could even use like Cammy and some of those people, but I didn't really like them. The female characters were kind of OP cheap, like they did them on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
What's her name? Chung Lee was that's so ridiculous, dude. And then like the Bison, I could use him, but there were so many like when you do that slide, there's so many different things that that can counter, certain things that he had. And so I liked probably Akuma the best and Ryu. Those were my two favorites. I won with those guys, and I won with Sagat. I won with Sagat to prove a point. I was at the Union, and this kid was like, "You can't win if you don't use Ryu." And I'm like, "Well, I could use Sagat." And I said it in front of a bunch of other people, and they were like, "Yeah, use him." And I'm like, "Oh, okay, shit." It's kind of stuck. And so I did because I signed up, and I said, "Fine, I'll use Sagat. I'm going to use him. I'm going to win this one." Because I had won the one at La Fun and the one at the tournament in Einstein's. And so it was time to put up or shut up, And then they had a player zone thing downtown on 6th Street. And I was working my brother can tell you, it's a true story. I was just like down there at the club hanging out, working, whatever. And I was not in charge at that time. I was only the head of security. I wasn't the floor manager. I wasn't the assistant manager. I wasn't anybody. And they came over and they said, hey, my friend Squid, he's like, hey, there's a tournament, dude. They got the player zone over there. It was a big pecan fruit festival, whatever. And he said, hey, and they're using, they're playing on the video on the arcade, whatever. Like they're using control pads. And so I go over there, and they actually have the game set up right there. Mm-hmm. And I said, okay. And I said, well, I want to play. And then they had we're fixing to do a tournament. And it was like, I didn't know that the tournament and these people had signed up, and there was like 36 people or something like that. And so I signed up on the fly. I just said, okay, well, come and get me when it's my time. And so I went back to work, and I went over there and I beat the person. Then I'd go back to work, and I ran back over there, and it was like right there on 6th and Trinity. And I do the tournament, and then I go back and I won. And the grand prize was $500, which is like, not a lot of money.
But it's fun, man. It's fun getting, working your way up. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I got $500, and my brother was, he went over there with me, and it was cool, man. There were a few other bouncers that were over there trying to win money too.
Yeah. And I've been to those underground arcade tournaments. I've been to plenty of those, man.
Yeah.
Lots of those.
I didn't win it.
Dance Dance Revolution, Donnie.
No, that was.
Oh, come on!
That's Asian, a different breed, man. That's a lot of calories being burned right there. You see those dudes? They're sweating it up. They're slipping on their own sweat, and I'm like, yeah, wow. That's a different life right there.
Who played Halo back in the day?
Oh, I did. I played plenty of Halo back in that day. I played
some Halo back in the day, dude. I mean,
which one? 1 or 2 or 3?
Not 3. 1 and 2.
Okay, sure. So one is basically just pistol. Just pistol. Everyone just ran around with the pistol, and then rocket launcher, maybe sniper rifle. 2 and 3, now it expands, but largely because they nerfed the pistol. So now it's just battle rifle and then everything else like shotty and sniper, rocket launcher. But yeah, I love me some Halo. I did.
Yeah. What about Army of 2? Did you ever play Army of 2?
No, that I did not play. Did you ever get into Gears of War though?
Oh yeah, Gears of War.
Oh yeah.
I played Gears of War. Yeah,
Horde mode.
As it got more and more advanced, though, it got to where I don't care what anybody says, it's really not lifelike because there's no peripheral in these games. Like you don't see, you have to turn your guy like, oh, okay. Like that's not realistic. They're like, these games are so realistic. Bullshit, because you don't have any peripheral.
Mhm.
So it's not really, but they're fun, And then I got into the strategy, the real-time strategy games. I started playing Civilization, and I got into Age of Empires. I never looked back. Age of Empires I dominated.
You ever played the Total War series?
Yes, that's my game. That's my bag.
Yo,
Yes.
do you ever play Rome?
Rome,
You play
yes.
Rome?
Yes.
Oh
Yes.
my god, best game ever.
I have over 4,600 hours on this computer alone.
Oh my
Rome
God,
Total
dude.
War, baby.
I've had on it, baby.
Total War.
Oh man, I love
Rome,
that.
yeah,
I learned
dude.
so much history because of that game.
Yes.
I'll be honest.
It gets you
in there. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that, dude. I haven't done anything fun in so long.
They need
Dude.
to make Empire 3. They need to make Empire 3 because I love that linear warfare. That's fantastic.
Which one? Age of Empires? Or are we talking
No,
about?
Empire Total War.
Are you talking about Empire Total War? Total War.
Yeah.
Because I was gonna say they have Age of Empires 3. It totally went into the colonial age.
God damn, Rome Total War was so
Yeah,
good.
Rome Total War, freaking badass. I got into that. And there was another one that it was like Chinese, where you were like Chinese, the Han Dynasty.
The Three Kingdoms, whatever.
Yes. Romance of the Three Kingdoms, right?
Yes.
Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And then I played one of the hardest games I've ever played was Nobunaga's Ambition.
By the way, did you ever try learning that history, that Three Kingdoms history? Because I always consider myself a bit of a history buff, like I'm a fan of history. I tried looking into that whole Three Kingdoms saga of like Chinese, and I'm like, yeah, this is so convoluted, and I'm like, yeah, I'm out.
Yeah,
I don't have the patience to learn all this.
Well, if you start getting into it, and if you're like we are,
yeah,
as I like to say, as Bane said, we are initiated, and you and everybody that's on this panel right now, everybody's in the chat, they can attest to this. If you start going back into the history of the Dragon Kingdom, you start to realize that is absolutely some reptilian shit. I'm not even joking.
It's so convoluted because there's all these little warlords, and this warlord took this warlord, and then this warlord go. And if you try to follow all that in like a timeline, you're just like
lost.
I'm out.
Then when the Khans came in, then it really started, because then you had part of northern China that was taken over by the Khans, and then you had the south that was fighting the Khans, but then the north would side with them, and then they would fight, and then the Khans would install like a puppet leader.
Yeah.
And it just gets.
And then from the Khans' point of view, there's no written history, so you don't.
Yeah.
You kind of all you have is like conjecture at that point.
Theory.
Oral tradition.
Oral tradition.
It's such a Asian history is such a pain in the butt.
But it is so fascinating, though.
Yeah, it's a pain in the butt, though.
That the Mongol general Subutai is the greatest general in all history with 296 battles won and 69 army versus army battles won.
He broke the Moguls. I mean, and when you look at that insult, all over an insult, and I think 60 something battles took place because of an insult. Yeah. And the guy, it was a Mogul prince that basically insulted him, and then he went in and he destroyed the caliphate. The early caliphate. He destroyed
him. Was the guy that did that?
Yeah. And then if you ever read about Tamerlane, he's almost like a forgotten character, but that dude was brutal as shit, man.
Yeah, he conquered all of Southeast Asia.
He was unbelievable. Tamerlane was crazy.
That war with Bayezid, the Turkish guy, that's an amazing. That battle where he actually defeated him was changed history.
I still like what my people did, the Cossacks. We sacked the Mehmed II, and totally just the Black Sea, raided from the Black Sea, and the Ottomans couldn't do anything. And then I'm saying we, but my ancestors carried off his harem. Took them with them, totally disgraced the Turks, the Ottomans. They could never defeat the Cossacks, never. They tried, and then they even appealed to Ivan the Terrible. They went to the Tsar and they said, "Hey, join up with us and let's get rid of these people from the."
They tried to do it with the Poles too. Remember, they
just could not.
Well, if you ever look back on medieval history, there was never a famous warlord who was considered a nice guy.
No.
None of them were considered nice guys.
Yeah, because I think on the resume, you kind of have to be like, can you imagine if they're doing an interview for being a warlord? What would it be like? They'd be like,
job applicant.
I have a pin. I have a pin.
Yeah, hi. I put 2 million miles on the horse.
Or, you know, there never will be a point where there's like, oh, he's got a good sense of humor, though. Like Vlad the Impaler or Ivan the Terrible. Like, oh, but he's got a good sense of humor, though. No one ever brings that up. Yeah.
Hey, they said
Vlad
was
is
a
like,
ladies' man.
There you go.
Yeah.
So here's the interview right here. It'd be like this. Be like here on your application. You got to get your glasses out, too. Let's do the whole thing here. Let's do it. I'm going to interview this warlord here. Here we go. Okay, Mr. Tamer Lane. Well, you're a bit of you're into the assault stuff, huh? Yes, I consider that a very important part of being a warlord. I'm on the road to conquest. Yeah, I don't know if we're looking for that here at Walmart, though. You know, I mean, the essay that's going on. Tamer's like, he's got his sword. He's got like his publicist. Just can you imagine? You have a lot of stuff on this resume, but I don't think you can be a greeter here at Walmart. What we're looking for is someone who hasn't
interpersonal
skilled as much as you. Yeah. Maybe a few thousand less essays and murders, and we might be considering. But you know what? You can always put in an application at Target, and then this guy's head gets lopped off.
Overqualified.
Can you imagine though? Overqualified. Attila the Hun as a Walmart greeter.
I mean, if it's Walmart though, they might actually get the job.
Depends if it was COVID era or not.
Yeah.
Because he has the mask on, you know. I mean, they had to have terrible breath. They were always on horseback.
All right, guys. Well, anyway, it is past my bedtime. I have to wake up early tomorrow, but this was fun. And
what do you do for a living besides say stuff?
I actually work in auto insurance, and I argue with people all day.
Wow.
Say stuff.
And I usually win.
Adjuster?
Not a claims adjuster. I'm on the underwriting side, but I argue with people all day on the phone, and I usually win. Usually.
What? How does that go? How does that work?
Well, I mean, I talk to a lot of insurance agents, and you'd be surprised at how little insurance agents actually know what the hell they're doing. And I kind of had to be the one to, like, you know.
I don't think we would.
You know, hey, little child, it's okay. You didn't know how insurance works? Don't worry, Daddy's here to tell you. And I'm that guy.
Oh, my gosh. All right, Donnie, you take it easy, brother.
See you, man.
Thanks for having me, folks.
Later,
next time.
I'll see you.
Rome Total War for life, baby.
Oh,
Total War.
Yeah.
So, all right, guys, that's probably my cue too. I'm out of here, man. I got to get going. I'm gonna get started at least by 1 o'clock. I got to get this done.
I'm gonna go play Rome Total War.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Shogun 2 is my first Total War.
Yeah. Shogun 2.
Yes.
There's probably people in the chat going, "What in the hell are these people talking about?" They have no idea what we're talking about.
Y'all lost me, man. The only thing I ever played was Pong and Pac-Man.
Wow.
But
you ever seen Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
Yes.
Where he walks in there and he's like licking the LSD off the shirt, and he goes, the guy's over there like smoking a cigarette, going,
yeah.
He goes, for the rest of his life, he'll be thinking that, man, behind closed doors are getting incredible kicks of something he'll never understand.
Yeah.
That's what's going on.
Exactly.
It's hard to fathom unless you've done it. It's like it's just there. I've always wanted to do that though. Just go to a hotel in Las Vegas. I did it in Mexico on the border. I totally trashed a hotel room. Because the guy made me so mad, dude. He was so annoying. He just pissed me off. But that's no excuse. I shouldn't have done it. But I left, you know. But I always wanted to go to Vegas and just totally and then just drive out into the desert with nothing but soap and towels and fruit.
Get high on adrenochrome and wreck the hotel room.
No, I don't need the adrenochrome. I don't need that. I'm not into that stuff, dude. But you know what about Hunter Thompson? Talking about Hunter S. Thompson, that dude was a bad dude, man. Like, I mean, like he got almost killed by the Hells Angels to write a book.
Mm-hmm.
And Sonny, was his name Sonny Jorgensen?
Yes.
He had the little he talked like this, and he was like,
Sonny Barger.
Yeah, Sonny Barger, not Jorgensen. Sonny Jorgensen was a quarterback for the Redskins.
That's right.
Yeah. And so he talked like this, and he was like, he got beat down, and he was telling the whole story. And Sonny, he rode with the Outlaws, and then he was in. They had that guy that played Daryl Dixon. What's his name? The guy.
Yeah. What's
from
Norman Reedus.
Norman Reedus. He was downtown one time when I was down there. I saw him. I didn't talk to him. A friend of mine knows him. But Norman, he played, Daryl Dixon, but he was Sonny, and it was called The Vandals, and it was an actual movie that they made about the Outlaws, and the main guy was what's his name, Hardy, Tom Hardy.
Mm-hmm.
Tom Hardy was in it. He was the one that founded the.
I know what you talk about. I saw that.
Yeah, and so it's a really cool movie, man. It's a cool piece, and Hardy was in over his head because these guys started coming back from Nam, and they were a nightmare, these guys, and they called them the new guys and the old guys. The old guys were the original Outlaws. These new guys were just thrown off, just into dealing and selling drugs and going crazy. And the guy that became the leader of the Outlaws, he shot that guy that Hardy was playing. So Sonny Barger took it personal because the leader of the Outlaws was his friend. And that started a war. He went back to the Hells Angels because he was actually sent there by the Hells Angels to kill this dude from the Outlaws. And he drank with them and partied with them. And then they asked him the question. They told Sonny, they're like, why are you here? He goes, to fuck you up. And he goes, and the guy's drinking, and he's like, for what? He goes, well, you left, and you were supposed to do this, and that, and they sent me here. And so they asked him. So Tom Hardy is like, he's his character, the guy that he's like, are you going to do it? He said, no, I'm not going to do it. I like you guys. So when that new kid came along and he shot that dude, the leader of Sonny ended up having a vendetta with him forever. So he ordered they blew up the headquarters of the Outlaws in Chicago or Milwaukee, one or the other. They blew them up, like the Hells Angels, because the Hells Angels had no real stake in that, And so some of the Angels were kind of like, why are we over here fighting with these guys? They're not even in our territory. But it was a vendetta that he had. So it was a crazy thing. Like, you go back and you look it up, you read about it, and there's all these different rumors, and who knows what's really true and what's really what, because there's a lot of secrecy. But I'm telling you, Hunter Thompson, when and then he rode with those guys, and he wrote the book, The Hells Angels, and the whole thing was like, I rode with, I ate, drank with, and nearly was killed by the Hells Angels, And it's a crazy book, and you read it, and if you read it's the Buffalo Roam, and then you read Fear and Loathing in Politics, Fear and Loathing in
Las Vegas.
In Las Vegas, yeah. And then there's another one, Fear and Loathing on the Election Trail.
On the Campaign Trail.
On the Campaign Trail, yeah.
Campaign Trail.
Yeah, and if you read those, and even Screwjack is just like a twisted, weird little whatever. I've read all of them. But Hunter Thompson, great journalist, that guy, he was talking about adrenochrome, and he drops hints in all of his books.
Yep.
He talks about the reptilians. He talks about the agenda. A lot of people claim he was anti-Semitic and he was warning people, whatever, that's what people say. But he was literally talking about the reptilians and their agenda. And in Fear and Loathing, he walks into the bar and he goes, dude, I see these reptilians like jumping around, lizards, whatever. And of course, Benicio del Toro's character in the movie, not the book, but in the movie, he's trying to get them under control, and they're looking for a guy named Lacerda.
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, who's that bunch over there? And Johnny Depp is his character. He's great.
Yeah.
Hunter Thompson said that if he ever met Bill Murray, he was going to kick him in the balls because Buffalo Roams, terrible impersonation of him, but Johnny Depp nailed it. So Thompson loved him. So he says, because he's even does a cameo in the movie.
Mm-hmm.
Because he goes, holy fuck, there I am. And he's like looking, it's Hunter Thompson sitting there with that little visor hat, And so he goes in to the press, and Del Toro is Dr. Gonzo, and he's just like, look at that bunch over there, man. It's a bunch of fucking losers, man. And he's like, that's the press table, man. And he's basically telling you that's the media. That's the reptilians. They're reptiles. They're evil. And then later there's a scene where the guy's talking like this.
Yeah,
and he's like,
bring that up.
And he's like, yeah, they took her dang pineal gland out. I don't know, a bunch of Satanists out here, blah, blah, blah.
Drilled holes all in her head.
Drilled holes all in her head.
How's your mama?
How's your mama?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then, and Depp is over there like, oh my God. And he's going up and down, and the lady's like faces going, and her scarf is blowing, but there's no wind. It's just her, the hotel clerk. And, Del Toro's character is acting normal, trying to, and he's pissed off because Depp is just flying because he's on sunshine acid. And so, but that whole thing right there. And then in the book, if you read the book, there is a part where they actually stab a girl. I'm not even joking. The guy that he was hanging out with stabbed this girl. And they talk about it in the book. I'm not even kidding. And it was a lawyer that the guy was a lawyer. You got to go check it. You got to read it, man. It's, and you're sitting there going like, what the freaking hell is this shit? And so whenever he was about to die, when, whatever, I guess he got cancer. What's his name? He was hanging out like up in the mountains of Colorado. And I know this because I have a friend who's up there in the mountains doing the same shit. And they're terrified of being whacked. They wanted to, because they wanted to kill Thompson because they didn't know what he knew. And supposedly he had witnessed some homicides, like they were snuff films. And he was just absolutely a journalist, and he didn't want to talk about it, but before he died, he started talking about it. And then of course he goes out, and he's dead. But there were so many different rumors about what went on and what might have gone on and what happened or whatever. So it's hard to know like what was what, but if you read the books though, in every book he drops hints. He tells you exactly what these people are and what they're doing. And he references them as vampires, as reptiles. I'm not even joking, man. And he said it in interviews too. And he would kind of talk like this. He didn't even really talk that way. Like if you get him to talk, people would say he would talk normal. But in interviews, and he would go like he would talk because he was trying to put on a facade that he was half gone. I'm not even joking.
What book is it he references the reptilians?
Yeah, it's in Fear and Loathing. It's in the book. Just check it out. And he does it in a couple others. There's several books, that he, wasn't there one called The Great Shark Hunt or something like that? There was another one he wrote. He wrote several. Mm-hmm. But he wrote a bunch of different books, and he talks about that. He references them as reptiles and lizards and shit. Anyway, and I just remember years ago, and I've looked for this interview. I don't know where it's at. I can't find it but they interviewed Johnny Depp. He was in France. And Johnny Depp said something maybe he shouldn't have said. And I know I watch, it's not a Mandela effect. I cannot find that interview. So if you can't find it, don't say, hey, I'm not lying here, but I'm telling you. He says something to the effect of like when he talked to Hunter Thompson, he says Hunter Thompson doesn't really talk that way. He kind of mutters and mumbles. He's like, that's not really who he is. Like he says that. He goes, he's just afraid for his life. Like Johnny Depp said that. I watched that. It was back like years ago, like back in the early 2000s. But anyways, that's all, who knows? I mean, we live in a world where we are not, this is, we live in the real reality. The people that aren't here, that they're just doing the 9 to 5, whatever, they have no clue. They don't know that this world is what it's run by, and they don't understand anything. If you were to ask them what the black cube is, they would have no freaking idea.
Yeah.
They don't know what that is. People here, they know what that is because you've been paying attention. So anyways, folks, I'll be here until they get rid of me, until they decide that I've said too much and know too much and whatever the hell they're going to do. I don't run this place. I'm just here. But anyways, folks, thanks for tuning in. Tomorrow night, a vampire story like you have not heard. And this is from me in my firsthand perspective. I did some sleuth work on this, and I debated for months about even talking about it or releasing it. And there were things that even Anthony was not privy to, nor was my family, because there were only 2 guards that knew about it. 3, I guess, but 2 really knew. And of those 2, only 1 knew the details that I did. And so we talked about it, and we've prayed and done a lot of things. And I know I'm a sinner. I know I do bad. I cuss and things, but I try to be good. But I'm telling you, it's time to let all the cats out of the bag, because I don't know how much time we got, folks. Yeah, we're in a time of the quickening.
The genie's out of the bottle.
And it is time to lay all the cards out on the table before these
Pandora's box is upside down.
Yeah, CERN opened the portal in 2016, baby.
Exactly. They opened the seal, brother. You know they did.
They did. Yeah.
They did. They knew what they were doing. And then it's CERN and they seat of Satan. That's why I love Jason McLean, but he was talking about the seat of Satan and being, I don't totally agree with what he was saying about, Pergamus. I do agree to a degree, but that is a different devil. What I'm talking about is seat of Satan, where it's Antipas in Geneva, Switzerland. And it talks about how he was, that's my servant. Jesus says, that's my servant. He was killed. And the seat of Satan, that is the true seat of Satan. Pergamus was not. Pergamus was the seat of Zeus. It's a different thing, two different things. But anyway, I love Jason. He has his own
Tuesday
beliefs.
night.
Yeah. So tomorrow night, we're going to talk about this vampire encounter. Maybe a vampire. I don't know, maybe something else, but it's definitely weird. Okay. So we're releasing that tomorrow night. And then Wednesday night, we'll be back on. And I think Wednesday, are we going to do Grandpa's Shed thing from?
Yeah, I've been waiting on that one.
Okay. Well, we could do that one on Wednesday. We'll do it live. Thursday, we're off. And then Friday, we come back. We have a guest, Christopher Jordan. And then Saturday, we're off. And then Sunday, we're back. And we'll be telling some people's encounters. And we have a
Shiva story.
Some what?
Shiva story.
Oh, okay. Oh, the guy that went to India, the Danish guy.
Yes.
What was that guy's? What was his occupation? I can't remember what he was originally doing there. He had some like innocuous thing. He was there to be a dentist or something.
Yeah.
What was it that? Or he was a pediatrician or something. The guy went there with the best of
healthcare or something.
Healthcare, some kind of. He went there to help people, basically, and then he was nearly killed. And there were people that were being unalived by something. It can only be described as like possibly an avatar of Shiva, which who knows? But there was a whole cult thing there, and they were, it was like the Thuggies, I mean, it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. But anyway, folks, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for being the best part of what Paranormal Roundtable is. We've been here for almost 5 hours, and we still got almost 300 people in there.
So. Dick and Tony. Josh, a quick one.
Okay, you want to talk to me before you head
out?
For a minute, yeah. Just a minute. All right, guys. I'll let you run. Dick, I'll see you, man. And Tony, thank you for dropping by.
Sir. God bless you guys.
See you guys. See you, Tony. Thank you. Hey, man.
Okay, so you want me to end the stream, or do you want to talk with the audience?
Oh, just you and me.
Yeah. Okay. Let me end the audience here, guys. I'm going to run, folks.
Good night, everyone.